like to request everyone to take their seats. The committee hearing of the Committee on Public Accounts and the Committee on Good Government Public Accountability is hereby resumed. Mabilisan lang po, nandito po yung ating mga kasama na pwedeng sumugot dun sa huling issue natin dun sa Accenture. But before the presentation, if I may request yung ating pong presentation, mabilis lang naman po to. Napaliwanag na po to ni Honorable Barbers. Ito po yung resolusyon na kung saan nagkaroon ng desisyon tungkol dito sa pag-aayos. Let me clarify that the actual rate na pinagkaisa nila was 95% of the total cost. Sige po, next slide. So batay po dito sa mga whereas clauses niya, malinaw po na ang pera nagkaroon ng pagbayad sa Metrobank, sa Citibank, manager's check, from Citibank pumunta ng Metrobank, at dito po nagkaroon na ng problema papunta ng Philhealth. Next slide. So yung slide po na yan, ni-resolve nila finally upon OGCC clearance. Ang binayad po is 108 million. Ang nawalang pera dito is 114 million. Bigla na lang pong nawala. Next slide. Ito yung manager's check coming from Citibank papunta po sa supposedly sa Metrobank, no, based on a payment of 22 million. Marami po to, but the total is 114 million. Next slide. Ang last slide po na yan, yan naman po yung 62 million na papunta dapat sa PhilHealth. Next slide. Ito yung mga resibo na supposedly peke na nanggaling sa PhilHealth. And another slide, please. Next slide. So ito yung mga sinabmit po sa ating mga dokumento batay dito sa issue ng Accenture. Ang role ng PhilHealth dito, pinayagan nila na magbayad na lang yung mga bangko, nag-base to sa isang agreement with Citibank and Metrobank. Pero nakakagulat po dito, papaanong ang pera na nanggaling sa bangko ay mawawala. So meron po ditong connivance ng ating mga bangko at ng mga PhilHealth officials. Unfortunately, from what I've read, doon po sa nakita kong mga resolusyon ng kasong to, ang natanggal lang, if I'm not mistaken, Attorney Pucalan, 2 tao. Meron pang kayong nandyan na nasa loob pa ng PhilHealth, neglect of duty, pero sinuspindi lang siya. Hindi siya natanggal. So we have here Attorney Retanal of the NBI, PhilHealth Ms. Vanji Racelis, and former President Eduardo Banson, na ito pong mga pag-usap sa kasong to. So with that, we're just awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Barbers who brought up this issue. Pero nandito po ba si Ms. Vanji Racelis? Wala, nasa Zoom. Okay, before we start sa mga questions, pagpaliwanagin lang natin yung legal mabilis.
May ano lang in relation do sa binanggit mo na ang sinasabi mo 2 empleyado lang ang natanggal doon sa
That, yes, from the legal that I've seen, ito pa lang to at wala akong nakitang filing of case o kung anumang action pa na isinagawa.
kasi sa investigation po nila lumalabas sa PhilHealth website nila, yung results of initial investigation on premium payment diversion scheme, lumalabas po dito sa inimbestigahan po nila na 5 ay hindi po ata nagtatama doon sa sinasabi po ninyo. Well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, pakinggan po muna natin sila bago po tayo mag...
Attorney Pucalan is recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Sir, from what I recall from that case, from that incident, there were administrative cases filed against certain employees, no, and some were dismissed. And as to the criminal case, I think from what was discussed last hearing, the matter was referred to the NBI. That's what I recall.
Hindi, pero dito po sa inyo, administrative case ninyo, may dinismiss kayong dalawa. Si Isaac at saka si Romel Isaac at saka si Mario Matanggian. And then meron kayong grave misconduct, serious dishonesty kay Mr. Noel Ramirez, Mr. Rene Visconde, Mr. Manuel Manlangit.
Yes, sir.
So ang natanggal ninyo is dalawa.
Yes po, sir. Although, sir, meron kasing ano yan, meron ding third complaint. Although on a different ground naman, hindi talaga on the illegal transfer of fund, no. So more on the concerned employee, the dismissed employee was able to receive benefits despite hindi po nagre-report sa Pro 4B office in Batangas City. So, connected din po dun sa Accenture incident po.
Ang tanong po namin dito, unang-una, dito sa inyong mga empleyado, bakit nyo po sila kinahusuan? Klaro ba na sila yung nag-issue ng, kasi may nag-issue ng resibo. Supposedly,
Yes.
paano pong sa investigasyon nyo, paano nilang nagawa na nailabas yung pondo sa Metro Bank? Dapat direkto ho yan sa inyo, di ba? Sa Philhealth.
Yes, sir po.
Paano nilang nagawa na napunta sa mga tao?
Sir, meron pong ad hoc committee. Sir, I apologize, I cannot answer because there were ad hoc committees to investigate on that, separate from the legal sector po.
Sino po yung head ng ad hoc committee?
Yung isang committee, sir, chaired by Attorney Genesis Adarlo.
Cheryl Peña po ba nandyan?
Sir, nandito po.
Ma'am, kayo po yung pumirma nitong mga certification ng mga may investigation po ba kayo dito or on the basis lang ng recommendation ng board? Dito po kayo, ma'am. Okay. So sino ang makakasagot? Attorney Pukalan, sino yung sinabi nyo? Sino yung ad hoc committee?
Yung chair po, sir, noon si Attorney Genesis Adarlo, our former corporate secretary po. Pero not connected na po, sir, siya sa PhilHealth.
So maybe we can request, was Mr. Banson the president at the time?
Yes po, sir po.
So maybe we can request Mr. Dodo Banson. Is Mr. Banson with us now? Kanina
Yes.
po kasama natin.
Yes,
Ayan.
Mr.
Yes, Mr. Banson, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, there were after it was reported about this discrepancy on the that reported by Treasury that there was a discrepancy on the payment of what was reported as payment in the bank, then what was actually repeated to PhilHealth, and when we discovered this diversion of checks, 5 staff of IT department who had access to the database were immediately removed. Their access was removed. They were then put under preventive suspension, and then an investigation was started on these 5 employees, Your Honor. So I could not recall the exact details, but there were I think on the ad hoc committees, on the composition of the ad hoc committees, but these committees then did the administrative investigation of the 5, Your Honor.
Mr. Banson, just a question. In your investigation, paano po nila nagawa yung modus operandi na natanggal sa Metro Bank at napunta sa mga personal accounts ng mga tao?
Your Honor, what we have learned in the investigation, not of the 5, but when we is that there was about 10 checks, Your Honor. These checks were premium payments for October 2010, December 2010, and February to September 2011. totaling about 144 million. This all happened before I became CEO of Philhealth in October 2011. So these checks were basically what happened is these were checks that was purchased, Citibank manager's check purchased by Accenture, payable to Philhealth, and yet they found a way to bring it to two branches in Batangas of a bank, another bank, and they were able to find a way to get the money given to unknown people, Your Honor.
From the two banks in Batangas, they were able to withdraw it.
Yes, Your Honor. They were able to withdraw the money.
To identify the personnel who were able to identify. PhilHealth personnel po ang nag-withdraw.
No, we never knew, Your Honor. This was referred to the National Bureau of Investigation to investigate who were able to withdraw the money.
Attorney Retanal, nandiyan po ba kayo? Thank you, Mr. Banson. Attorney Retanal, nandiyan po ba kayo? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. Nakuha nyo na po ba kung sino yung nag-withdraw doon sa huli?
Sir, without mentioning the account numbers or the personnel, yes, we were able to determine the account holders. However, if you may allow me to state the antecedent facts, so that you will be enlightened on what actually happened.
Kindly proceed.
Yes. The checks were actually the 10 checks of Citibank. Sorry, sir, I wasn't able to mention it, that it was 10 checks, which covers 10 months premium. Monthly, Accenture remits payments through its messenger. A messenger brings it to supposedly he brings it to the PhilHealth office, and then a corresponding receipt be issued to him, and which in turn he gives back to the in charge employee of Accenture. However, it was found that that these checks were actually not deposited to PhilHealth, and that to the PhilHealth bank account, but rather these checks were cleared in a bank in Batangas, and two branches of a bank in Batangas. But what happened actually is that the checks were intercepted from the messenger, and he was given, because it's a working of a syndicate, the messenger was provided with a fake receipt. Whenever he tries to pay to allegedly pay it to PhilHealth. A fake receipt will be provided to him.
Ma'am, from Citibank to Metrobank, doon po na-intercept?
No, sir. Na-intercept po siya through the messenger of Accenture. Parang messagerial service ng Accenture.
Saan po galing yung cheque from Accenture to Citibank? Kasi di
Bali,
ba,
sir, hindi. Yung Accenture, nagpe-prepare siya ng check payments. Nagpe-prepare po sila ng check payments. Tapos this check will be then, sir, syempre hindi na yung employee ng Accenture ang nagdadala, kundi meron silang messagerial service. Siya po yung supposedly nagdadala ng check. Kasi safe naman dahil check ito. Dinadala niya, dadali niya sa PhilHealth office kung saan siya magbabayad. However, we were able to interview this messenger. But he would not disclose kung ano talaga yung totoong nangyari. But we surmised, kasi nga po, napunta siya sa Batangas. Because this syndicate is actually like like that of land bank scam. If you will recall, it's intended for BIR payments, but it was deposited to private accounts. It's a similar case. But in this, what's peculiar about this case is that there's a corresponding float in the IT system of PhilHealth. Unlike in the case of BIR,
May kakontsaba sa PhilHealth dahil nai-input na may pumasok.
yes sir. Parang ganito yung workings ng syndicate. Meron silang siguro na bayaran na cohort within PhilHealth. Possible also that the messenger somehow he was nung sinabi po kasi namin sa kanya noon na may namatay na bank employee. Medyo nag-ano siya pero hindi pa rin siya he still made the stand na tama yung ginawa niya. Pero sabi namin, paano napunta yung cheque sa Batangas kung sa PhilHealth mo talaga to dinala? Pero ang theory po is hindi talaga niya dinala to sa PhilHealth office. Just like in the previous case of Land Bank, may intercept na yung cheque. And then the check, bakit siya na-clear? Then the syndicate also has corrupted an employee of the bank who is in charge of the clearing. Yung clearing po, supposed to be, meron siyang ka-corresponding, yung checks po na ini-issue ng Accenture, meron siyang corresponding check of similar amount. Parang tawag po namin doon is counterpart check. So the counterpart check is the one deposited in the bank. However, since manual po yung clearing, this bank employee intercepts, nasa kanya na yung intercepted Citibank check. So what he will do is that hinahanap niya kung ano yung corresponding amount nung Citibank check which was deposited to a private account. Tapos ang gagawin po niya, dudukutin niya, siya po kasi yung in charge doon sa listing. Kumbaga sa clearing. So since manual, dudukutin niya yung...
Ma'am, sa mga tuwido, parang minamatch niya yung pinipeke nila para magmukhang nandun talaga yung pondo.
Yes, sir. Ang gagawin, hindi. Parang imamatch niya po, parang pinalalabas niya, merong actual deposit sa private sa private account. Tapos, ang gagawin po niya, since yung tinatawag na counterpart check is actually dubious check, kumbaga wala po tong value or coming from a closed account, ipapalit niya ngayon po sa clearing.
Attorney Tonal, I will recognize the Honorable Barbers para magtuloy siya ng tanong. Go ahead, Congressman Barbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Attorney, I suppose meron kang investigation report na pinasa o sinubmit sa NBI, di ba?
Yes, sir, meron po.
At ito pong kwento na sinasabi nyo are all stipulated in that report, I also suppose, right?
Yes, sir.
Including ho ba dito, yung sinabi nyo kasi kanina, narinig ko, in-interview nyo yung messenger ba yun? Meron bang mga affidavits na in-issue yung messenger na yun tungkol dyan?
Yes, sir. Meron siyang in-issue'ng affidavit. Yun nga lang po, we treated it as untruthful.
Ano po yun? Ano po yun? Meron po bang affidavit yung messenger?
Sir, meron pong affidavit yung messenger. However, we've considered it as untruthful.
On the basis
Hindi po siya nagsasabi ng totoo.
So, if I were to conclude kung ano po yung storya dun sa investigation nyo, parang yung sindikato, kasabwat dito yung messenger at saka yung mga
Yes, sir. Isa po siya sa
pati yung mga taga-bangko.
Tsaka PhilHealth.
Meron, parang ang naging po niya, ng setup is, I have a cohort in all aspects of the transaction
Okay, sige
so
po.
that I can make the cover up.
Sa base ho dun sa investigation nyo,
Galing.
sino ho sa PhilHealth employees ang liable? Ang may liability ho diyan sa isyung yan?
Actually, sir, yun nga po, the NBI is actually asking them for a forensic examination of the database. However, due to the turn of events po kasi, because during the investigation of
Attorney, can you be specific? Ano yung turn of events na sinasabi nyo?
sir, yung nagkaroon po ng amicable settlement between four parties.
Is the one that stopped you from further investigating. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, because of the absence of complaining witnesses. And then and at the same time, during that event din po kasi, we are also doing the investigation of one of the biggest scam in the Philippines. If you will recall, Aman Future scam. So it's also a case that we were handling that time.
So,
Kaya po, since
as attorney na hindi nyo na na-pursue yun because one, may sudden turn of events because PhilHealth decided to just settle amicably with Accenture, and two, you were too busy to conduct your further investigation because you were tied up with the Aman scam. Tama po ba yun?
yes, sir, opo.
Oh, ngayon, kasi attorney, kaya ang tanong ko, sino sa taga PhilHealth yung nakita nyong liable dyan? Diba?
Sir, initial assessment is that there was an intrusion in the IT system. Kasi nga po merong floats. Now, which is unusual.
Okay.
Kumbaga sa fraud po kasi it's a deviation from the normal procedure that there's a float on that particular na pending for 10 months for this particular corporation na nakapending siya, pero nag-conduct na daw sila ng audit, pero nakita pa rin siya.
Attorney, in your investigation, did you also find out that the checks that was supposed to be deposited to PhilHealth but never happened and was diverted to another account in Metrobank, pero sa PhilHealth records, it reflected na paid siya? Lumabas ba yun sa inyong investigation?
Sir, ang lumabas lang nga po, just as I stated before, it was a reconciliation float in their system, which was discovered by their Treasury Department. May initial reports din po yung IT system nila. That's why they had a referral to our office regarding these floats. Pero ang clear po doon, merong intrusion coming from an insider fraud.
Yan.
Honorable Barbers.
Yes, because there's kumbaga po sa computer, I had a remote, and one employee had a remote access on those particular crucial period when the float was discovered. Kumbaga po parang inalter yung data to make it appear that these payments were actually received by PhilHealth.
Mr. Limsiaco, tanungin ko lang po, kasi 5 buwan nangyari to. Yung po bang cash at saka yung IT na pumapasok, hindi po ba kayo nagre-reconcile dyan? Kasi nakita, may cheque, pinost. Let's say, sa aking pagkakalam, sa Pasig to. So alam niyo yung collection dun sa NCR. Hindi niyo ba marireconcile kaagad kung walang cash o kulang yung cash based on dun sa posting?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang proseso natin ngayon, ang collection for the day of our collecting agent, kinabukasan po ay i-remit na po nila, and the corresponding remittance report po ay sinasubmit na sa opisina. and reconciliation is being done right away, Mr. Chair, Your
Anong
Honor.
mangyari to? Hindi pa ganon.
Hindi pa ho, during that time, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, mayroon pang float ang ating mga collecting agents na I think that's 15 days, Your Honor.
Hindi, ito 5 months to eh.
Oo nga.
Anyway, that was not your time, no? When this happened. Honorable Barsaga, may tatanong ho ata?
Sige. Manong, just one. Kay Mr. Banson lang sana itatanong ko before I yield to
Yes.
Congressman Barsaga.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Banson,
Yes, Your Honor.
you were the president during the time that this incident happened, correct?
Your Honor, no, Your Honor. I became president and we were the one who caught this. All of this happened before I became president, Your Honor.
So it happened before you became president.
Yes, Your Honor. I became president on October 17, 2011, and this was reported to me.
Finding out that this incident happened, what was your first move?
I immediately have an investigation, Your Honor. So when it was reported to me that there was this a discrepancy, we immediately have an internal investigation. Then what we did, Your Honor, is that all those with access to the database, we remove access from the database. They were eventually put in 90-day preventive suspension, and then the investigation started. In addition to that, Your Honor, we reported this to the NBI and the Anti-Money Laundering Council. Third, Your Honor, is that we reached out to Accenture and demanded what we eventually, the premiums that were diverted that eventually came out at 114 million, Your Honor.
I was informed also, Mr. Banson, that you replaced the head of the IT department because when you found out that there was such an issue, immediately tinanggal nyo yung head, yung Mr. Mario Matanggihan.
Your Honor, he was, if I recall it correctly, Your Honor, it's been quite a while. I think I removed him before we discovered this.
And you replaced him with whom?
Your Honor, what we had was we brought in a new chief information officer from UP, Dr. Eloy Marcelo, so a medical informatics expert. In addition to that, Your Honor, in the department in IT, if I recall it, Mr. De Rosario was put in place as OIC.
Si Attorney Del Rosario, nilagay nyo rin as head.
He was reporting to Marcelo, Your Honor. So
It was during your time.
yes, Your Honor. So kumbaga nga, we made the position of IT head a little higher.
Sige, Mr. Chair, I'll now yield to Congressman Barsaga.
Congressman Barsaga?
Well, my clarificatory questioning would be to the lady lawyer.
Attorney Retanal?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, kompanyera. Unang-una, ang tanong
Afternoon,
ko,
sir.
mga ilang cheque ang involved dito sa kaso ng Accenture?
Sir, yun ba, I stand corrected. That because what I had, it's 10 checks, Your Honor.
Assuming na 10 cheque, ang susunod kong paglilinaw, ito bang 10 cheque nito ay pare-pareho ang date or issued on different dates?
Sir, it was issued on different dates.
On the same date? Different
Sir, different dates.
So sa madaling sabi, based on your previous statement, binibigay ito ng Accenture sa kanilang messenger. Tama ba
Apo.
ang accusation ko sa iyong sagot kanina?
Apo. Yes, Mr. Chair. Pagkagaling po sa staff ng employee ay ng Accenture who is in charge of the preparation of the payment and the checks, she will then this employee will then turn over it to the messenger who
Here.
will then
Ano ang difference or length ng pagkakaiba ng 10 cheque sa bawat isa? Is this issued monthly, after 1 month, or after 2 weeks? Sa iyong
Sir, ano po siya, supposedly the payment, sir, is done monthly.
So it will be a correct appreciation o tama ang aming pagkakaintindi, buwan-buwan nag-i-issue ng isang cheque ang Accenture.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. at buwan-buwan binibigay sa messenger, pagkatapos dinidiretso ng messenger sa PhilHealth.
Opo, yun po yung, kumbaga, yung normal procedure should happen that upon giving to him, ibabayad niya sa PhilHealth office.
At pag binayad sa PhilHealth, nag-i-issue naman ng resibo ang PhilHealth.
Opo, dapat may corresponding receipt. And meron naman pong naibibigay yung messenger.
Meron bang resibo na i-issue ang PhilHealth?
Bali sir, meron pong resibo na ibinabalik si messenger kay Accenture employee.
So,
Every time na magdadala siya ng payment, meron po siyang kapalit na resibo.
Sa inyong investigasyon, nakita nyo ba kung sino ang pumirma at kung saan branch ng PhilHealth in-issue ang receipt?
Bale po dun sa resibo, when we traced, meron, yung series po niya, yung receipts na yon, ay hindi officially issued ng PhilHealth. Kumbaga fake po siya.
Mga fake receipts.
Apo.
At yung pangalan na nag-appear doon sa resibong peke ng PhilHealth ay peke rin, not a true employee of PhilHealth.
Inano po namin siya, tinrace namin kung may particular employee na yun yung name. Pero na-determine po, may pangalan na gano'n na employee. Pero hindi naman po duly issued yung mga receipts. Kasi parang ibang branch, nga rin po, Pasig, supposedly naka-assign yung employee. Pero yung resibo, naka-issue, allegedly, coming from Buendia branch. Pero it turns out po that these receipts are fake.
Resibo, saang branch ng PhilHealth nag-a-appear na tinanggap?
Sir, I will just go over the records po ulit.
Hindi
I will check po all the receipts lang that I have.
Mr. Chair, pasingit lang ho.
Go ahead, Honorable Barbers.
I hope you don't mind. Gusto ko lang tanungin ulit si Mr. Banson kung meron bang during your time when you were the president of PhilHealth at meron kang investigation dito, did you recommend the filing of charges against those employees allegedly involved in this scam?
Your Honor, nang tumakbo na po yung administrative investigation, hindi umalis po ako ng PhilHealth ang January 14. 14 ba?
So, hindi mo na inabot kung may
Hindi na po. Tuloy-tuloy pa po. Wala pa pong sinadmit sa akin na findings po yung ad hoc committee.
Who was investigating that?
Your Honor, hindi ko po ma-recall exactly, no? Kung sino po yung nakabuo, yung nandun sa ad hoc committee. Pag sinabi kanina po ni Atty. Pocalan, si Atty. Adatlo, pero hindi ko po exactly masabi kung sino na po na-assign doon. Medyo matagal na ho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Retanal. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Barsaga, pagsagot po ni Attorney Retanal, actually klaro naman yung kaso natin as presented by the Honorable Barbers dun sa mga pinisintang mga dokumento rito. At ang importante dito, mabantayan talaga natin na mapangangalagaan yung pondo. I think very critical yung IT rito. And syempre, in our case, gusto rin natin makita bakit ganito yung naging resulta, bakit hindi nagtuloy-tuloy yung pag-prosecute ng kaso. Go ahead, Attorney Retanal.
Yes, sir. Meron pong yung mga receipts po na receive ng Accenture is coming from Makati office. Makati Service Office. Doon po nagbabayad, allegedly, doon nagbabayad yung messenger. Pero it turns out nga po that these receipts, even the series of receipts, are spurious.
Sabi, attorney, yung more or less 10 cheque, ang lahat ng resibo na peke ay issue ng Makati PhilHealth branch office. Tama
Apo.
ba?
Kumbaga sir, kung face value, iti-take mo siya na galing siya sa Makati Service Office.
Pagkatapos,
Pero Tapos sir, merong ding na... Sorry po.
Thank you very much for that answer. Pagkatapos, kahit na ang resibo na peke ay inisyu sa Makati, ang deposit naman ay nangyari sa Batangas.
Sir, as I explained nga po kanina,
Pakisigot ka lamang, kung tama na na-deposit sa Batangas Bank o hindi.
bali sir, yung proceeds po ng checks na na clear sa Batangas.
Batangas.
Opo.
Na ang cheque ay payable sa Philhealth, hindi naman pumasok sa account ng Philhealth. Next
Apo.
question. Yung paglilinaw kanina ni Congressman Barbers, ang sabi mo, because of the turn of events and because of the amicable settlement, hindi na naparsu ang criminal case. Tama ba ang pagkakaintindi ko sa tanong at sagot ni Congressman Barbers?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Kasi po, during the pendency of investigation, kumbaga po, nakapending pa siya, ongoing pa rin yung investigation. And then we learned, actually we were not officially informed. We just learned that there was an amicable settlement between 4 parties covering the whole amount of 114 million.
Paano nyo nalaman na meron palang settlement if you were not informed?
Honorable Barsaga, we have your attorney Asuncion. Was this during, wala na ba? Ano lang po. Sige, go ahead, Congressman Barsaga.
Attorney, kung hindi ka in-inform officially or informally ng investigation, ng settlement, paano mo laman na merong settlement?
Sir, we considered it as intelligence information because
as a lawyer, alam mo naman siguro na kung magkakaroon ng settlement sa PhilHealth, kinakailangan there must be a board resolution authorizing the settlement.
Sir, since we respect because it's a fellow government agency who's actually asked us to do investigation, and they were while we are doing the criminal aspect investigation, the criminal aspect, there's also a corresponding administrative aspect. Though para po nung una nagko-collaborate kami. I want to share din po kasi na what's peculiar also is that the one who we determined as the one who accessed and make alteration in the IT system has been about 3 years na po siyang hindi nagsasubmit ng DTR. Actually, hindi na siya sumusweldo, pero may access pa rin siya.
Being part of the investigation, nalaman mo ba nagkaroon ng PhilHealth Board Resolution number 1643 series of 2012?
Sir, hindi na po kami nga po na provide ng resolution because what I remember is that there's a confidentiality clause in the amicable settlement which I'm not really privy of. Yun po siguro kaya yung other parties when we were asking them.
Well, as a lawyer, alam mo naman, there would be the corresponding board resolution, and once the board resolution has been issued, the next step legally will be the compromise agreement or the settlement. Insofar as confidentiality is concerned, that would be the provisions of the settlement or the compromise agreement. Will that be a correct appreciation, Panyera?
Yes, yes, sir. Because it's a corporation, government corporation. It has to be a corresponding board resolution should be issued for that purpose.
Kaya ang tanong ko, bagamat hindi ka nabigyan ng board resolution, nakita mo ba o nabasa yung board resolution authorizing for the settlement of the 114 million involving the account of Accenture? So,
No, sir.
Settlement will result to the extinction of the civil liability.
No, sir. We were not provided with any copy of resolution, amicable settlement, whatsoever.
You mentioned a while ago, because of the turn of events, hindi na kayo nagpursue ng criminal case. Pero dito sa board resolution, katulad ng sinabi ni Congressman Barbers last time, last paragraph, resolve finally that PhilHealth management is expected to continue with each effort and coordinate with the various government agencies to hold the perpetrators of this nefarious activity accountable and liable to the government. Well, anyway, one last point. Nagkaroon ng settlement. Are you aware of that?
Bali sir, nalaman na lang po namin parang after na.
After the settlement.
Yes sir, after settlement. Kasi pa may ongoing investigation. The investigation is continuing. However, since nung nagkaroon po ng settlement, no communication whatsoever was provided to us by Philhealth and also the other parties who requested investigation from us.
Limited ang time natin. Ang sabi mo kanina, hindi nyo pinarsu ang investigation sapagkat ang criminal case kasi nagkaroon na ng amicable settlement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Opo.
Pagkatapos, alam mo rin siguro na sa amicable settlement, katulad ng sinasabi namin dito, 95% lamang ang babayaran instead of 114 million. Did you come to know about that information?
Sir, we did not actually have the information as to the sharing, as to those amounts. Actually po, to be honest, we only learned about the percentage.
Hindi raw alam ng inyong abogado na nag-iimbestiga yung settlement. Sino ang makakasagot? Dr. Pargas?
Mr. Chair, no. I
Hindi
don't
mo rin
have-
alam? What about the head of the finance or the fund management?
Anyway, Honorable Barsaga, we were able to establish yung facts about this case.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, ang dapat nating posisyon dito talaga, ipursu pa rin yung kaso.
Ang just based on the records which they have submitted, ang babayaran 108 million, ang pinagtataka ko, nagbayad ang Metrobank ng 62 million, nagbayad ang Citibank ng 22 million, pati Accenture nagbayad ng 22 million.
Sige.
Barsaga.
So sa madaling sabi, Accenture hindi nakapagbayad ng 114 million. Ang binayad lang nila 22 million.
Parang ang nangyari po dyan ata pinaghati-hatian ng tatlo. Yung naging problema.
Yes.
Okay?
Pero dapat sana, pinagbayad na ng buo ng 114,000, yung difference na 5 million, 5,703,000, dapat magbayad na Accenture. Kasi ang liability ng Accenture is 114 million. Pero ang binayad lamang nila, 22 million. And the remainder were shouldered by the two banks. Based on the records which you have submitted. Unfortunately, wala na naman makasagot sa PhilHealth. And this is a big amount.
Yes. Honorable Barsaga, before we continue, andito po si Atty. Asuncion. Si Mr. Banson was the CEO at that time. After the stint of President Banson, Atty. Asuncion became the COO. No? Siya po yung Chief Operating Officer ng PhilHealth. Diyan din po nakapasok, kaya natin siya tinawag on the question of yung pong question ng amicable settlement with Cardinal Santos Hospital. So, Atty. Asuncion, can you reply to the Honorable Barsaga on this particular case?
Case, Your Honor.
Accenture.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, insofar as the Accenture case is concerned, I believe it didn't pass through the legal. I mean,
Sandali po, Atty. Asuncion. Dumaan po sa kayo na po yung COO nung magkaroon ng amicable
I was the SVP legal, Your Honor. I was newly appointed at the time
At that time.
when this Accenture came up.
Go ahead.
So, well,
Hindi ho dumaan sa legal. Tuloy niyo po.
that's how I recall it, Your Honor. I can't even recall if I was shown of the board resolution so far as Accenture is concerned, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, at least,
Ikaroon ko lang ho kayo po yung SBP legal, hindi pa ko yung COO at that time. Pero,
Hindi po ako naging COO, Mr. Chair,
oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
So SBP legal po kayo, hindi duman sa inyo itong kasong to.
Well, I know about the Accenture case, but insofar as the settlement is concerned, I wasn't informed about it. As far as I recall, Your Honor, I
Mr.
wasn't
Chair,
informed.
Honorable Marcoreta.
Attorney Asuncion, at the very least, you know who the members of the board who approved the settlement.
Pardon, Your Honor, I didn't get. I'm sorry.
Do you know the members of the board at that time that the settlement was approved?
Who were the members, Your Honor?
Do you know who are the members of the board?
I can't actually recall who were all the who were
Bakit
the
kaya
members,
ganito, Mr. Chair,
who were the
pagka
members of the board, Your Honor?
tinatanong mo sila ng diretso, wala silang kahit
No,
una
it's
bes.
in the PBR, Your Honor. The PBR that was presented.
Attorney Asuncion, pwede ba makinig ka muna sa tanong?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kung hindi mo alam yung mga members ng board nung panahon na inapprove yung settlement na yan, at least meron kang may pakikitang record ngayon bago tayo magtapos rito kung sino-sino yung members ng board na nag-approve niyan. Kasi at that time, ikaw ang Senior Vice President for Legal. I am very sure, isinangguni naman siguro sa iyo yan. Kasi kanina pa ako nakikinig, alam mo, ang isang bagay na kriminal kahit kailan hindi pwedeng isettle. That is against public policy. As a lawyer, alam mo yan eh. Yung sinasabi nilang close doon, palusot lang yun. Na kunwari, hahabulin pa rin kung sino yung nagkasala. Kunwari lamang yun, attorney. Nakita mo ngayon, the NBI can no longer pursue that. Wala nang tetestigo dyan. Wala nang magkikipag-cooperate dyan. Tapos na yan. Kaya ganyan ang palusutan dito. Ngayon, as Senior Vice President for Legal, yan ang mga very highfalutin na mga posisyon. Pwede na ba tayong pumunta sa, Mr. Chair, yung Cardinal Santos? Kasi siya rin eh.
Attorney Asuncion, yung to sa Cardinal Santos po, pag-uusapan din natin yan. Anyway, na-present na to ng Honorable Barbers at natanong natin yung mga question. Ang role natin ngayon, ayusin tong kasong to. Hindi pa ito tapos. Before we proceed, Honorable Marcoreta, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Congressman Ron Salo for his interjection. Congressman Salo? Congressman Salo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Wala po akong interjection in this particular matter, Mr. Chair, but I have a different set of issues or concerns, if you would allow me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, before we proceed to Cardinal Santos, you may continue.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Just give me 1 second. Mr. Chair, nandiyan po ba si Chairperson Bala?
Ay, naku po. Honorable Salo, in-excuse na po namin. Kanina take up ng kanilang kaso.
Okay. Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, I'll just proceed dun sa kay Dr. Vargas.
Go ahead.
So, it appears, Mr. Chair, dun sa mga non-earth po natin, particularly nung nakaraang hearing, lumalabas po, Mr. Chair, lahat po ng klase ng mga claims na tinatawag po natin o kinukonsider po na fraudulent. Lumalabas dito sa Philhealth. Mayroon po tayong 2 nails extraction, may mga circumcision, dialysis, pneumonia, pati cancer. So mukhang samut-sari. I suppose ito lang po kasi rin yung nalalaman po natin, hindi naman po natin na uncover pa po ang lahat. Nonetheless, I'll just focus dun sa pneumonia. Tatanungin ko po si Dr. Vargas kung gaano po kahalaga po yung mga data na ginagamit po ninyo. In as much as you're the head of the policy ng Philhealth, Gaano po kahalaga ang data para sa inyo?
Mahalaga po, Mr. Chair.
How?
Kasi po, yung mga ginagamit po natin, for an evidence-based policy po, ginagamit po natin data as source or reference.
So, kino-consider ninyo na napakahalaga yung mga datos na napuproduce at mga ginagamit po ninyo sapagkat sabi nga po ninyo to ensure na evidence-based yung mga policies na ina-adapt ninyo, kailangan po ninyo ng mga datos. Yung mga datos po ba na nakalagay po sa website po ng Philhealth, kayo po rin po bang binubusisin nyo rin po ba yon? Kayo rin po ba ang pinanggagalingan ng mga yon? Yung mga nakapost, for example, doon sa mga cases, top 10 cases for the past 10 since 2009 up to present. Yung mga datos na mga nakalagay po doon sa website ng Philhealth.
Ang
Ano
mga
ba yung ginagamit po ninyo for policy?
Mr. Chair, ang mga datos po na nakalagay sa polisiya natin, I mean sa website po natin, ay ang Corporate Planning Department po ang naglalagay, ang nagki-clear, at yung pong mga datos naman natin pagdating lalo na dun po sa mga nakikita natin sa monitoring, especially po ng regions or yung data po on a national level na nakikita ng ating standards and monitoring, kung ito po ay nakikita natin na may bahid na fraudulent, ito po ay nire-refer natin sa ating legal department.
Yes, clarification lang. Dahil nakalagay po yun sa mga website po ninyo ng Philhealth, ibig sabihin po, yun ay official data po yun, tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama. So official po yun. Yung sinabit po ninyo nung humingi po ako ng datos related sa pneumonia, alin official data rin po ba yun?
Mr. Chair, paki-clarify lang po.
May sinabit po kayo na data related sa tawag dito, pneumonia, nung humingi po ako. So may mga datos po kayo na binigay, historical data of paid pneumonia claims by level of healthcare facility. Official din po ba ito? In as much as I understand. I understand po na kayo nagsabit po nito at under oath po ito. So official din po ito?
Ang nagsasubmit po ng data namin from the corporation na hinihingi ng ating kongreso ay ang amin pong corporate planning department.
So pareho rin po yung naglalagay ng datos po doon sa website po ninyo at yung nagsubmit din po sa kongreso.
Ang corporate planning department pa rin po, Mr. Chair, nagsasubmit po.
Simple lang po yung tanong ko. Binanggit mo nga po kanina corporate planning po yung naglalagay doon sa website ng mga datos. And corporate planning din po yung nagsubmit na sinasabi mo. So parehong grupo po ito.
Dapat po, Mr. Chair.
Dapat. Hindi, tanong ko lang. So pareho o hindi? Iba yung dapat doon sa pareho o hindi?
Kung ito po'y galing sa aming corporate planning department, official po yan.
Official, parehong official. Then ito rin yung pinanggagaling at ginagamit po ninyo ng mga datos sa inyong pagtasa ng mga pulisiya sa Philippines. Tama ba yon?
Ginagamit din po, Mr. Chair.
Tama. At sabi mo na napakahalaga ng datos. Pero kung papansinin po ninyo, i-explain ko po sa inyo, yung mga datos na binigay po ninyo sa amin ay magkaiba doon sa mga datos na nakalagay po sa website po ng Philhealth. Yung binabanggit nyo ng mga top 10 po doon, ang laki po ng discrepancy. Ang based doon sa binigay po ninyo sa amin is 2014 hanggang 2020. Yung nakasulat po doon sa website po ninyo ay from 2009 to 2019. So ang kinumpara ko lang po yung 2014 to 2019 sapagkat ito yung parehong may datos. Based sa 2014, yung moderate risk, doon sa nakalagay sa website at doon sa binigay po ninyo, may discrepancy po siya na 1,367. Doon sa 2015, may discrepancy po na data na 50,869. So 2016, may discrepancy na 53,141. So 2017, may discrepancy na 48,018. 2018, 48,304. Ang 2019, 48,039 ang difference. So kung parehong opisyal na datos po ito, hindi ko alam kung alin tama. It's either parehong mali o isa lang ang tama.
Mr. Chair, if you would allow, pwede po nating si Dr. Bernadette Lico, the Senior Manager of the Corporate Planning, because one, sila po yung nagki-clear ng lahat ng data, sila din po yung nag-provide, and sila din po yung may access to the data. So kung pwede lang po para
Kasi ang point ko po rito, Dr. Vargas, kasi ipapasa nyo po ako kung kani-kanino. Simple lang po ang issue po rito eh. Kung mali po yung datos po ninyo, paano nyo sasabihin na nababantayan nyo yung pera ng PhilHealth? Kasi lumalabas po dito na kinukompute ko ang discrepancy. 2015, lalabas ang discrepancy 763 million. Dito sa claims 2016, 797 million. 2017, 720 million. 2018, 724 million difference. 2019, 722 million. Ang laki-laking pera na discrepancy. Ngayon, hindi natin alam kung alin yung tamang datos na pinanggagalingan po natin. Alin yung tamang datos na gagamitin. So, kung datos pa lang mali na, what would we expect na magiging tama doon sa computations po ninyo? Familiar po ba kayo doon sa, hindi ko lang alam kung naging familiar po kayo doon sa isang study, sometime 2015, pinublish po ito sa Asia Journal, na lumalabas for proper perspective, no pneumonia diagnosed sa Pilipinas, lahat ng lumalabas sa hospital, on the average is 19.7%. So ibig sabihin almost 1 out of 5 na lumalabas sa hospital, ang diagnosis based sa PhilHealth data ay pneumonia. Iko-compare po ninyo ito sa Malaysia, it's only 6.4%. And sa Indonesia, it's 1.5%. Samantalang itong mga bansang ito, makatabi rin po natin ito. So hindi ko alam kung ano ba talaga yung basis po natin at nakikita ba ito ng PhilHealth. In as much as klaro rin kung ano yung ibinigay po sa inyo na atang ng ating gobyerno, yung mandato na ibinigay po sa inyo. Titingnan po natin, number one, consistently, ito yung pinoint out ko nakaraan, itong pneumonia claims. Napansin nyo ba na, at na-point out na rin ito ng mga kasama natin sa Kongreso, na hindi ito nagtutugma doon sa datos ng Department of Health at the same time datos din ng WHO. Doon sa top 10 pa lang na binabanggit na burden of disease sa Pilipinas, hindi naman po top 1 nitong pneumonia. Yes, number 3 po siya, pero number 1 po yung related sa heart disease, diseases of the heart. Pero masyadong mababa. It's just 1/3 lahat ng claims sa PhilHealth, 1/3 lang yung kiniklaim related sa diseases of the heart. And yet, yun ang sinasabi na pinakamataas na burden of disease sa Pilipinas, sabi ng Department of Health, at the same time WHO. Pero pagdating po sa inyo, yun ang pinakamataas. And number 2, papansin po ninyo yung consistency ng number 1 na pneumonia across for several years. Consistent po, number 1 po siya. Samantalang yung top 2 to 10 na mga causes of claims sa inyo, nagbabago-bago taon-taon. How would you possibly explain that, Dr. Vargas?
Yun pong atin pong data are those being confined. However, yun pong I think yung binabanggit po ninyo with regards to the morbidities are not data of being confined. But of course, gaya po ng nabanggit din, sa pagkakaalam ko po ngayon ay una, ang pneumonia ay hindi na rin kasama dun sa mga notifiable diseases. And tama po naman kayo sa inyong nabanggit na sa ngayon po ay talagang nag-iiba na at nagsisimulang mag-iba na ang morbidity cases kung saan hindi na po infectious yung nangunguna but rather ang mga nangunguna are non-infectious or non-communicable diseases. Katulad nga po ng nabanggit ninyo na maaaring ito yung mga sakit sa puso. Para naman po doon sa ating
Hindi
pulmonya.
niyo po sinasagot po, Dr. Vargas, yung tanong ko po, how can you possibly explain na yung related dito based sa study, diseases of the heart yung number 1, consistent both the Department of Health at WHO sa Pilipinas. And yet, papasin po ninyo, doon sa datos po ninyo, consistently number 1 yung sa pneumonia claims. And number 1 po siya, hindi nagbabago, hindi nadidislodge. Number 1 po siya, samantalang yung 2 to 10 na mga claims, nagbabago-bago po sila taon-taon ng kanilang position.
Mr. Chair, pagdating po doon sa ating yung pong nabanggit yung study, medyo hindi po ako familiar doon. Pagdating naman po doon sa ating number of cases, yung pong sa confinement natin, tama po kayo, through the years ay pulmonya nga po ang mga nauuna dito sa atin. Ito po ay para sa bata or para sa matatanda, pero tama po kayo na...
Ano ginagawa po ninyo? Hindi nyo ba hinihimay yung mga datos? For example, tatanungin ko po kayo, nagkaroon po ba ng pneumonia outbreak sa Mindanao sometime 2014 and 2015?
Mr. Chair, hindi po ako familiar.
Yes, maaaring hindi kayo familiar, pero kung titinan po ninyo yung datos na binigay po ninyo sa amin, top 5, in 2014 and 2015, lahat po ng top 5 na nag-claim on pneumonia, lahat po based sa Mindanao. So ang tanong ko, bakit top 5, lahat silang mga hospital doon, ang pare-pareho ang claims nila, sila ang nanguna sa pagkiklaim ng pneumonia. Ang tanong doon, may pneumonia outbreak ba doon?
Mr. Chair, again, hindi po ako familiar kung nagkaroon ng outbreak that time. And looking at it nga po, dahil nabanggit nyo na ito ay 2015, nung po mga panahon na yon ay hindi rin po ako tumitingin sa mga datos na ito because ako po ay wala doon sa sektor ng health finance policy. Pumasok lamang po ako doon sa health finance policy sector noon pong 2018 as an OIC.
So, ibig sabihin, sa panahon mo ngayon, hinihimay mo lahat ng mga datos?
Yan ako na to.
Sir Chair?
So ibig sabihin po ba ngayon dahil ikaw na yung nandyan nakaupo ngayon, nagbago na rin po ba yung pamamaraan ng paghimay ninyo ng datos sa Department sa Philhealth?
Mr. Chair, sa ngayon po kasi nagkaroon na po tayo ng mga tinatawag na health informatics data, yung pong HIDAC na tinatawag na kung saan may nagtitingin na po ng mga datos, especially ng mga patterns, na katulad po nung nabanggit ninyo sa Mindanao, meron na po ngayong mga nagtitingin na ganyan at may komite na nag-aanalisa. Meron na rin po...
Assurance ba kami ngayon, Dr. Vargas? Itong mga bagay na pinopoint out ko ngayon ay hinihimay ninyo? Anong assurance ng publiko ngayon na makikita na ba natin na magpagbabago ng mga at mahihimay ninyo kung tama yung mga trends, tama yung mga claims na fina-file sa PhilHealth? Sapagkat klaro rin naman po ang binibigay po sa inyo na atang ng Section 38 ng Republic Act 7875. Diba? It is an incumbent upon the corporation to set up a monitoring mechanism to ensure that these safeguards against overutilization of services, unnecessary diagnostic and therapeutic procedures, intervention, irrational medication and prescriptions, underutilization of services, and appropriate referral practices ay na-address. And take note, itong atang na ito sa Section 38, kasabay po ito ng pag-create ng PhilHealth. Ngayon, sasabihin po natin na mayroon po tayo ngayon, nagpapasalamat tayo. Finally, thank you. Pero kung ngayon lang po yan kinikreate, ang tanong ko, hindi ba naging pabaya ang PhilHealth for those longest times?
Mr. Chair,
Before you reply, Honorable Salo, your last question. Okay, kindly reply, Dr. Pargas.
Sige, magko-close po ako sa isang tanong, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Salo, let Dr. Pargas reply first. Go ahead.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, yan po talaga yung objective kung kaya't bakit po naglalagay ang ating korporasyon noon nga pong mga tinatawag nating committee or yung HIDAC committee na kung saan may mga report po doon para nakikita yung mga trends and patterns pagdating po dyan sa claims. At yun nga po ang talagang objektibo nito, na kung makikita na merong mga irregular patterns ay doon po natin focus yung tinatawag na investigation, at kung may mga fraudulent na pangyayari po dito ay magkakaroon ng sapat na legal na aksyon. Kung kaya't ang PhilHealth din po ay katulad po dito sa pagdating sa pneumonia or yung ilan pa pong pagkakasakit katulad ng UTI, AGE na kung saan may mataas din ang claim numbers through the years, ay ito po ay isinubject na natin doon sa prepayment review, na kung saan bago po ito mabayadan, may medical prepayment review po na ginagawa ang ating mga doktor sa region, na kung saan tinitingnan po kung ito ay naayon dun sa admissibility criteria. So, at again, kung ito po ay meron din po tayong current policy, yung healthcare provider assessment monitoring, na at the regional level ay nagmo-monitor po ang ating mga regions, at national level, yun pong ating departamento, yung standards and monitoring. Kung may nakikita po doon na meron pong alleged quality issue, then yan po ay inire-refer natin. At kung meron din pong nakikita na alleged legal issue or fraud, then inire-refer din po natin sa tamang departamento katulad po ng legal.
Honorable Salo?
Yes, panghuli pong tanong, Mr. Chair. Ganito, Dr. Vargas, lumalabas po paulit-ulit na sinasabi na kulang na yung pondo ng PhilHealth, maubos na po in the next 1 or 2 years. Pero in one of the committee hearings po sa Committee on Health, nagsabi po yung mga hospital associations na marami po sa kanila ay magsasara na, quote-unquote, for 2 reasons. One, ang sinasabi po nila, hindi sila nababayaran ng PhilHealth. And number 2, ang claim po nila, kaunting-kaunti actually yung health-seeking behavior ng mga tao ng mga Pilipino ngayon ay bumaba. Kakaunti sa kanila ang pumupunta sa hospital unless related ito sa COVID. Kaya ang claim ng mga hospitals, kakaunti ang kailang kinikater ng mga pasyente. So if that's the case, ang tanong ko, nakikita ba ninyo ngayon based on this statement ng mga private hospitals, nakakaunti ang pupunta sa kanila? Baka naman lalong tumaas ngayon, pero pagdating sa claim, ang tanong po doon pagtutugma kaya yung sinasabi nila nakakaunti yung pupunta sa hospital unless related sa COVID, o pagdating sa claim naman ay napakarami pa rin. And number 2, binanggit niyo rin last time related doon sa COVID policy, na babaguhin niyo na rin po ito, pinag-uusapan na ngayon. Ngayon, ang tanong doon, pag binago po ninyo, anong case rate ang gagamitin? Ibig sabihin po ba, kapag yung mga dati na measure, na check, na isinabmit based doon sa original guidelines po ninyo na may suspect, may probable, ngayon kapag binago po ninyo, anong mag-a-apply sa kanila na case rate once this particular COVID policy is amended?
Thank you, Honorable Salo, Honorable Pargas. Maraming salamat po. We now proceed to the case of the hospitals. Alam nyo, nung huli, we invited the Archdiocese of Manila para mag-shed light dito sa issue ng Cardinal Santos. But before we proceed to the main issue, Attorney Pucalan, ano ang mga biggest settlement sa PhilHealth na inyong ginawa? Biggest settlement?
Sir, ano po yung papel ng?
Ano ang biggest settlement ng mga cases sa PhilHealth? Ito, this is 240 million, di ba? Ang binayaran dito ay 70 million. Yung kaso ng Metrobank, although ito naman ay 114 million, ang binayaran dito is 105, if I'm not mistaken. So, hindi ito malaki. Dun sa, 108 ang settlement. Anong biggest settlement ng mga kaso ninyo?
Sir, based on my personal knowledge lang, sir, no? I think this Accenture is the biggest.
Bakit biggest? Lalugi lang kayo dyan ng mga 5 million. Parang ganun lang ata. Cardinal Santos is 240 million. Tapos ang binayaran 70 million. You know, if you give me 2 minutes na, maiisa-isa ko sa iyo yan. But kala ko naman, alam na ninyo nitong... Attorney Asuncion, would you like to reply?
Thank you.
Okay, Attorney Asuncion was the SBP legal from 2013 to 2016. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor. I was the SBP legal from December of 2011.
2011
Your Honor.
hanggang ano
Up
po?
to 2016.
Okay po.
When the new government took over, Your Honor.
Okay po, Attorney Asuncion. Ano po yung mga biggest na mga settlement dyan?
No, Your Honor. I just wanted to state that the HMI, the Cardinal Santos, Your Honor.
No,
Case.
no, Attorney Asuncion, before we do that, before we go into the details of the cases, ano po yung mga biggest settlement? Because we have here the submission of the legal.
Mr. Chair,
I agree with the...
request lang, Mr. Chair. Pwede bang palipatin mo siya rito dito sa may harap natin? Wala namang
Attorney
nakaupo
Asuncion,
dito.
if we can request you to...
Wala namang
kasi
nakaupo
Hindi
dito
kayo
eh.
nakikita ng mga ibang kasama dito po sa gitna. Baka pwedeng ano. Session suspended 1 minute. Hearing resumed. Okay, Attorney Asuncion, if we may ask you, kung pwede po namin may tanong sa inyo, ano po yung mga biggest settlement ng cases dyan sa atin sa PhilHealth? Either compromise, either nagkaroon ng agreement, arbitration within the PhilHealth cases or within the yung mga healthcare institutions and other stakeholders.
Well, as far as I know, Your Honor, I agree with Attorney Pucalan that the Accenture was, to my recollection, the biggest, Your Honor. Because
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Honorable Marcoleta.
tama naman siya, Mr. Chair. Ang tanong, anong pinakamalaking hindi na-settle? Kasi yung na-settle, 103 nga naman yung sa Accenture. Itong Cardinal, 170 ang hindi na-settle kasi pumayag lang sila sa 70. 240 dapat eh.
Tama, pero pag minat mo yan, Honorable Marcoleta, 240 minus 70, mas malaki ang Cardinal, kaya hindi Accenture.
Kaya nga, yung Cardinal nga, ang malaki, yung hindi natin, yung kanilang hindi sinetel. Kasi
Okay.
170 ang balance eh.
Pasimplihan ko yung tanong ha. Ano yung mga malalaki na lang na settlement? Whether kung magkano yan, kung ano yung mga kaso na yan.
Your Honor, please, Mr. Speaker, I still maintain my answer previously.
Hindi naka-ano yung...
I maintain my answer previously. I agree with Mr. Pucalan because the Cardinal Santos case was not a settlement. It was
So,
a
let's
case.
go beyond that. Let's go beyond that. Accenture,
Yes,
ano pa ho? Cardinal Santos was a case. Okay? So, ayaw niyong i-admit na settlement. Ano pa ho?
Ang alam ko ho, wala na akong maalala na sinettle. Meron lang yung mga siguro...
Na-penalize. Na-penalize po. Na-penalize ninyo.
I can't recall that, Your Honor.
Okay? Quezon
fact,
City
that's
Eye Institute.
Your Honor.
Quezon City Eye Institute. Tama ba?
I can't recall.
There's a case filed, Pacific Eye. Kasama po yan. Attorney
Pacific,
Pucalan, you may interject.
if they know.
Sir, I cannot recall on any settlement involving Pacific Eye and Quezon City Eye Center. Yes, sir, the cataract cases. Wala po akong maalalang may settlement, sir, doon.
Okay, wala akong sinasabing settlement. Ang sinasabi ko, whether penalize ninyo, yung mga pinakamalaking violation, and I have all the list here that you have here. Why can't you name me all those things? And I can even name the year because nakalagay naman po dito.
Sir, is it okay if I refer you to Attorney Villegas?
Attorney Villegas, kahit sino, wala namang problema.
Sir, wala po kaming sinesettle na case regarding...
Okay, sino yung may mga kaso kayo?
Ang mga may kaso po sa amin, marami po. Quezon City ay po...
Magkano? Okay, anyway, sige, hindi naman ko, Quezon City ay, o sino pa?
Mr. Chairman, yung Quezon City ay magkano yung amount ng case? Ano yung nature ng case?
Filing of multiple claims po, misrepresentation, other fraudulent acts. Ito po yung hakot system na sinasabi.
This is Dr. Evangelista, di ba?
Owned by Dr. Evangelista. Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Evangelista. So what year was the case? What year did the facts happen? Kailan nangyari yung kasong yan?
Meron pong cases kami ng as early as 2004. May cases po as early as 2012, 2013, 2015, 2016, 2018 po, 2017, 2019 docketed cases po sa amin. Hanggang ngayon po, meron pa rin pong 2020 docketed cases po ang Quezon City Eye.
Ang tanong ko, is Quezon City ay still accredited by Philhealth?
No, sir. Nagsarado na po ang Quezon City Eye.
So kailan siya nagsarado prior to the cases?
In 2017 po yan.
Magkano yung involved sa kaso, Panyero? Magkano yung involved? Magkano yung sinisingil ni Evangelista o ng Quezon City ay?
Yung pong pending case sa amin, mabot po siya ng 2,000 cases. Ang amount po is more or less nasa 20 million po. Ang involved na claims.
Ito yung cataract, di ba? Ito yung cataract
Yes po.
cases. So, pero marami nang nasingil si Evangelista sa PhilHealth. Marami na siyang nakuhang pera. Itong Quezon City ay.
Marami po silang claims na na-file sa PhilHealth. Pero ito lang po yung nagkaroon ng case sa arbitration office.
Pero yung nabayaran ng PhilHealth sa Quezon City ay magkano na?
I don't have the data, sir. For
Okay,
that.
Honorable Rimulya, para lang malinawagan yung ating mga kasama sa PhilHealth. Eastern Sun Medical and Diagnostic Center. Dr. Manuel Rebueno Memorial Hospital. WellMed is an ongoing case. Paulino Hospital. Ito yung mga pinakamalaki nilang kaso since 2013.
Yes, sir. Sila po yung top 5 na may case sa PhilHealth, sa arbitration office. In terms of claims po siya na may case sa amin.
And all fraudulent.
Yes po, mga fraudulent cases po siya.
Okay,
Mr.
so ito yung
Chairman.
mga iba. So anyway, nabanggit na rin yung, binanggit
Mr.
yung
Chairman.
Accenture, binanggit ninyo yung Cardinal Santos, sabi ni Attorney Asuncion, hindi daw po yun kaso. But we will give him a chance to explain the case. Honorable Barsaga.
Well, actually, during the last hearing, nag-request ako ng status ng mga kasong kriminal na ipinail ng PhilHealth. At base sa submission na binigay sa akin, practically all the cases involving falsification by private individuals and use of falsified documents, Article 315 of the Revised Penal Code, lahat ng kaso sa prosecution office pa lamang, sa fiscal's office, lahat ay dismissed na. Is this true, Attorney?
Attorney Villegas.
With due respect, sir, it's not within the arbitration office po yung
No.
case. It is the office of the Senior Vice President for Legal po ang nag-handle ng criminal cases. Ang arbitration office po ang nag-handle ng administrative cases of hospitals and doctors po pertaining to the claims in PhilHealth po.
Okay, ang follow-up ko lamang, yung mga criminal cases. Pag titingnan ko rito, the complaint was dismissed by the handling prosecutor and a motion for reconsideration was filed by the complainant. Motion for reconsideration was denied, etc. Halos dismiss lahat. O sino sasagot nito? Bakit na-dismiss pa lamang sa prosecution?
Mr. Chairman, can we ask sino abogado ng PhilHealth? Who represents PhilHealth in public cases? OGCC ba?
The
Go ahead.
document was signed by Lauris Cabus and Rogelio Pongkalan, Senior Manager,
Attorney Pongkalan is here.
ILD. Oh,
Attorney Pongkalan, please reply.
Attorney Pongkalan, totoo ba itong sinabit mong dokumento na puro dismiss ang criminal cases natin? Ang dismissal sa prosecutor's office pa lamang?
Sir, of the, I think 11 criminal cases filed by PhilHealth, only 4 was handled by my office, and the other complaints were handled by other
Hindi na
lawyers.
natin pinag-uusapan kung ikaw ang nag-handle o hindi. Nag-submit ka rito sa amin ng report, 31 criminal cases, iniisa-isa ko, dismiss lahat sa prosecutor's office, sa piskalya pa lamang. At ang kaso ay puro falsification by private individuals and use of falsified documents. Eh sa aming abogado, pag falsification, all we have to do is to present the falsified document.
At sa kaso po ng
prosecutor's office pa lamang,
At sa kaso po ng PhilHealth, yan ang importante pagka pineke ang tao at dinaya. Dahil dyan tayo nagkakaproblema. Attorney Pongkalan, kindly
Sir,
reply.
I think there are 2 complaints which are still pending pa, sir. Hindi pa po resolved yung...
hindi pa na-dismiss.
Hindi pa
out
po,
of the
sir,
31 cases.
re-resolve po ng,
Kaya nga,
trial
yun ang-
court. Meron na po, sir, nag-proceed sa trial
Okay.
court.
Ang nililinaw lang natin, dito sa report ng 31 cases, 2 lamang ang still pending. Yung 29 na kasong for falsification sa fiscal's office pa lamang or prosecutor's office, dismissed na. Yes.
But again, sir,
Yes or no?
yes, sir.
Yes.
Tama po.
And most of these cases are cases for falsification. Violation of Article 172,
Yes, sir.
falsification by private individuals, and use of falsified documents. Bakit sa piskalya dismiss na kaagad? How
Sir-
can you protect our money, the money of the public? Eh kung sa mga kasong na to, piskalya pa lamang, dismiss na.
Actually, sir, that's why we requested the GCG for additional lawyer positions po. Kasi as of now, isa lang po talaga ang humahawak ng aming mga criminal complaints, PRC complaints. Siya na rin po yung humahawak nun, including na special cases po for or against PhilHealth.
Ilan
So,
ang
yan-
abogado ng PhilHealth? Sa legal office, ilan kayo?
Sir, sa ngayon po, isa lang po talaga yung, 2 sir sa office ko, pero yung isa po, ang nag-handle nga ng mga litigation like criminal, PRC cases, special cases against PhilHealth, while the other po na lawyer, siya po yung nag-handle ng legal opinion, contracts review.
Eh, 150 billion a year
200.
200 billion a year corporation only has 2 lawyers?
In my department po, sir, talagang 2 lang. That's why we requested po sa GCG ng additional plantilla position for lawyers. Unfortunately po, na-deny po yung request namin.
Okay, with the indulgence of everyone, we will proceed to the issue at hand. Attorney Asuncion, yung ating pong Cardinal Santos, we were discussing it. Sige po, kaya please present the position of the actions you took, taken by the executive at the time of PhilHealth at yung approval ng board. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. I'm Attorney Edgar Asuncion. Firstly, please accept my apologies for my absence during the last hearing, primarily because I didn't receive any invitation nor subpoena from the honorable committees. I was appointed as SBP for legal sometime in December, actually on December 5, 2011. Now, the case, Your Honor, Hospital Managers Inc. or HMI versus Roman Catholic Archbishop Manila and Philhealth Insurance Corporation, civil case number 73012 RTC Pasig City, branch 160, was filed sometime in the middle of 2012. I was then a newly appointed SBP, Your Honor. Now, on April 11, just a presentation of the civil case, Your Honor, the Board of Commissioners, composed of Attorney Dean Voltaire Bautista for PhilHealth, Attorney Ricardo Cachola Jr. for HMI, and Branch Clerk of Court, Attorney Julius S. De Peralta of RTC, Branch 160, Pasig City, issued its Commissioner's Report. Its dispositive portion reads, wherefore premises considered, the Board of Commissioners submits the following findings and recommendations. That PhilHealth's demand of 240 million is inaccurate and lacks sufficient basis. 2, that PhilHealth erred in its assumption that HMI uniformly credited all PhilHealth members with 5,000. 3, that the 59,991,887.60 demand cannot be used as a basis for the 240,045,076.6 demand, as it resulted from an incomplete accounting. And number 4, that the final accounting, the total unclaimed refund is 70,058,129.17. Number 5, that the amount of 431,516.07 will be settled out of court by PhilHealth and HMI after verification of their own respective records and files. Number 6, that since plaintiff HMI has already deposited in escrow the amount of 56,775,949 with Banco de Oro, said amount shall be released in favor of plaintiff. And number 7, the HMI is obligated to turn over to PhilHealth the balance of 13,300,180.17. Number 8, the accounting of claims of HMI against PhilHealth representing unpaid claims equivalent to 17,385,655.47 has been dispensed with for non-exhaustion of administrative remedies. Thereafter, Your Honor, the Board of Commissioners again issued a supplemental report. The dispositive portion of it reads, in view of the foregoing, the Board of Commissioners concludes that the 188 claims subject of the motion with manifestation have all been accounted for, and the resultant total unclaimed refund is still 70,058,129.17. With this, the Board therefore reiterates its finding and recommendation as contained in April 11, 2013 Commissioner's Report. Subsequently, on 4 September 2014, the Regional Trial Court, Pasig City, Branch 160 issued an omnibus order, the dispositive portion of which reads, I quote, wherefore, the motion for another extension of time to file comment is denied for lack of merit. The Commissioner's Report filed on 29 July 2013 are hereby adopted. On the basis thereof, the Court hereby draws the following conclusions and accordingly so orders to wit. 1, that plaintiff's demand of 240,045,076.60 from plaintiff is inaccurate and lacks sufficient basis, being premised on the assumption that the latter uniformly credited all PHIC members' patients with 5,000 each. That the amount of 431 Number 2, that the amount of 431,516 will be settled out of court by Philhealth and HMI after verification of their own respective records and files. Number 3, the accounting of claims of HMI against Philhealth representing unpaid claims equivalent to 17,385,655.47 has been dispensed with for non-exhaustion of administrative remedies. And number 4, the issue involving 188 entries of claim amounting to 1,487,137.73 subject of the motion and manifestation have been accounted for, and the resultant unclaimed refunds in favor of PHIC stands at 70,058,129.17. And number 5, that since plaintiff HMI has already deposited in escrow the amount of 56,775,949 with Banco de Oro Universal Inc., said amount is hereby ordered released in favor of plaintiff. That HMI is obligated to turn over to Philhealth the balance of 13,300,180.17. So ordered. Thereafter, Your Honor, when the case was terminated before the RTC, we filed a notice of appeal. And then, by its letter of 21 November 2013, to finally put an end to the case, HMI proposed an amicable settlement. The compromise agreement that HMI drafted was submitted to OGCC for its review and evaluation. In its letter of 10 February 2014, the OGCC stated that the proposed terms of agreement reasonably and aptly protective of Philhealth's interests. As such, the draft of the compromise agreement may now be given due course. The compromise agreement was then presented to the Philhealth Board for its consideration and approval on April 8, 2014. And then it was approved, Your Honor. Now, thereafter, our joint motion was presented before the court and the compromise agreement was approved by the court for
Mr. Chairman.
not being contrary to laws and public
Honorable
policy.
Limulya, so Philhealth was the one that filed the case before the Pasig Court for recovery of the amounts involved with Cardinal Santos Memorial Hospital, managed by HMI.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, it was HMI who filed the case against.
So HMI filed the case for?
HMI at the time was the, I think, operator of Cardinal Santos, Your Honor.
So what did they file? What case did HMI file?
They filed for an accounting, Your Honor, because the previous request for reconciliation of the pertinent details of these unclaimed refunds didn't materialize. So what HMI did was to go to court to force
So
us.
wait. Attorney Asuncion, Philhealth had a claim for 240 million against HMI Cardinal Santos. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
What was the basis for this claim of Philhealth? Would you know that, Mr. Dimshaco?
Come again, Your Honor.
Yung laban nyo, yung away sa Cardinal Santos, ang kiniklaim, ang hinihingi ng Philhealth na bayad, na ibalik na pera sa Philhealth ay 240 million pesos. Alam nyo ba to? Alam ba ng opisina nyo to?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, the particular point was already established yesterday. Two gentlemen from Philhealth validated that the 240 million demand by Philhealth stood on a very firm ground. Kasi ito yung under deduction which Philhealth notice sa Cardinal Santos.
Honorable Marcoleta, mabilis lang po. Kindly reply to Honorable Rimulya. What was the question again, Honorable Rimulya?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the date of the transaction of the official receipt is 2014. Wala pa ako nito sa central office, Your Honor. What I mean, hindi pa ako SBP during the time, Your Honor. But the record speaks, Your Honor, that mayroon na received na money coming from the Hospital Managers Incorporated, tatlong official receipt, for Your Honor, totaling the amount of 70.489
Okay, yan yung bayad na
million,
nila.
Your Honor.
Yun ang bayad
Okay.
nila.
Honorable Marcoleta?
No, Marcoleta, but you might want to enlighten us again to refresh our memory on the basis for the 240 million claim of PhilHealth against HMI.
Mr. Chair, that was validated yesterday. I think a certain Attorney Balye and Attorney Pocalian, you already validated that this 240 million is a true and demandable amount from HMI. You testified yesterday, didn't you? Attorney Pocalian, you were here, and Attorney Balye, you were here yesterday. Nung tinatanong ko, meron bang validong basis ito? Ang sagot ninyo, oo. Ito ay nagmula sa unclaimed refunds from about 48,000 members or patients ng Cardinal Santos from the period of January 1999 to 2008, or a period of 9 years. Merong under deduction na nakita ninyo, mukhang 3,000 pesos per patient ang nakakaltas pero hindi na ibibigay. So because of your PhilHealth Circular number 15, 2007, and Circular 01, 2008, sinulatan ninyo ang HMI, which was then the one managing Cardinal Santos. Dalawa ang sulat ninyo, Attorney Asuncion, galing sa PhilHealth, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, January 2010. And then again, meron kayong sumunod na letter of demand, June 2010. Doon sa first letter ninyo, binigyan nyo ng 15 days ang HMI within which to pay 240 million pesos. After 15 days, wala namang nangyari, sinulatan nyo uli, June 2010, correct me if I am wrong. Ito yung nasa dokumento. Pagkatapos ng pangalawang sulat ninyo, you already threatened HMI that you will fail a legal action upon their failure to refund these claims. Bakit hinayaan pa ninyo na noong June 14, 2011, or 1 year after your second letter, hinayaan pa ninyo na ang HMI ang magdemanda sa PhilHealth? Why?
Well, Your Honor, as far as PhilHealth was concerned at that time,
Pakilakas po ninyo.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, there was the possibility of reconciling the records or data.
Ang tanong ko sa iyo, napakasimple lang eh. Sinulatan mo siya ng 2 beses. Okay? Sabi mo 15 days. Ang PhilHealth, ang ibig ko sabihin, hindi siya nagbayad, sinundan ng pangalawang sulat 6 months later, kasi June 2010 eh. Kapag hindi ka pa nagbayad, sabi ninyo, didemanda na namin kayo. Hindi nagbayad. Ang tanong ko sa iyo, naghintay pa kayo ng 1 taon para ang magdemanda naman sa inyo ay HMI seeking judicial accounting. Yun ang sinasabi mo eh.
May
Kanina, Mr. Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta, yung sinasabi mong sulat na nagde-demand sila, ang pumirma nun, head ng legal department nila, at saka senior vice president Canaveral. So, nanggaling na sa legal. Mismo yung sulat nila.
Maski sa legal kahit kanino, pero PhilHealth, Mr. Chair. Ang tinatanong ko sa kanya, bakit naman kailangan hintayin pa ninyo ang 1 taon? 240 million pesos ito, Attorney Asuncion. Wala ba kayong pakialam na ito ay makolekta nyo kaagad? These are unclaimed refunds based on your own circular.
Yes, Your
Bakit? Kasi ang nakikita namin, may kakutsabahan dito eh. Kailangan ang magdemanda pa ng judicial accounting ay yung kabila. Hindi ba? Ang kinukwento mo kanina, kaya nagkaroon ng Board of Commissioner, ang chairman ng commission ay yung clerk of court ng Pasig, pagkatapos isa sa inyo, isa sa HMI.
Yes, sir.
Pagkatapos, ayun, bigla na lang nangyari, ang sabi ng compromise agreement, walang basis, inaccurate ang inyong pagtaya ng 250 million. Can you imagine that, Attorney Asuncion? Ibig mo sabihin, Yung 240 million na dinemand ninyo nanggaling lang sa wala. Dalawang gentlemen ang nagsabi rito kahapon. It was based on an initial joint accounting and reconciliation between HMI and Philhealth. Meron kayong random sampling nun Papunta na kayo doon sa pag-determine ng pattern, mukhang makukuha na at may establish ang 240 million, okay? Biglang bumitaw ang HMI. Yun ang sinasabi mo. There was an initial joint accounting and reconciliation. Nung napuprove na, Mr. Chair, malamang na, biglang bumitaw. Nang nangyari, tsaka siya nagdemanda, judicial accounting. Okay. Attorney Asuncion. Ayaw mong sabihin na settlement. What word will you substitute with that? Compromise?
No, Your Honor, it was based on a judgment, Your Honor. Of the
Ito nga It was based on a judgment dahil hinintay mo na siya ang mag-file. Pero doon sa judgment ba? Sa judgment ba, where did the court determine to the last centavo kung kanino napunta yung last claim? You remember, 170 million ang nawala na kinukolekta ninyo.
Honorable Marcoleta.
No, the question, Mr. Chair, dun ba sa compromise order na yon ng court na determine ninyo to the last centavo na ito'y naibigay sa pasyente? Meron bang determination na gano'n, Attorney Asuncion?
Well, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
No, sagutin mo lang. Was
Yes.
there a determination? Kasi ang hinahanap natin.
Since the judicial accounting was made before the court, I presume, Your Honor, it was done.
So that is your presumption. Kaya nga nagpunta kayo sa korte. Kaya ang hinahanapan ko sa court, did you review the records of the court? And from there, did you personally determine and ascertain the validity of that accounting na talagang napunta to the last person? Yung 170 million, was there a record? Was there an accounting?
Your Honor, the case was handled by our lawyer, the then head our prosecution department. So I presume, Your Honor, he did everything as a competent lawyer, Your Honor.
You are the executive, you are the senior vice president.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why? You're supposed to be bound by the findings of the court. Can you not question that? Can you not raise it to the other court, to the higher court, kung sakasakali?
It was a judicial accounting by the Board of Commissioners, Your Honor. So,
Alam natin yun Alam natin yun. Wag mo kong palulusutin doon. Ang sinasabi ko, idinaan nyo sa korte, okay? Kunwari, para lamang may managot do sa 170 million. Ang tinatanong ko sa iyo ngayon, was there a court determination na talagang yung 170 million ay tinanggap ng mga pasyente? Yung natitira na yun, yung hindi na ibalik sa inyo, kasi ang binalik lang sa inyo, 70.
Your Honor, if with all due respect, Your Honor, I'll put it this way: we presented our evidence before the court. They presented their evidence before the court, and the court just appreciated the evidence presented, and the court came up with 70 million unpaid.
You are saying that the data and statistics of HMI is more superior than your data? Na-establish ba ng HMI na mas magaling sila sa inyo sa pamamagitan ng data?
Well, from my experience with the court, Your Honor.
Forget about your experience.
Yes, Your Honor. Because
Sandali
I was not the
sandali
one.
lang.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Tinatanong kita kanina kasi importante sa amin ito. Okay, meron judicial accounting.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lumitaw ba doon hanggang sa kadulu-duluhan na 5 na pinpoint natin na yun ay pumunta talaga sa pasyente ng PhilHealth? Meron bang ganong determination?
Well, I really don't know the details, Your
Ito
Honor.
nga yung
with
problema
what
kasi you are no
transpired.
longer interested in the detail. What you are interested in, makakuha ng isang judicial compromise.
There is a yes, Your
Doon
Honor.
kayo magtatago Alam mo kung bakit?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will ask you. Yung isa sa ipinresent na financial statement ng HMI sa Securities and Exchange Commission, 2009, meron siyang ina-admit na liability sa mga pasyente niya, 143 million. Ito yung hindi pa niya naibibigay. In 2010, merong admission ng HMI to the extent of 117 million na utang niya sa mga pasyente. Alam ninyo, totoo ito eh. Sarili nilang statement ito eh. Pero pumayag pa rin kayo sa 70 million. Hindi mo man lang ginamit itong statement na to, which is an admission in court by HMI. Silang nag-amin nito, Attorney Asuncion. Pero
Yan lang siguro.
sa mga pasyente na dapat i-refund 143 million sa isang year, 117 million doon sa kabilang year. Pagkatapos pumayag kayo na 17 million na lamang ang ibabalik sa inyo simply because the court ordered you to do so. Napakasimple na mga ano yun. Anong ginagawa ninyo? Napakarami ninyong abogado dyan. You are the senior vice president. Alam mo kung bakit nag-aatubili ka na baka sakaling mali ito? Kung talagang naniniwala ka, Attorney Asuncion, na tama yung court, kunwari, sa palagay mo, tama na yung court, bakit ka humingi ng opinion sa OGCC?
The request for an opinion,
Ilakas mo ng konti.
the request for opinion from OGCC.
Why did you ask for an opinion from the OGCC?
Your Honor, because the management and the board wanted the proposed amicable settlement to be reviewed by OGCC, Your Honor.
Ang tanong ko nga, why did you have to ask for the opinion of the OGCC kung talagang sa puso ninyo, alam ninyo na tama nga yung kwenta ng korte?
Because they were the ones who were handling the case already, Your Honor. And
Ano?
they are our statutory lawyers.
Sino?
OGCC, Your Honor.
Oh, what is the opinion that you get from the OGCC? What?
That the proposed compromise agreement together with the amendments that the Philhealth Board wanted to incorporate
Kakabulol-bulol ka na
were
naman.
reasonable.
Ang
No, Your Honor,
tinatanong
were
ko sa iyo,
reasonable.
when you sought the decision
And,
from the OGCC,
yes.
ano ang binigay niyang opinion? Alam mo?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the opinion
The
extended
opinion-
to you?
the opinion
Kasi
of the
sumulat ka
OGC.
sa kanya eh.
Yeah, the opinion of the OGCC was the terms and conditions of the draft compromise agreement aptly protects the interests of PhilHealth. That was the opinion given, Your Honor.
Pakiulit mo, medyo maganda yung pagkakasabi mo.
Okay.
Sabihin mong mabuti.
The opinion that was given by OGCC was that the compromise agreement that was presented to them for their review aptly protected the interests of PhilHealth, Your Honor.
So, ang mahalaga, it actually protected the interest of PhilHealth. Bago niya sinabi yun, ito yung sinabi niya eh. On the premise that the PHIC, ito yung PhilHealth, on the premise that the PhilHealth has verified the content's accuracy, it may be given due course. Decision ba yun? Opinion ba yun? Ibinalik niya sa iyo eh. Naghugas siya ng kamay. Ang sabi niya, on the premise that PhilHealth verified the content's accuracy. What is the content's accuracy? Ano sinasabi niya?
The OGCC was referring to our final report, Your Honor.
Okay. Binalik niya lang sa iyo eh. Wala siyang ginawang opinion kung legal o hindi. Binalik niya lang sa iyo. Sabi niya, kung inaakala mo na okay na to, pwede na. Yun ang desisyon niya eh. Tama? Does that protect the interest of
Your
PhilHealth?
Honor, if I may, Your Honor,
Hindi, tinatanong, does that kind of legal opinion
yes, Your
protect
Honor.
the
Yes, Your
interest?
Honor, because they signed also the
No.
compromise agreement.
Sa inyo niya binalik eh, on condition, on the premise kanya, that you verified the content. Kayo rin eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi kayo nag-verify. Ang sinabi niyo lang, ito simply the compromise. Ito yung sinabi ng korte. Ganun lang kasimple. So you are now comfortable because it passed upon the court, okay? And the OGCC provided the nihil obstat and the imprimatur, okay na. But, pera ng taong bayan ito, attorney. Pera ng taong bayan. Kaya nga tinatanong kita kanina sa content and accuracy na sinasabi mo eh. Importante na mapalitaw natin hanggang sa kahuli-huling sentimo at piso ng 170 million kung talagang naibigay nga sa pasyente. Because that is very important. Bigla na lamang kayong pumayag ng ganun-ganun na lang. Bakit? Ganun na ba kagaling yung korte na yun, RTC?
I think there was no, Your Honor, there was no claim on HMI that they have already given the balance to the members.
O yun na
Your
nga
Honor.
eh. So what? Nasaan ngayon? Hindi mo hahanapin?
What I'm saying, Your Honor, is that the 240 was found by the court to be inaccurate.
O di, edi kayo, edi
So
puro...
that's the reason why.
O, paano ngayon? Ano ngayon ang mukha ninyo?
Attorney
The court
Asuncion,
found it inaccurate, Mr. Chair. Ano ngayon? Puro kayo mga executive, senior vice president?
no, Attorney Asuncion, I'd like to follow up dun sa point ni Honorable Marcoleta.
Yes, Your Honor.
HMI mismo nag-admit eh. Meron silang problema sa mga pasyente nila. Yun ang nire-raise niya sa SEC. Sila mismo, sa papeles nila, sinasabi lang, meron silang 117 million, Honorable Marcoleta.
Sinabi ko na sa kanya, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
143. So,
Sila mismo inamin nila, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga kinukompront ko siya doon eh. Kahit na doon sa 143 million na lang siguro because they themselves admitted na may pananagutan sila sa pasyente to the extent of 143 million.
yes.
Pero pumayag ka sa 70 million. Nasaan? Nasaan ang pagpoprotection nyo sa tao, sa pera ng tao? Ito yung problema. You were the senior vice president.
Yes, Your Honor.
What?
The hunting
Huwag
lawyer,
kang
Your Honor,
umingiti,
was-
attorney.
the
Ha?
hunting
Pangiti-ngiti
lawyer,
ka na
Your
naman
Honor.
eh.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Is there something funny here?
Your Honor, the way I look at it,
It's not the way you look at it.
yes, Your Honor, that
You do not have the right to render an opinion here. Tinatanong ka lang. This is a factual issue, attorney. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang tinatanong natin, ganun ba kayo kabilis na sumurrender? Unang-una, napatunayan namin kahapon doon sa dalawang sumagot dito that you had a valid basis for claiming 240,000. Because PMI o HMI and Philhealth nagkaroon ng joint reconciliation and accounting. Tinuloy-tuloy yun. Nung malapit na sa gitna na nai-establish na yung 240 million, bumitaw ang HMI. For no reason at all. And then afterwards, siya ngayon ang nag-file ng judicial accounting. Ganun naman kayo kapresko lang. Ganun lang ang ginawa ninyo. So nasaan ngayon ang protective ability ninyo na sinupin, alagaan, proteksyonan ang pondo ng PhilHealth? Isinurrender ninyo ang 170 million so easily dahil pinadaan mo sa korte. Pero ang korte walang record na may bibigay sa kongresong ito for our consolation na yung kadulu-duluhan ng 5 sentimos na yun o pisong natitira ay ibinalik o na-benefit ang pasyente. Walang record na ganun, Mr. Chair. Attorney Asuncion, hindi ba ikaw din ang Executive Vice President nung suspendihin yung perpetual succor?
no, Your Honor. When was it
Hindi ba ikaw? Nasa record eh.
suspended, Your Honor?
Honorable Marcoleta, before we proceed to that issue,
Hindi, tinatanong ko lang muna.
sige. Iklaro lang natin, dito po sa Board of Commissioners, sino po nag-represent sa PhilHealth?
Attorney Bautista, Your Honor.
Nandiyan pa siya sa PhilHealth ngayon, Mr. Chair.
Where is
Nasaan
Attorney
si Dean
Bautista?
Bautista?
Attorney Bautista,
Where is Attorney Bautista, Dr. Pargas? Attorney Pucalan. Who represented HMI?
it was the lawyer then was Attorney Darwin De Leon, and the commissioner that was appointed by the president was Attorney Dean Voltaire Bautista.
Okay. Simple lang po tanong, Attorney Asuncion, babalik lang po ako doon ha. Sinabi na ulit ni Congressman Marcoleta, binanggit na rin po to. Bakit po nandito sa papel nila na may utang talaga sila sa pasyente, hindi lumabas. I don't think there's not enough evidence yung binanggit nyo po. Dahil mismong sa ebidensya ng HMI, klaro.
Hindi lamang yun, Mr. Chair. Siyam na taon na sa hawak ng HMI ang perang sinisingil nyo. Paano yung interest? Paano yung alimbawa in-invest ni Congressman Barbers? 240 million. 9 years. Hindi ba kikita rin sa bangko yung pera na yun, Attorney Asuncion? I suppose you know. Halimbawa, kami dalawa ni Kong Boying, pinagkatiwala sa amin 240 million pesos. Nilagay namin sa bangko. Kikita ba yun, Attorney Asuncion, o hindi? Simpleng bond, halimbawa, treasury bonds. Kikita, di ba? O pinautang namin kay Attorney Kabatbat. May interest siya sigurong ibibigay sa akin. Pero kinompromise mo ng 70 million, yung interest na kikitain ng pera o yung investment potential nun, kinalimutan ninyo o hindi? Ito, Mr. Chair, maliwanag ito eh.
Attorney Asuncion, ang nakakagulat kasi, sa mismong dokumento ng HMI, sinasabi nila may utang sila. Pero dito sa presentasyon mo, sinasabi mo na hindi accurate ang data natin. That is what is, I think, yun ang nakakagalit kay Congressman Marcoleta na yun ang kalaban ninyo, sinabi may kasalanan. Kahapon, nung tinanong kayo, yung mga abogado rito, ang sinabi ninyo, malakas at matindi ang ebidensya natin. Pero ngayon sinasabi mo, natalo tayo, malinaw ho Attorney Asuncion.
Well, Your Honor, that's what I've been saying all the while, Your Honor, that our lawyers presented all the pieces of evidence with the court. And what was established only during that judicial accounting was only 70, Your Honor.
The Attorney Asuncion, ang sinasabi kasi ni Attorney Marcoleta,
sorry, Your Honor.
Binanggit mo na yan Ang sinasabi ni Attorney Marcoleta, ngayon nga, wala tayo sa arbitration Papakita namin sa iyo yung SEC papers, galing pa nga ito sa Philhealth.
Well,
ngayon,
yes.
inaamin ang kalaban ninyo. Ang sinasabi ni Congressman Marcoleta, inayos. Para maganda ang exit, padaanin sa arbitration, ayusin ang bayaran, magkaroon ng approval ng korte, at magkaroon ng approval ng OGCC. Sa madaling salita, yun po ang tinutumbok na
halatang-halata naman, Mr. Chair. Pinadaan nga sa korte. Ayun. O palagay na natin puro kayo incompetence. O di, paano yung sa SEC? Hindi nyo nakita yung 140 million na inadmit nila? Maski siguro yung 140 million na lang, ginawang basis na lang ninyo. Baka sakaling pumayag na si Chairman Mike. Hindi. Walang basis yung yung 70 million. Ito, binabasa mo ang sabi mo dun sa opinion ng OGCC. Alam mo yung sinabi ng OGCC? We find the terms of the compromise reasonable and amply protective of the PCHI's interest as HMI has practically heeded all the PHIS demands. Hindi totoo ito Anong practically heeded all the demands of PCHI? Ang demand ninyo is 240 million. Etong opinion na to kalokohan lang Nag-aatubili kayo, kaya kumuha kayo ng opinion. O siyempre nga naman Mr. Chair, dumaan sa korte. Pinasadahan na ngayon, pinlansya. Pagkatapos ngayon, dumating ang OGCC, nagugas kamay. Kung sa palagay ninyo, tama kayong content, okay na yan. Nakita ko naman. Nakakita ka ba ng opinion na 1 page? Res ipsa loquitur, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Asuncion, would you like to reply to all the messages, to all the manifestations?
Well, insofar as that piece of document is concerned, Your Honor, I don't have any idea if it was presented by our counsel as part of our evidence, Your Honor.
Attorney Asuncion, kung sakasakali
I don't
po,
know exactly what you are referring to, Your Honor.
kung sakasakali po dahil ito ay pera ng gobyerno at kayo po ang nag-approve dito para maupurbahan na rin po sa board, di po ba?
Your Honor, what was required at that time are the supporting documents for each and every unclaimed refund, Your Honor. The entry in that document does not actually, I don't know, it does not actually refer
Attorney
to
Asuncion, wag na po tayong mag-argue kung ano yung
unclaimed
nangyari sa
refunds.
dokumento.
Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney Asuncion, ako po kasi ayoko na makipag-argue sa inyo doon sa dokumento na lumabas kasi sa akin, yung inyong mismong kalaban nagsabi na may utang siya sa kanyang mga pasyente. Ang pinupunto ko lang ho dito, pondo to ng gobyerno. At isa po kayo sa mga nag-aproba dito, kasama na po dito siguro yung mga kung saan man kayo kumuha pang approval. Now, to my mind, Attorney Asuncion, this will be a major case to be decided by the committee. At
Yes,
alam
sir.
nyo po na this is plunder. And this would constitute plunder. So, Attorney Asuncion, I just like to refer to you na mabigat po talaga itong kaso para sa amin.
Mr. Chair, can I wind up?
Yes, go ahead.
Attorney
Congressman Marcoleta.
Asuncion, nung ikaw ay nagsaserve na Senior Vice President, ang member ng Board of Commissioner, si Dean Bautista, wala ka bang supervision sa kanya?
Well, I was monitoring the case, Your Honor.
You were monitoring the
Yes,
case.
Your Honor. And
Kasi kung aaminin mo na sabi ng court, inaccurate ang demand ninyo, gawa-gawa nyo lang ba yung 240 million? Ang Philhealth ba, bilang isang government corporation, gawa-gawa lang ba yung 240 million?
what was I was after, Your
No,
Honor?
tinatanong kita, pwede bang i-assume mo na gawa-gawa lamang yung 240 million? Kasi sabi ng korte, inaccurate, walang basis.
After we have presented all the evidence,
Kaya nga,
Your Honor,
attorney, lumalabas, walang basis ang 240 million, gawa-gawa nyo lang. Ganun ang implication eh. Tama?
that was the finding of the court, Your Honor.
Sumagot ka ng matino. Gawa-gawa lang, hindi ba? Sabi ng court kasi walang basis eh. Inaccurate. 70 lang ang na-prove eh. Eh di ba lumilitaw gawa-gawa? Hindi ko kayang aminin yun. PhilHealth, isang napakalanging institution, 200 billion a year institution, Mr. Chair. Gagawa ng demand na 240 million. It is based on thin air. Inconsistent ang sagot mo, attorney. Hindi gawa-gawa yun. Kanina nga sinabi ko sa'yo, there were two Attorney Pucalan, isa ka sa nagsabi kahapon, hindi ba? You were here yesterday. Yesterday or Monday?
Sir, I think it was Attorney Villegas.
Kasama ka, dito ka nakaupo nung isang araw eh. Si Attorney Villegas, nandyan. Ikaw dito ka eh. Nandito ka eh. Dalawa kayo, you confirmed the validity of the 240 million. Ngayon, hindi mo sasabihin ulit, magsisinungaling ka? Ano?
Attorney Pucalan.
Nandito ka nakaupo. Kitang-kita kita eh. Si Attorney Valle doon. Pareho niyong ni-ratify, pareho niyong na-determine yung validity. Kasi nga papunta tayo doon sa accounting eh. Sinabi ko sa inyo kahapon, nung isang araw ito. Tapos, yes, Your Honor, talagang valid yan. O ngayon, sabi ni Attorney Asuncion, talaga pong ganun ng korte. Para bang very casual lang. Mr. Chair, very casual lang eh. Talaga pong ganun eh.
Attorney, that was Attorney Villegas also.
Ha?
Attorney Pucalan and Attorney Villegas. Ang nagsabi po nung pag-reply sa inyo.
Attorney
Villegas.
O Attorney Villegas at saka sino?
At Attorney Pucalan.
O yun nga. Kahapon ba tayo nag-hearing o nung Lunes?
Tuesday.
O Tuesday.
Attorney Villegas, maybe you want to reply because narinig ko rin kita kahapon when you mentioned that.
Yes, sir. As far as I can remember, sir, maabot po ng ganun siya. Kasi ang process po nung before sa legal, we demand the hospital to submit their financial statement stating the unclaimed refund po ng mga hospital.
Kaya nga, Attorney Villegas, kahapon sinabi ko, HMI and PHIC nagkaroon ng agreement for a joint reconciliation and accounting. Di ba? Hanggang sa papunta na kayo sa pag-i-establish talaga, bumitaw ang HMI. Pero maliwanag na nai-establish na ninyo yung basis. And you and Attorney Pucalan categorically testified that there was a very valid basis for that demand letter of PhilHealth. Didn't you say that?
Attorney Villegas.
Yes, sir, as far as I can remember, sir.
Ayan, Attorney Asuncion. Dalawa na abogado ng PhilHealth ang nagsabi na may batayan yung 240 million. Ngayon, sasabihin mo sa amin, talaga pong ganun eh. Yun po yung napatunayan po ng korte. Ito yung mahirap eh. Di sasabihin mo ngayon, o di gawa-gawa lang. Sabi mo kanina, opo, ganun ang implication, gawa-gawa lang. So sino ngayon? Gawa-gawa nung dalawang pinagpipitagang abogado ng PhilHealth, gawa-gawa nila yon in demand letter?
Before you reply, Attorney Asuncion, Attorney Pucalan, we have not heard you on the record.
Sir, the 240 million was the basis of the demand letters, no? So I think there was a basis for the issuance of the demand letter.
Parang hindi ganyan nasagot mo ng Martes. But anyway, Attorney Asuncion, kindly continue.
No, Your Honor, I just wanted to explain actually that all that I was saying was that maybe after the court has appreciated all the evidence presented, the court just found out that it was only 70, Your Honor. Actually, that was the very purpose of the judicial accounting, because there was a big difference between what HMI was saying and what PhilHealth was also saying, Your Honor. So that's why we were forced to have the judicial accounting when they filed the case.
Yun lang ba ang may paliwanag po ninyo, Attorney Asuncion?
Your Honor.
Yun lang po ang kaya niyong ipaliwanag. Ganun lang. Yun lang ang explanation natin.
That's I'm just
Yun nga, yun lang masasabi natin.
the factual attendant facts and circumstances.
Ito nga yung factual. Ito nga yung factual. We started at 240 million by 2 demand letters. You took your sweet time. Ikaw ang senior vice president. Dapat sana you have played an active role there. Because this is 240 million. Binigyan nyo ng 15 days, hindi nagbayad. Binigyan pa ninyo ng 60, so many days, hindi nagbayad. Hinintay nyo after 1 year, kayo ang idinimanda. So ano yung masasabi namin dito? Wala talaga kayong ginawa para proteksyonan ang pera ng PhilHealth. Kasi imbes na porsigidong kayo ang mag-demand talaga, kayo dapat ang nagdemanda, halatang halata naman na hinintay pa niyong kayo ang demanda para magkaroon ng judicial accounting. Hindi ba? Ang totoo nun, 2 beses kayo sinulatan ng HMI. Nagsusumikap na, sige po, mag-compromise na lang po tayo. Ganito po, ganyan-ganyan. Di ba? Ayun, hanggang sa dumating ang panahon, nagdemanda nga siya. Si Dean Bautista, ang dapat na nandito, Mr. Chair, sapagkat siya yung board, isa sa board, member ng Board of Commissioner. Ngayon, ang sabi mo naman, minomonitor mo. Paano mo minomonitor yun? Na mas matibay pala yung impormasyon at data ng HMI kaysa sa data ninyo. Bakit naman nagkaganon? Bakit naman po nagkaganon? Di po ba maliwanag na may salamangka dito, Attorney Asuncion? Pagkatapos, sasabihin nyo sa amin, hindi naman po, kami naman po ay pinanigan po ng OGCC. Halatang halata na po ito. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Barsaga.
Well, naipaliwanag namang mabuti ng ating kasama na si Deputy Speaker Marcoleta ang isyong ito. 240 million, naging 70 million, nagkaroon ng diferensyang 140 million. So I would just move, Mr. Chairman, that considering the National Bureau of Investigation in the presence of that very competent lady lawyer, Attorney Minerva Repanan, let us include this in our report and let us suggest to the NBI to conduct a preliminary a fact-finding regarding this case. Because I understand this took place in 2011 and under the provisions of the revised penal code. Sa laki nitong amount involved, I think the prescriptive period will be 20 years. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion, duly seconded, there being no objection. The motion of the Honorable Barsaga is carried for the NBI to make a study on this matter for possible filing of case and, of course, for the government
Mr. Chairman,
to collect the uncollected funds from
Mr.
the respective institutions. So ordered.
manifestation lang po, Mr. Chairman. Nakakalungkot ni CP, ano, ang napakaganda po ng tinura ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, no? Para nagiging pattern ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno natin na para lang makalusot, papasok sa mga korte, tapos pagdating sa korte, magkakaroon ng arbitration, masasettle, tapos nakalusot na. Talagang dati po, yung sinabi ni Jun Losada na moderate your greed Ngayon talagang nililegalize na po yung greed na ginagamit na po mga korte para masettle at mapalusutan po ang gobyerno. Yun lang po ang gusto kong sabihin, Mr. Chairman, at talagang nakakalungkot po yung sitwasyon na nangyayari sa atin.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Honorable Barsaga.
so it will be now my turn.
Go ahead, Honorable Barsaga. I would have recognized the Honorable Remulla, but according to age,
Okay.
yes, kindly defer to the Honorable Barsaga for the meantime.
Thank you very much. Ang pinag-uusapan natin kanina, 240 million. Lumipat naman tayo sa 30 billion na IRM. Nakasisimula pa lamang. And I think, Dr.
30 billion.
Ha?
Billion.
30 billion. Hindi na 240 million. Medyo tumaas na tayo ngayon. Well, unang-una, Dr. Pragas, hiniki ko lahat ang summary ng mga executive meeting, agreements, directives, and action points. And this is a very interesting point submitted by Dr. Bernadette Chilico regarding the executive meeting held on January 27, 2020. And this was the point of Congressman Remulla earlier. Release as immediate payment the fund equivalent to 50% of the amount pending claims of ACI and then charge the amount against the IRM fund. Dito, ano ba ang tinutukoy niyong IRM fund? Yung sa Taal volcano eruption o yung sa COVID-19?
Mr. Chair, I think it's the Taal.
Taal. Okay. Sa COVID-19, very clear naman tayo. Meron lamang tayong isang circular of President Morales, circular number 2020-007. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And that circular is dated what specific date in January? Anong date ng January? Yung circular ni General Morales.
Mr. Chair, it's March po.
In March, okay. Pero admitted na natin noong previous hearing and even upon questioning of my colleagues in the House, pati na yung mga kasama nating senador, doon sa circular ni General Morales, very explicit fortuitous event. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. At ang lagi naming sinasabi, dito naman sa inyong IRM, nagbigay kayo ng IRM sa mga dialysis centers. Nagbigay kayo ng IRM sa ating mga birthing facilities, private. At nagbigay tayo ng IRM kahit nasa ospital na hindi naman gumagamot ng COVID. Tama ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kaya ang lagi naming sinasabi, and the NBI is watching, that this is already a case of technical malversation. Yung ang ating Deputy Speaker, who is not even a lawyer, si Deputy Speaker Fernandez, sinabi niya kanina, you have violated Article 220 of the revised Penal Code. So, I would no longer pursue this issue. Kasi lagi nyo na naman sasabihin, iba na naman yung aming intensyon. Ang susunod kong tanong, nagbigay din kayo ng listahan ng inyong actual releases. As of now, magkano na ang actual releases sa IRM?
Mr. Chair, 14 billion, more than 14 billion. More than 14 billion po.
At napag-usapan din kanina na meron ng mga liquidation dito.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Lagi kong binabantayan ang website ng Philhealth at siguro you will agree with me, Dr. Bragas, na up to now, wala pang implementing rules and regulations ang IRM.
Mr. Chair, again,
Hindi, ang tanong ko, up to now, wala pang implementing rules and regulations ang IRM. As simple as that. Yes or no?
It's the 007, Mr. Chair.
007 na naman tayo. Alam mo naman yon, circular eh. Yung bang circular, sa pagkakaintindi mo, the same as implementing rules and regulations under your present oath and considering your length of service sa PhilHealth?
Yeah.
Ha? Hindi, ang tinatanong natin, implementing rules and regulations. Kasi malinaw naman ang batas natin, if there is an implementing rules and regulations, and those are not violative of the law, public policy, public order, those implementing rules and regulations, even though issued by an administrative agency, shall have the same force and effect as a law. Kaya yung IIR, kapareho lamang ng circular ng ating presidente. Ganyan ba ang implementation nyo sa PhilHealth? Ang inyong understanding na pareho ang IRR sa
Mr.
circular?
Pargas, probably...
I will ask that question to the lawyer.
Kaya nga, sa lawyer na lang siya.
Lawyer, we have 2 lawyers there. 3, pare-pareho ba ang opinion nyo? Attorney Asuncion. Attorney Asuncion, the most seasoned lawyer. Pareho ba ang ibig sabihin ng circular at implementing rules and regulations from the legal point of law? From legal standpoint?
Rules and
Microphone, please.
Sorry. Actually, the implementing rules can be in a circular form. It's decided jurisprudence, Your Honor.
Ngayon, I'll give you the benefit of doubt. Doon ba sa inyong circular, sinabi ba kung paano ang liquidation at kung saan magagamit ang IRM? Dr. Bragas.
Mr. Chair, the liquidation po is on letter F, page 7, the deduction of reimbursement for all valid claims from the IRM fund. So ito po yung liquidation po.
So saan pwedeng gamitin?
Mr. Chair, again, for for critically damaged healthcare system, for claims for treatment done on outpatient relative to the direct or indirect effects of the fortuitous events.
I think it would be the National Bureau of Investigation, after considering your counter affidavit, which shall decide whether or not there is a provision how to liquidate. Another question. Bakit naman tayo nagbigay ng IRM sa mga ospital at dialysis centers na mayroong pending cases? Hindi ba it would be a better policy in times of this national emergency na ang bigyan lang muna natin yung mga walang pending cases? And there was no meeting discussed na kahit na yung may pending cases ay bibigyan natin ng IRM.
For the information of the public, Congressman Barsaga, what are these hospitals with pending cases which were given IRM?
Well, for the record, I can state that. Kaya lang medyo hahaba ko.
Hindi, okay lang yan. Pati yung corresponding amount.
Wow. Sa dialysis, those with have pending cases, A plus Dialysis Center, IRM 9,973,000. Asia Renal Care Philippines Incorporated 4,096,950. B. Brown Abitum Philippines 14,248,218. B. Brown Abitum Philippines 11 million. Baguio to, CAR. Cordillera Autonomous Region 11,375,650. Eagle Rock Dialysis Center, Dialysis and Wellness Center 6,643,000. Eastern Marikina Dialysis Center 8,274,500 pesos. St. Benedict Dialysis Center 5,645,240. 5,645,250. Then we have Therapy Management Services Philippines, total of 11,436,000. And these are all dialysis centers which are private, and the information came from Philhealth. Dr. Bragas.
Dr.
Pargas, do you admit the authenticity and the correctness of the dialysis centers which I have mentioned together with the amount based on the document which you have submitted?
Mr. Chair, if those are coming from PhilHealth, then it is... Mr. Chair, I have not seen the document, but if those were submitted...
Approach you so that you can see the document.
Congressman Bersaga, a reminder po sa inyo, yung pumas nyo at kayo po ay, hindi, kayo,
Pasensya na.
opo, sa
Pag
inyo po ako
nagsalita
nag-aalala.
baka sabihin ni Dr. Bragas, hindi niya maintindihan ang aking sinasabi. So, my deepest apologies.
No. I'm worried about you, Congressman Bersaga. Dr. Pragas, kindly reply. Vargas.
Mr. Chair, based on the documents provided po, yes, this is coming from us.
Upon the request of Congressman Boying Remulla, hinihingi niya man sa akin kung ano yung may mga pending cases na mga pagamutan na inyong binigyan ng IRM. Ang total IRM na binigay nyo, 533,182,945.38. Isa namin to. Abra Provincial Hospital Public, 39 cases, 14,979,273.50. Baguio General Hospital, 129 cases, 164,941,028 pesos. Benguet General Hospital, 59 cases pending, 43,842,000. Bishop Regan Private, 18 pending cases, 39 million. Conner District Hospital Public, 5 pending cases, 5,346,000. Divine Word Hospital, private, 45,831,233. Domingo Casano Hospital, 2 pending cases, 12,538,000. Holy Trinity Medical Clinic, private, 25 pending cases, 11,116,330. Luis Sora Memorial Hospital, public, 18 pending cases, 36,949,330. Notre Dame de Charles Hospital, private, 33,445,729, 91 pending cases. Pine City Doctors Hospital, private, number of cases 9, 36,407. St. Louis University of the Sacred Heart, private, 42 pending cases, 34,041. And then we have United Doctors Hospital of Kidapawan Incorporated, private, 16 pending cases, 1,975,852. University of Perpetual Health, Delta Medical Center Inc., 7 pending cases, 51,839. And the total is 533,182,945. Dr. Bragas, can you confirm that what I have stated regarding the names of the hospital, together with the pending cases which I have mentioned, together with the amounts, are true and accurate?
Dr. Pergas, kindly reply.
Mr. Chair, according to our core plan, it's from the legal, yes.
Okay. At ang isa pang pinagtataka ng aking mga kababayan, kami ang nagtatrabaho sa RITM, alam nyo naman na niya kung PD sa umpisa ng COVID, kami na lahat ang nag-handle ng testing. But not a single centavo was given to us by Philhealth as IRM. Totoo ba yun?
Aling facilities po? Which facilities, sir? The RITM po did not apply.
Ay,
yes po.
Tinawagan nyo ba sila? Sinabi nyo, oy, RITM, kayo ang frontliner namin at the start of the COVID. Sa inyo, nagtetest pati mga congressman. Tapos wala tayong IRM sa kanila. At ang amount ng inyong computation is only sa RITM, ang amount lamang ng inyong computation is only 35,199,120.
Taga, yung RITM po, ito yung nag-check kung positive.
Ha?
Ito po yung RITM na nag-check kung ikaw ay positive sa COVID. Okay, so ito yung pinaka-critical sa lahat ng ospital natin dito sa kampanya ng COVID.
RITM, Research Institute for Tropical Medicine, situated at Muntinlupa City. Hindi nyo nabigyan ito ng IRM.
Mr. Chair, may computed IRM po, but ang alam ko po, hindi sila nag-apply. That's why hindi
Sila
po
nag-apply?
nabigyan. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next question. Ang isa pang issue natin sa IRM, number 1, I ask for your regular budget for 2020. Wala tayong provision doon for IRM or for any contingency. Who will be the most competent senior vice president present who can answer my inquiry? Oh, wala namang magsagot. Mr. Linciaco.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, magandang hapon po. Sa budget po ng Philhealth na kinover yung IRM po ay kasama po doon sa estimated ng ating actuary na 184 billion, Your Honor, for year 2020 po.
Saan nyo kinuha?
Sa corporate operating budget year
Corporate.
2020. COB, Your Honor.
Oo, huwag mo sabihin corporate operation. I am reminding you that you are testifying under oath. During the previous hearing, and
Mr.
I have
Chair.
seen it during
Mr. Chair,
the
with
financial
indulgence of
statements for the year ending
Congressman
2019,
Balsaga, Mr. Chair.
na itong 30 billion, kinuha nyo sa special savings. Tama ba o hindi?
Your Honor, ang sinasabi po natin, ang allocation po ng budget po niya ay nasa COB ng 2020 po, nandiyan sa 184. Yung pera po, yung cash po ay kinuha po sa special savings deposit po. Yung 100,
Special savings.
yung 14 billion po.
At admitted na natin, during the previous hearing, na doon sa special savings, pagkuha nyo ng 30 billion, wala tayong board resolution authorizing to use the special savings in the sum of 30 billion for IRM. Tama ba o hindi?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor,
Simple lamang, meron ba tayong board resolution?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung approval po ng board sa 30 billion po, ang pagkaintindi po namin,
Meron o wala?
kasama na po yung source of fund po doon.
Tanong ko, meron o wala?
Mr. Chair, it was mentioned during the board
Hindi nga, ang
presentation
haba
po.
ng sagot mo eh. Simple lang tanong. Yung bang 30 billion
Attorney Mangawang,
na
meron ba?
kinuha nyo sa special savings, meron bang board resolution ang board of directors ng PhilHealth? As simple as that.
Attorney
Can be
Mangawang
answered
of
by
the
yes or no.
Attorney Mangawang nung ating board, corporate sec, meron ba wala?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Mr. Congressman. When the management presented the
Hindi,
IRM
ang tanong
for...
lamang simple. Abogado naman kayo. It is answerable by yes or no. Meron bang board resolution yung paggamit ng 30 billion from special savings to IRM? Yes or no?
So there is no mention in the PBR...
No, there is no board resolution.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no board resolution. Next question. Sa pag-iimbestiga pa ng Senado, sinasabi na wala kayong withholding tax na ginawa doon sa IRM. Tama ba yun? Totoo ba yun? Oh, Dr. Bragas.
Vargas.
Sir, pa-clarify lang po, sorry. Ano po yun?
Withholding
Yung
tax.
releases nyo ng IRM, ang sinasabi ng aking mga kasama, pati na ng ating mga senador, wala kayong withholding tax na ginawa.
Mr. Chair, I think our fund management can answer to that.
Mr. Dimsiako.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang as mentioned po in the...
Simple lamang ang tanong, mayroon ba o walang withholding tax ang IRM na inyong nirelease?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang wala po na withheld automatic po doon sa pag-release po natin. Hindi po na automatic na deduct po yung withholding tax sa pag-release po natin. Ito po ay, however po on the part po ni PhilHealth, ito po ay para po ma-settle yung obligation po natin sa BIR. Nag-remit po si PhilHealth.
Simple lang tayo. Nag-release kayo halimbawa ng 100 million IRM sa isang ospital. Wala kayong withholding tax for that 100 million.
Ito po ang pagkaintindi po natin ay advances po ito sa ating hospital.
Oo nga.
Po, hindi
Pero
po
ang ibig mo bang sabihin, pag advance sa ospital, walang withholding tax?
Yun po ang corporate policy po na ng PhilHealth po.
Ano?
Yun po ang pag-set up po ng corporate policy ng PhilHealth po.
Corporate policy ng PhilHealth?
Yes po, sir.
Can you give us the written corporate policy of PhilHealth na hindi tayo mag-withhold ng tax sa IRM?
Yes po, sir. We will provide, sir.
Ha?
We will provide, sir.
Oh, provided. Paano naman provided? Kasi ang sinasabi ko sa inyo, what is your computation of IRM?
As to the computation of IRM, Mr.
No,
Chair, Your
the
Honor,
computation ng IRM. The computation is that it would be the average claim of a healthcare institution for 1 day for a total period of 90 days based on their collections during the previous year. Tama ba?
Based po sa circular po, that's average value per day
Eh, tama ba yung
90
sinabi
days
ko o
po.
mali?
90 days po, Your
Kaya nga,
Honor.
3 months, 90 days.
Yes po, sir.
Oh, kaya kung ako ang ospital, binigyan niyo ako ng 100 million, I can use that 100 million to liquidate kung ano man ang nagastos ng ospital for COVID and other related cases. Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, paano na yung 10% ng gobyerno na withholding? Saan kukunin ng ospital yon? Kayo withholding agent.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ay makukuha rin po natin ang ating para sa tax
Kung
po.
2% man lamang, sabi ng aking kaibigan.
Makukuha din po natin na
ano ang withholding?
sa tax po. Opo, makukuha rin natin po yan. Mr. Chair,
Ano withholding rate?
the withholding rate po is 2% expanded withholding tax po.
Yan ang sinasabi natin. Okay. Pagkatapos, marami rin nagsasabi sa aking LGU. Meron kayong primary care benefit program. Tama ba yan?
Come again, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
PCB.
may I interject with the indulgence of my friend who is a senior citizen already? Para makapagpahinga ka naman. Kasi since he is dealing on technical and more complicated policies.
The junior of the senior is recognized. Honorable Marcoleta, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Pargas, kasi ang dami pong nagtatanong sa akin, sa mga kasama ko, naguguluhan sila sa pagpapatupad ng PhilHealth policies. Will you confirm that there is much confusion in the implementation of PhilHealth policies? Ang dami po kasing nagtatanong, maybe on the basis of this, pwede nyo mga-confirm na medyo naguguluhan sila?
Mr. Chair, maaari pong merong ilang hindi gaano
Okay.
naintindihan.
Tama po. Ang totoo niyan, hindi lamang po yung ordinary patients ang nagugulan. Maski na po yung mga health providers. Dahil po sa mga madalas na pagbabago ng mga yung polisiya sa pag-avail ng benefits sa admission. For example, Dr. Pargas, meron pong paghihirap sa pag-avail ng mga voluntary paying members. Meron kayong unang policy, ang nire-require nyo lang ay 1/4 payment sa contribution. Bigla niyong binago ng 3/4 nang hindi ninyo masyadong ipinaliliwanag. Kaya nagkakagulo pati hospital po eh. Will you confirm this? Na may kaguluhan ng konti?
Mr. Chair, opo.
Okay. Maski na sa maternal package requirements sa pag-avail ng benefit, complicated din sa mga voluntary paying members. What is the requirement for primigravida?
For primi gravida, sir.
Yeah.
Requirement for...
Para maka-avail siya. Kasi paying members ito eh. Voluntary paying members. Ipakikita ko lang sa iyo na hindi pare-pareho, hindi consistent ang policies ninyo.
Sa ngayon, Chair, pagdating po sa primi or kahit po pang-ilan na niyang panganganak...
Hindi, sa primigravida lang. Kasi primigravida, una pa lang siyang manganganak, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo.
Sa ngayon po, wala po tayong nire-require na contribution because under the UHC law, meron na po tayong immediate availment. Tapos,
Pero hindi ganyan ang policy nyo pag outpatient pregnant women, lalong-lalo na ibabase ninyo doon sa dami ng kanyang prenatal visits. Hindi ba? Tama, kaya nga hindi nga consistent. Nagkakagulo-gula. Walang uniform na policy requirement kung ikukumpara natin sa ibang maternal packages na binibigay ng ibang health facilities. You have to recognize na walang consistency. Tama?
siguro, Mr. Chair, siguro po meron sa pamamaraan ng pagbibigay ng informasyon talaga
Okay,
po
but this is only on the
natin.
matter of policy. May I go on a few examples do sa coverage ng specific diseases? Bakit po yung disease package sa pneumonia sa pregnant women mas mababa kumpara doon sa hindi buntis na babae?
Mr. Chair, hindi po totoo yan because again, meron po tayong pakete. So kung pulmonya po
Dr.
ito,
Pargas, do not assume that I am asking these questions primarily because I knew it. I am not a medical doctor. But you will have to be assured na bago ko magtatanong sa iyo, I would have asked these questions and I was advised by not a few doctors. Ito ang kanilang conclusion. yung disease package for pneumonia kapag ka buntis, mas mababa pag hindi buntis ang babae. Ito yung dapat ninyong pag-aralan. Bakit? Bakit merong hindi parehong pakete para sa acute gastritis at acute gastroenteritis sa non-pregnant women, pero iisa lang pagkabuntis na babae? Can you explain this?
Mr. Chair, ang atin pong mga pakete ay pare-pareho po. So,
Hindi nga eh.
kailangan ko pong ma-check kung saan yan.
Napakinggan mo
nangyayari.
muna. Ang coverage ninyo hindi pareho pagka acute gastritis and acute gastroenteritis kapag hindi buntis ang babae. Pero pareho lang sa dalawang yun pagka ang babae ay buntis. Ito yung napapansin, kaya nagkakagulo-gulo eh. Kaya nakikita namin, sinadya ba rin yung gulo-gulohin para mas lalo ninyong makita na hindi ninyo na talagang nai-implement ng mabuti. Ito paano? Yung coverage po ng disease sa infirmary category ng health facilities, mas mababa kung ikukumpara po doon sa high-level facilities, samantalang ang management ng treatment ay pareho lang.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Di
it's
ba?
at 70% po sa
Kaya nga,
ating
mas mababa, di ba? So, parang mali. Bakit yung maternal package sa birthing homes ay mataas ang coverage kaysa sa hospital na kumpleto ang facilities?
Birthing homes, it's at 8,000. For the hospitals,
Kaya nga,
it's
bakit
at
nga
6,500.
hindi pareho?
Mr. Chair, for this particular case po, because the procedure or yung panganganak is a normal delivery at yung pong kasama sa polisiya natin is to change the behavior, especially sa panganganak, na dapat po sila ay doon sa ating mga birthing homes or lying in na kung saan hindi na po sila makikipag-agawan sa isang ospital na dapat nagtitingin ng more complicated cases. The fact that these facilities are being licensed also and being run by either the doctor or a midwife who is capable or licensed to provide the maternity care. So meron din po dun sa principle ng provider payment mechanism is to how to provide enough incentive to change the behavior, especially of the patients. So
Yun ang
ini-encourage po natin
Yun ang
na sa
sinasabi ko
maternity
sa iyo,
and lying
Dr.
in po sila
Pargas eh. Napakahaba ng sinagot mo. Ang tinatanong ko lang, bakit naman hindi mo pa pagpareuhin? Pareho namang maternal package yun, nagkataon lang nasa birthing homes yung isa naman nando sa ospital na kumpleto ang pasilidad. Mahirap po nilang intindihin yung ganun kasi napakasimple lang nito. Yun lang. Pagkatapos, Dr. Pargas, may mga sakit, may mga diseases na nangangailangan ng more medical workups, no? Mga medical treatment, mas marami. At kung minsan yung kanilang medication ay mas mahal, pero mas mababa ang benefit kung pag-uusapan ay mga simpleng kaso na nagre-require lang ng lesser medical management. Bigyan kita ng halimbawa. Pneumonia versus urinary tract infection. Yung urinary tract infection sa ideal medical management, mangangailangan din ito ng administration ng strong antibiotics. Equal to pareho lang ng pneumonia. Pero yung fixed rate ng UTI, kalahati lang ng pneumonia. Pareho lang strong antibiotics ang kakailanganin mo.
Dr. Pargas, for the record, 300 ata more or less ang cases ninyo, di ba? Ang all case rates nyo, 300 plus?
All case rates po natin, for the medical cases, it's around 4,000 plus.
Wow.
For the surgery, it's 4,000 plus also.
So 8,000. Okay, kindly reply to the point of the Honorable Marcoleta.
So, makukonfirm mo, halos pareho lang ang medication ito. Ideal medical management, pareho lang strong antibiotics ang gagamitin mo rito. Pero pang titingnan mo, kalahati lang ang coverage ng UTI kung ikukumpara mo sa pneumonia. Mahirap pong intindihin ng ordinaryong pasyente ito eh. we are representing also yung mga pasyenteng ordinaryo. Kung minsan nga, hindi nga maipaliwanag ng hospital ito eh. Kaya tulungan nyo sila. Example pa, allergic bronchitis versus acute bronchitis, Dr. Pargas. Itong parehong ito ay upper respiratory infections ito. At halos pareho din ang medical management dito. Pero yung allergic bronchitis, mas mataas ang package ng benefit kaysa daw doon sa acute bronchitis. Napansin mo? Mahirap intindihin sa ordinaryong pasyente. Kaya dapat i-rationalize ninyo. Acute gastroenteritis versus hypertension.
Honorable Marcoleta, with your indulgence, magtatapos na lang po si Honorable Barsaga with his time.
Yung acute gastroenteritis in severe cases, Dr. Pargas, ay nangangailangan ng more medical treatment and fluid replacement, alam mo yan. Over uncomplicated hypertension, na ang medical management niyan ay oral lang, oral medication. Pero mas mataas ang pakete ng hypertension. So hindi maintindihan ng ordinaryong pasyente ito. Ang dami ninyong dapat na ayusin. Bakit yung adult pneumonia at pediatric pneumonia have the same fixed coverage? Hindi ba ang adult, katulad ni Kong Barsaga, mas mataas naman yung pangangailangan niya ng medication kumpara mo sa pediatric na katulad naman ni Congressman Dan Fernandez. Ang layo naman ng edad ng dalawang ito eh. Oh, inconsistent na naman eh. Bakit merong confusion sa policy formulation sa pakete related to pneumonia and lower respiratory tract infection? Hindi ba itong dalawang ito, Dr. Pargas? These two have different benefits coverage. Bakit? Hindi ba sa medical classification, yung pneumonia is a lower respiratory tract infection? Pareho lang yun eh. Pneumonia and lower respiratory tract infection, pareho lang yun eh. Ang ibig sabihin, pag sinabi mong Kong Boying Remulla, kapareho din ni Kong Crispin Remulla. Because pneumonia and lower respiratory tract infection is one and the same. Hindi ba? Pero iba-iba yung pakete nyo. So Mr. Chair, lang po gusto nating emphasize, sa policy pa lang, nagkakagulo na po yung mga tao. Hindi ko po malaman kung sinadya po talaga ito ng PhilHealth. Marami po kayong dapat na ayusin, alang-alang po sa magandang pagpapatupad ng polisiya, ang delivery service, health service ng PhilHealth. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Marcoleta. Congressman Barsaga, please continue.
Kanina, nabanggit din sa akin ng mga kaibigan kong mayor na sila ay mayroong primary care package, accredited sila ng PhilHealth, pero hindi raw sila nababayaran ng PhilHealth. More or less, magkano ang utang ng PhilHealth sa mga LGUs regarding the so-called primary care package? Ilang daang milyon, ilang bilyon? Wala na makasagot? Kanina, tinanong ni Congressman Boying kung magkano utang nyo, sinabi nyo at the end of the year. Magkano? 13 billion?
12 billion.
O 12 billion. Sa mga LGUs naman, gaano kalaki ang inyong utang sa primary care package? PCB, primary care benefit. Yung mga nanganganak sa LDU accredited, yung sa animal bite center, yung sa TB, gaano kalaki ang utang ng PhilHealth sa LGU? More or less.
Mr. Chair, for primary care, I don't have the data right now.
Ha?
I don't have the data right now, Mr. Chair.
You don't have?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero ang sinasabi ng mga LGUs, kaya hindi sila mabayaran kasi yung service provider na binigay nyo sa kanila na libre coming from the DOH ay hindi nagpapaksyon accurately. Tama ba to?
Mr. Chair, may I refer with our CIO, Ms. Jovi Aragona with regard to the system issue.
Sir, yung sa Department of Health na libreng service provider, ang naging problema po namin, yung mga data, may mga issue po sa data quality. Kaya nga po yung recently, inayos nila, and then continuous po yung pag-upload ngayon.
Just for clarification, talabang nagkaroon ng problema sa inyong service provider o sa service provider na binigay ng PhilHealth sa mga LGU regarding that primary care benefit program or package?
Ang service provider po, pwede po silang makapamili. Hindi po namin kontrolado, pero may libre po. Yun po yung Department of Health. Ano po,
Hindi,
they
alam
can
natin
have...
na yung provider
Pwede
na
ba,
galing
ano?
sa DOH.
Can we
So,
clarify,
hindi ka-
Congressman
Okay.
Barsaga, yung what do the service providers do? What service do they provide? Ano bang ginagawa? Paliwanag nyo nga para maintindihan
Yung
ng
mga
tao.
claims ng LGU para sa primary care benefit package. Katulad yung nanganganak sa mga health centers or lying-ins na public. Katulad noong mga nasa enrolled sa tuberculosis program ng PhilHealth na accredited. Katulad ng mga animal bite centers na enrolled sa PhilHealth. Tama po ba yun?
Yung service providers po, ito po yung may mga sistema, katulad po ng electronic medical record, kasi po yung data natin na sinasubmit nila sa PhilHealth, kailangan manggagaling po sa isang electronic medical record. So, yung mga hospital, yung mga rural health unit po pala, merong silang mga provider system na ginagamit nila. Opo.
Ang sinasabi sa akin ng mga LGUs, para sila ay makamenos at makalibre, ang ginamit nila yung service provider na binigay ng DOH na wala silang binabayaran. Aware ba roon ang PhilHealth?
Opo, actually yung po sa mga local government unit, rural health, pinapagamit po yung DOH Integrated Clinic Information System.
Ang naging problema naman, hindi maayos yung system. Kaya raw hindi sila mabayaran. Tama o mali?
Mali po, kasi po ang karamihang issues po ay yung data. Kasi may validation po.
Just to cut this issue short, magkano ang utang ng PhilHealth sa LGU under that primary care benefit program, PCB program?
Sir, wala po akong available data,
Oh, si
but
Mr.
we will
Linciaco.
submit po. We will submit.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I am waiting for the figure coming from the reconciliation na ginagawa ngayon on how much yung utang ng PhilHealth sa kanila.
Ang problema
But
natin, meron
nevertheless,
tayong mga
Your Honor,
accounts payable or notes payable.
Honorable
Meron mga
Barsaga.
LGU, hindi natin alam kung ano unang.
Kindly wrap up. Your fellow
just
Caviteño
1 point.
will be after you.
Okay. I think the fund manager, simple lamang to. Unang-una, tuwi kong titignan ang audit observation report mula pa noong 2012 or 2013, consistently, ang recommendation ng COA auditors is to review the case rate system. Kasi sa case rate system is prejudicial to PhilHealth sapagkat ang binabayaran ng PhilHealth not the actual expense but rather the case rate, and in most cases yung case rate nyo ay mas malaki. Consistent yan every year. We recommend the management to review the case rate system. We recommend that the management should only pay the actual expenses based on the billing of the healthcare institution at wag na yung total ng case rate. Eh bakit hindi nyo nire-review sa loob ng 12 taon? Oh, yung manager ng yung mga member ng executive committee. Nag-agree ba kayo na ito lagi ang findings ng COA auditors? Yes
Health
or no?
policy, Dr. Pargas.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Eh kung yan ang findings ng COA auditors for the last 10 years, bakit hindi nyo nire-review if you want to protect public funds?
Mr. Chair, let me clarify lang po, no? When I came in to the health finance policy sector in the middle of 2018, we have started already po with the review, particularly the costing of the services in order for us to be able to approximate the healthcare cost of every disease. So during that time po, nagkaroon na po kami ng approval coming from the board and also having the costing framework. And yung framework na po na yan ngayon ay nagka-capacitate na po tayo sa ating mga regions and to all other facilities.
Alam mo, Dr. Bragas, I have to cut you short. Simple lamang ang recommendation ng COA. Kung ano lamang ang actual billing ng hospital, yon ang ating bayaran kung yung billing kasama ang professional fee is less than the case rate. As simple as that. So wala nang review eh. Kung sakasakali naman yung billing ng hospital ay masyadong mataas as compared to case rate, then you pay the case rate. Ano pa rin, reviewin nyo riyan. Ayaw nyo namang i-adapt.
Before I end, Congressman Barsaga, before I end your interpellation, is the internal audit here, isa po yan sa mga major offices ng PhilHealth. Meron po ba ditong internal audit? Nandito po ba? Okay, kung wala ho, dun ho sa ating, andito? Nasa Zoom? No, but Dr. Pargas, meaning to say, every year, notice of disallowance kayo at nagpa-pile up po yan, di po ba?
I'm not sure with the...
Who would know that? Audit would know.
Mr. Chair, the fund management section is the repository of the audit findings of the COA.
Okay,
Pero
Mr.
hindi po yung
Limsiaco.
inter-audit.
So marami kayong notice of disallowance, hindi po yan, nagpa-pile up lang po yan.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang disallowance po ng COA relative to the case rate ay this one ay nasa commission proper and may MR sa commission proper pa rin po yung dalawa, yung isa, Region 2 at saka Region 5 amounting to 125.9 million, Your Honor. Ito lang
Ibig
po yung
sabihin,
record.
naliliquidate nyo yung 2013, papunta rito sa 2020, naklaro yan lahat? Makikita natin lahat yan.
Ito lang po yung sa record po natin na disallowance po ng COA, Your Honor.
Okay, Dr. Congressman Barsaga?
Mr. Chairman, may in relation lang din sa COA din, kapraso lang po.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Limsiaco, meron ba kayong subsidiary ledger?
Subsidiary ledger, Your Honor, ng ano po?
Yung listahan ng mga pagkakautang nyo, kasi according sa COA, wala daw kayo eh. Is that true?
Subsidiary ledger po ng mga claims po ng HCIs.
Yes, so yung mga bayarin ng utang. Kasi nakita ko lang po na wala daw kayong subsidiary ledger. Totoo ba o hindi?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ito po pagdating
Hindi, yes
po
or no lang ano tayo, Mr. Limsiaco. Meron ba kayong subsidiary ledger na according sa COA wala kayo?
Mr. Chair, ikunting explain ko lang ano.
Yes or
Ito
no
po
lang
yung
naman na...
pinapagawa ko nga po nga sistema dahil nakikita ko po ang ating sistema po ay nasa transactional. Wala pa po siya na...
So wala, pero nagpapagawa ka?
Po,
Ang problema, Mr. Chairman, napakatagal nyo na nag-exist, matagal na kayong nag-ooperate, wala kayong subsidiary ledger. Ngayon ko lang nalaman, nag-text lang sa akin na wala daw po pala kayong listahan ng mga pagkakautang. Paano nyo mababayaran yan kung wala kayong gana according sa COA?
Honorable Barsaga, are you done with your...
Just for the record,
Okay.
ito ang usual audit observation. We recommend that the agency consider revising the guidelines of the PhilHealth case rates system to implement a uniform application of policy relative to benefit reimbursement, equally favoring both healthcare providers and the PhilHealth members. Ang lagi niyong sagot sa audit observation, management replied that PhilHealth's mandate is to pay the healthcare providers the total case rate amount to enable the beneficiary member and dependent to financially access the healthcare services that they need from healthcare providers. Mukha namang maling-mali itong sagot nyo. Pagkatapos, every year, ang laging problema, observation ng COA, we cannot determine the accuracy of all the expenses of the benefit claims kasi hindi naman kasama ang statement of accounts and billing statements. Tama ba yun, Mr. Limsiaco, na gano'n lagi ang findings ng COA? Yes or no?
Mr. Chair, sa SOA po, I think Dr. S.
Sino ang sasagot? Kasi sinasabi ko lang yes or no. Tama ba na sinasabi ng COA every year na hindi nila ma-determine ang accuracy or validity ng mga payments po under the benefit claims kasi walang kasamang statement of accounts and billing statements?
At ang sagot naman ng PhilHealth every year ay binabayaran nila to based on the case rate package. Yan ang sagot parati nila.
Pero kahit na case rate, kinakailangan isubmit din ng billing.
Yes.
Tama ba itong sinasabi ko based on COA findings?
Dr. Pargas?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure of the year that was the audit finding, but I remember the statement of account is already being required as part of the claims reimbursement po. So sinunod na po yung sa COA.
Just a follow-up.
Kailan po yan sinunod?
Because that was not.
Follow-up. It is a basic procedure kapag merong audit observations or comments ang COA, nagkakaroon tayo ng exit conference. Si Dr. Bragas ba nakakasama sa exit conference ng COA o hindi?
Dr. Pargas?
Sino po, Mr. Chair?
Ikaw po, sa exit conference ng
Ako po?
COA.
Nito pong pumasok na ako sa health finance po, yes.
Yes.
That was like
Gano'ng katagal na?
2018.
Gano'ng katagal ka na?
Pumasok po ako ng mid of 2018 as an OIC and was appointed in 2019.
So sa exit conference, personally, sinasabi sa iyo ng COA ang kanilang observations?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Ito na lamang ang isa. Observations and recommendation 2018 findings. The faithful representation of the benefit claims expenses account totaling 121 billion for the calendar year 2018 was not established due to the delay in the grant of full access to PhilHealth new claims, which precluded the auditors to conduct substantive testing of all case rates transactions amounting to 62 billion, which is contrary to paragraph 15 of Philippine Accounting Standards Pass number 1 and PhilHealth Office Order number 008-2015 dated October 12, 2015. Ang question ko, Dr. Pargas, nagkaroon ba kayo ng exit conference for the 2018 COA findings?
Okay,
Yes.
Dr. Pargas, kindly reply. And then after that,
Okay.
we go to the Honorable Remulla. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I think that can be best answered by our CIO because the issue then was the access to our system.
Kaso mo, kasama ka na ron sa exit conference. Pagkatapos, ikaw pa ang head ng health policy. Sino ang sasagot? Magtuturuan tayo.
Go ahead, Mamagano.
Kasama po kami sa
Ikaw
exit conference. Pinaliwanag po sa COA din kung ano yung mga naging issue sa access. We have been giving access to COA for many years. So may issue on the e-claims thing.
Sinasabi nyo, nagbibigay kayo ng access sa COA. So, under oath kayo. Ang sabi naman ng COA, hindi kayo was not established due to delay in the grant of the full access to PhilHealth new claims. Hindi ko na malaman na naman kung sino ang nagsasabi ng totoo, kung kayo yung COA. Ito ang opinion nila. And this is an opinion concerning the sum of 62 billion or 51.79%. I think I have to stop from there. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Barsaga. Anyway, yung po sa mga binanggit ninyo, isa yun sa mga major consideration. Before I give it to the Honorable Remulla, we will form a technical working group composed of our senior Deputy Majority Leader, Remulla, Deputy Speaker Fernandez, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, from the minority, the Honorable Kabatbat, from the minority also, the Honorable Stella Kimbo, the Honorable Ace Barbers, and of course, the President of the NUP, the Honorable Barsaga. We will form the technical working group to draft the committee report on this matter. We now proceed to the Honorable Remulla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Mangawang, do you have a record of PhilHealth Board Resolution 1436, series of 2010?
I don't have it right now, Mr. Congressman. 1436.
This was based on the Oplan Kisap Mata, or the Kisap Mata investigation. Do you remember that, Mr. Pargas? Naalala mo ba yon, yung Kisap Mata? Yung investigation into the cataract scandal of PhilHealth.
I heard of the Oplan Kisap Mata, Mr. Chair, but I was not part of the.
And it resulted to PhilHealth Board Resolution 1436, which reads, resolution approving the non-compensability of cataract surgery and other surgical procedures done during medical missions and its exceptions, and defining the badge of fraud attendant to such surgical procedures and the consequential suspension or the processing of claims as a result thereof. Do you remember this now?
Mr. Chair, if it's a board resolution, I don't remember it, sir.
Attorney Mangawang, are you aware of that?
Sir, I was not with the Office of the Corporate Secretary at that time yet, but I've heard Kisap Mata, which is
2010.
spearheaded, I think, by one board member.
Attorney Asuncion,
Dr. Arroyo, di ba?
Attorney
Yes,
Asuncion,
that's
you were
correct,
there
sir.
already when this was the policy on the cataract.
Sa cataract. Anyway, ito kasi sa cataract, 2004, alam nyo nagsimula na ang kalokohan sa cataract. Tama ba, Mr. Pargas?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kailan kayo nagsimula ng case rate? When did you start with the case rate system?
Mr. Chair, prior, mga around 2004-5, meron na pong ilan na mga single case rates na lumabas. Like
So,
alternative care.
ang unang case rate nyo na mabigat, itong cataract case rate. Tama ba? I mean, mabigat, sinasabi natin, because it became subject to abuse.
I suppose, sir, because during that time, 2004,
No, you don't suppose
I
it.
left the region.
Because you know that there are pending claims right now sa arbitration. Marami kayong problema with Dr. Evangelista. Am I correct, Attorney
Villegas, sir.
Attorney Villegas, di ba?
Correct, sir.
Binabanggit mo kanina, marami kayong problema at meron mga claims sa inyo, ito si Dr. Evangelista. Tama?
Yes, sir.
So, 12 years ago, yung baho ng cataract, yung baho ng case rate, evident na sa PhilHealth. Yung badge of fraud, alam niyo ba yung mga badge of fraud that were part of this board resolution? Ito, anyway, I'll just go into some of the any of the following circumstances, trends, events, or indications shall constitute the badge of fraud, such as operations are concentrated in a very limited place and prescribed time, 70% or more of the patients are PhilHealth members. Nung araw kasi, hindi pa lahat, di ba? The procedure is being done by only one doctor or group of doctors for the same group practice and in the same hospital facility. There is unusual increase in the volumes of claims by the subject healthcare providers for the same single procedure, such as cataract surgery. There is a sudden exponential rise in claims occurring compared to the baseline claims or track record of the concerned healthcare provider. And the doctor, surgeon, or surgeon is not known to usually practice in the area or locality where the surgical operations were done. Are you aware of this, or is this familiar to you, Dr. Pargas?
Mr. Chair, the badge of fraud, I've heard of it.
So, is this an appropriate definition of fraud, of the badges of fraud in the resolution?
Again, Mr. Chair, I have not read the resolution. If it is in 2004, I was still at the regional level.
2010.
Okay. Yes, central office.
Na kaya ako nire-raise to kasi matagal na alam ng Philhealth na alam nyo naman na niloloko kayo ng mga doktor. Ang taong bayan niloloko ng mga doktor at ng mga HCI na mas iba ang motibo. Gusto lang nila gawing negosyong malaki. Itong, di ba alam niyo naman, ang insurance is as old as insurance fraud. Would you agree with me? Attorney Asuncion, tama ba yan? Ha? You agree that basta insurance, meron lagi insurance fraud sa kabilang side. Tama ba? And it is your duty, kayong lahat, senior officers, to guard against insurance fraud. Am I correct? Oo, hindi. Dapat binabantayan nyo ang lahat ng nadadaya o yung gumagawa ng mga kalokohan para kunin yung pera ng taong bayan nang wala sa ayos. Kasi ang PhilHealth, ang pera ng PhilHealth ay pag-aari ng bawat Pilipino. Tama ba yun o mali? So all of you are saying yes, di ba? Oh. So alam na natin itong negosyo ng cataract. Alam na natin yung naging negosyo sa pneumonia. Alam natin yung mga naging negosyo sa sepsis. Itong sa kay Dr. Mingita, itong negosyo sa cerebral inflammation, di ba? Mga cerebral stroke, mga stroke na sinasabi. Alam nyo na yan, may racket. Tama o mali? O ngayon, tanong ko, si Dr. Evangelista ba ng Quezon City Eye Institute hanggang ngayon, is he still accredited by PhilHealth o hindi na?
I think, Dr. Pargas, I think legal should be answered at the prosecution department.
Meron ba kayong blacklist? Meron ba kayong binabawal na makipag-deal sa PhilHealth na doktor na hindi nyo na kinikilala o wala? Meron
Yung
ba kayo
hindi
ron?
na accredited.
Dr. Pargas, health policy.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Meron.
Na ano po? I'm sorry.
Mga doktor na hindi nyo na pinapayagan na mag-claim sa PhilHealth kasi involved sila sa fraud. Or blacklist.
If they are not accredited po, they cannot claim from PhilHealth.
No, meron ba kayong listahan ng mga tao na hindi nyo na pinapayagan mag-claim dahil meron silang mga gagawang fraudulent cases dito sa PhilHealth?
Attorney Pucalan, you should be the one answering from legal, yung prosecution group.
Sir, those healthcare providers with revoked accreditation should not be accredited by PhilHealth.
Meron na ba kayong doktor na tinanggal niya yung accreditation at hindi na pwede makipag-deal sa PhilHealth?
Sir, yes sir, yung mga revoke na po yung accreditation po.
Sino mga doktor ito? Si Dr. Evangelista ba? Accredited pa o hindi na?
Mr. Chair, our senior manager for accreditation is here.
Sino?
Dr. Herrera. Can we recognize her?
Dr. Herrera, please come over. Have you taken your oath, Dr. Herrera?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ilan doktor na ang inyong tinanggal sa listahan ng PhilHealth ng doktor na nag-claim sa PhilHealth?
I think up from 2008
Up to present, sir, I think we have 5 doctors po.
Sino-sino ito mga doktor na to?
Let me just get that list, sir.
Please read their names. Ano, tanong ko sa inyo ngayon, ha? Mr. Pargas, si Dr. Menggita ba accredited pa ng PhilHealth o hindi na?
Mr. Chair, not accredited po.
Hindi na.
Yes, sir.
Pero dati accredited siya. Dati he was accredited. He
Yes,
used to be
Mr.
accredited. Kailan tinanggal ang kanyang accreditation?
The accreditation of Dr. Menggita, I think, expired in August 31 of 2019. And then
So,
he
1 year pa lang. Anong year yung mga kaso ni Dr. Menggita Panyaro?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, nagsimula yung kanyang modus noong 2013.
13. So 6 years tuloy-tuloy. Okay, ma'am, may sagot na kayo? Wala pa.
For Dr. Evangelista, his last, si Evangelista pa lang po ang na-confirm ko po, sir. His last accreditation is in 2016, October 21, 2016.
2016.
Yes, sir.
Si Dr. Menggita, 2019.
August 31, 2019.
Ilan pa yung mga doktor na iyong na-blacklist na?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
How many doctors are now blacklisted or not in the, or how many doctors have lost their accreditation with PhilHealth due to fraud?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't have that number, but once they have, they are revoked, it is being blocked in the accreditation database, so they cannot apply in the regions anymore. Their applications cannot be received.
Okay. Meron, no? Meron kayong natanggal na. Hindi na pwedeng mag-ano sa PhilHealth. How many of them are facing criminal charges now due to fraud? Legal Department, ilang ngayon ang kaso nyo against doctors due to fraudulent practices against PhilHealth?
Sir, may I refer you to Attorney Villegas?
Villegas.
Hindi naman kailangan eksakto. Hindi naman kailangan eksakto yung number. More or less.
Marami na ba kayo na demanda dahil sa fraud?
Sir, you are asking for a criminal case, sir? Or
Yes, yes.
So it's the legal, sir, ang criminal case. It's
Okay,
not
okay. I
for
will
the
answer for
RB.
the both of you. Yung cases nyo, fraud and non-fraud, siguro more or less about 3,000. 3,500. Tama ba?
Yes,
Fraud
sir.
and non-fraud.
Majority, sir, of the cases are fraudulent.
Kaya nga.
Non-fraud.
So mga nasa 3,500 more or less.
So meron na kayong dinimanda na doktor?
Meron, sir, ano po?
Criminal case, meron na.
Meron na po, sir, tayong pinailan po.
Ilan na ang nako-convict?
Sir, as of now, wala pa po kasi nakapending pa yung iba sa court. Yung iba po nasa prosecutor's office pa po.
Okay, wala pa. Habang walang doktor na nako-convict at napapakulong, tuloy-tuloy ang ligaya ng mga yan. Do you see that as something happening right now, Mr. Pargas?
Mr. Chair, posible po if they are really defrauding the system.
If
they are really defrauding the system po, posible po.
Hindi ba, tingin mo ba walang doktor na nanloloko sa PhilHealth?
Meron na pong dahil meron na po kaming mga natanggalan ng accreditation, so maaaring meron.
Pero wala pa tayong pinapakulong o wala pang napapakulong hanggang ngayon. Yes, Attorney Pukulan.
As to doctors who are involved in fraudulent activities, the PhilHealth has already filed 31 PRC cases against those doctors. Several doctors' accreditation were also withdrawn by PhilHealth. And we have also filed some criminal cases, sir. So yun po yung mga...
O sige, anong resulta ng PRC? What's happening at the PRC right now? Anong resulta ng inyong mga kasong final? Sino ito mga testigo? Kompleto ba ebidensya nyo?
Sorry sir, hindi ko nakuha yung...
Anong status ng cases sa PRC?
Sir, majority sir are still pending pa po ng ano.
Pag
Meron
sinabi
pong
mo
isang,
majority are still
decided
pending,
case.
ibig sabihin, wala ka pang natatanggalan ng lisensya na doktor hanggang ngayon.
As based on the complaint sir filed by Philhealth, wala pa po kasi nga po almost 90% pa po are pending with the PRC.
Honorable Rimulya, batay po dyan sa nire-raise ninyo, no? Dapat nga hindi pa natin take up ngayon to. Andito noon si Honorable Kabatbat, natanong mo rin. Si Dr. Mengita nandito na po. Baka gusto nyong, para meron tayong isang solid na pagdiskussan tungkol sa kaso. He's in Zoom right now. Would you want to allow him to discuss during your interpellation? Okay, go ahead.
O ngayon, so doktor, may problema tayo, wala pang nangyayari. O yung mga ospital na nanluloko sa PhilHealth, meron na ba kayong napasarado? Atty. Villegas, Atty. Bukalan, kahit sino sa inyo.
Sir, as far as the administrative cases, sir, marami na rin po kaming na-revoke, na-suspend at saka nabigyan ng fine ng mga hospital.
Hindi, yung ospital na napasarado, wala pa kayo napapasaradong ospital?
Attorney Bukalan.
Attorney Bukalan.
In addition to the administrative cases filed before healthcare providers, the PhilHealth has also issued several TSPC or the temporary suspension of payment of claims, as well as withdrawal of accreditations of several healthcare providers who are defrauding the PhilHealth.
Attorney Villegas, ano yung ospital doon sa Manila na tinanggalan nyo ng accreditation? Holy Infant Jesus ba yun?
Sir?
Ano yung ospital sa Manila? Yung very notorious na lumabas na rin sa news, Holy Infant Jesus ba yun? Nagpasara? Tinanggalan nyo ng accreditation?
Baka po withdrawal of...
Yes.
Ganito po yun, sir. I have to explain, Mr. Chair. Kapag withdrawal of accreditation po, that is the process in the accreditation department.
Yes, yes. But ano yung ospital na yun?
Kaya po kung...
No, Tony Villegas, what particular hospital? We all know the hospital. I just forgot the name. I don't want to dig into my papers. Anong hospital yon?
Yung na-revoke po o
Yes.
na-withdraw?
Yung sa Manila, Holy Infant Jesus. Everyone knows that. But
Okay. Tanong ko sa inyo, ito na lang. How many strikes before you take away the accreditation of any doctor or any hospital? Ilang kaso ang kinakailangan mangyari para tanggalin nyo ang accreditation? Ilan?
Sir, sa arbitration po, meron pong 3 counts bago po siya maging revocation yung penalty. Siya po ay nakalagay sa ating implementing rules and regulation on the process po ng arbitration office. First offense, second offense, and third offense po, revocation na po
Ang
siya.
pinag-uusapan dito, insurance fraud, ha? Baka kala nyo, pitikan lang ng tenga to. Insurance fraud to. Oh, Mr. Pukalan.
Sir, aside from the usual quasi-judicial process wherein there is a requirement for at least for two conviction, the PhilHealth has also implemented this policy on withdrawal of accreditation, wherein if there is proof that there is really widespread or rampant fraud committed by a healthcare provider, the PhilHealth can immediately withdraw the accreditation po of the healthcare provider.
Exactly. Ito yan, di ba? To be accredited by PhilHealth, para ikaw ay ma-accredit ng PhilHealth, is a privilege. It is not a right. Am I correct? Dr. Pargas?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Then what are you doing? Why are you allowing all of these frauds to continue? Bakit ang bagal ng aksyon? Parang ayaw niyong awatin yung mga gumagawa ng kalokohan. You're talking about billions being lost by our people galing sa taong bayan. Ito naman dapat maisip natin, no? Ang bawat perang pumapasok sa PhilHealth every year na premiums at government subsidy, lahat ito galing kay Juan de la Cruz. Galing sa bawat Pilipino yan. Di ba? Galing sa bayan yan. Tapos, slap on the wrist, pag nahuli nyo, second chance pa. Dapat wala, di ba? Why are there second chances being given? Ba't hindi nyo immediate? Pag may isang fraud pa lang, tigil na. Wala nang accreditation. Dapat nga dyan, kahit chismis lang eh. Pwede nyo nang tanggalin ng accreditation yan eh. May pattern of fraud lang, may badge of fraud lang, dapat tanggal na yung accreditation ng HCI at ng tao. Tama o mali? Dr. Pargas.
Mr. Chair, tama po. Kaya po ngayon, meron din po kami na tinatawag na kung meron po halimbawa na nakita, meron po agad kami na yung tinatawag na temporary suspension of processing of claims, and then it will have to go through the investigation, and kung talaga pong makita na meron pong tinatawag na fraud, then yung pong binabanggit ni Attorney Pocalian, pwede pong i-request na kaagad for the President to withdraw the accreditation.
Okay. You're all experienced already. Ang dami nyo na nakita na nangyayari. Meron naman kayong guidelines kung paano i-identify ang badges of fraud sa bawat specialization at sa bawat kaso? Meron na ba kayong ganong guidelines? Wala pa.
Meron. May guidelines kayo on fraud. Sinabit nyo pa sa amin. Hindi lang analysis. They have guidelines on fraud. Honorable Remulla.
Ilan ang investigators ng legal department nyo?
Investigator, sir, or lawyer, sir?
Investigators. Kasi may lawyers tayo, meron ba kayo investigators?
Sa FIED, sir, I think mga 20, sir. Mga ganun. Mga more than 20. And sa regions naman po, the GCG has just approved a new plantilla position for special investigators just last year. Although the hiring just this year, mga 128 po sa iba-ibang regions.
Mr. Chairman, ang punto ko lang dito kasi, Philhealth is a very tempting target to fraudsters because, number one, it is very slow to react. Number two, it's very forgiving. Pinapabayaan lang. Number three, there's no spirit na pag itong taong to ay talagang tinalo ang Philhealth, dapat mawala ang lisensya niyan at mawala na yan sa landscape ng medical profession. You have to fight for this country. Hindi naman pwedeng lalamiya-lamiya tayo. Ang mga kalaban natin, puro walang yayan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Remulla. I'd like to recognize the Honorable Law Fortun who would like to interject. Congressman Fortun. Congressman
Mr.
Lord.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So this is my time, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, napag-usapan kasi kanina ang IRM na-raise ni Representative Barzaga. Balikan ko na rin yung IRM, Mr. Chair. Lagi na pag-usapan ng mga earlier hearings pa na ang IRM ay hindi naman bagong mekanismo. This has been resorted to in the past, supposedly to respond to certain calamities and other fortuitous events. And in fact, marami ng circulars sa mga nakaraan ang tungkol sa IRM. We have circular number 4, series of 2014. Ito yung IRM for healthcare institutions in areas directly affected by Yolanda. Meron ding circular number 24, series of 2014, dagdag na IRM para sa mga HCIs in areas directly affected still by Yolanda. Merong circular number 26, series of 2017, IRM naman ito to expedite the recovery of the healthcare system in the city of Marawi. At ang pinaka-recent, Mr. Chair, itong circular number 7, series of 2020, which is actually a revision of circular number 34, series of 2013. Basically, this circular number 7, 2020, incorporated IRM, which was not part of circular number 34, series of 2013. Ang unang kong tanong, Mr. Chair, we will notice that in all earlier circulars, the IRM had very specific purposes and coverage and made particular reference to specifically identified calamities and fortuitous events. Ang mga circulars na to clearly mentioned the IRM was intended to aid HCIs that may have been critically affected by clearly identified calamities or fortuitous events. For example, Yolanda at Marawi. Ang tanong ko una, Mr. Chair, why is it that Circular Number 7, Series of 2020, does not refer to any specific calamity or fortuitous event?
Dr. Pargas?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to defer to our corporate legal counsel to respond to that. Attorney Llabe.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The basis of our Circular 007-2020 is the 2496, and I'd like to invite the Honorable Congressman to fifth whereas po, which for us, this is a blanket authority which allows Philhealth to have an IRM be included among the special privileges that may be conferred during fortuitous events and emergencies. And because of this 2496, the PhilHealth Circular 007-2020 was adopted, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this is quite inconsistent with the earlier manifestations ng mga earlier na hearings. Kasi lagi sinasabi, what prompted the issuance of Circular Number 7, Series of 2020 was the COVID-19 pandemic. Ito yung nag-prompt. Kaya inisyo itong circular na to as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we're being told now na ang intention pala talaga nito ay maging blanket authority, para sa PhilHealth na magbigay ng IRM sa kahit anong fortuitous event that may arise, sa panahon ngayon. Ang sunod kong tanong, Mr. Chair, if the general terms of the current circular are meant to cover COVID-19 pandemic, kasi yun ang sinasabi dati, why is it that there is no mention or reference to pandemics or diseases in the rationale of the circular, Mr. Chair? If I may read, Mr. Chair, yung rationale does not mention pandemic or diseases if indeed the general terms are meant to cover the COVID-19 pandemic. Kasi yun ang sinasabi earlier sa mga hearings, Mr. Chair. Okay, ito yung sabi ng rationale. The recent fortuitous events that visited our country or events described as an act of God, like floods or typhoons, or an act of man, such as rebellion, insurgencies, and wars, bear witness to the inherent powers of the same to effect displacement of communities in several endangered areas. These are what the IRM under Circular Number 7, Series of 2020, is supposed to address. There is no reference to any pandemic. There's no reference to the COVID-19 crisis. There's no reference to diseases in general. Bakit po ganito? Kung totoong what prompted the issuance of the circular is the COVID-19 pandemic.
Dr. Pargas?
The Circular 007 is not an issuance for the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, it is a revision on the special privileges which can be given when there is a fortuitous event. And the IRM, as stated earlier by Attorney Labe, is now part of that particular special provisions or special privileges during the time of a fortuitous event. So, however, Mr. Chair, in that particular circular 007, under its policy statements and general guidelines, a declaration of a state of calamity or a state of emergency or any other analogous certification on the fortuitous events are required for the application of this circular. Please be noted that there was a declaration of national public health emergency in March and also a national state of calamity also in March. this state of calamity and this state of public health emergency is due to the pandemic caused by the COVID as it is.
So what we're saying now, Mr. Chair, is that the earlier manifestations, no less than the President of PhilHealth, that what prompted the issuance of Circular Number 7, Series of 2020, was the COVID-19 pandemic, is incorrect. So parang sinasabi natin, mali pala yung sinasabi ni President Morales na what prompted the issuance of this circular is the COVID-19 pandemic. No, we're saying now na hindi naman pala yun. No? Well, lumalabas ngayon, Mr. Chair, na talagang napakalawak ng coverage ng circular na ito. No? It can cover just any calamity, any fortuitous event na maaring mag-arise sa panahon ngayon. It's very different from the earlier IRM circulars, Mr. Chair, because the earlier IRM circulars clearly identified the fortuitous event, clearly identified the areas of coverage. In this case, napakalawak. No? Lumalabas, blanket talaga ito. And perhaps that's the reason why, Mr. Chair, that they pegged it at an overestimated amount of 27 billion. No, as earlier pointed out by Congresswoman Estela Kimbo, na nasa less than 4 billion lang ang estimated cases, no, ng COVID-19. Ang IRM natin ay nasa 27 billion pesos. Okay, my next question, Mr. Chair. Ganyong ang Circular Number 7, no, Series of 2020, ay revision ng Circular Number 34. No? We all agree that this circular is actually a revision of Circular Number 34, Series of 2013. At ang pinakamahalagang revision dyan, pag tinignan natin yung Circular Number 34, Series of 2013 and Circular Number 007, Series of 2020, halos lahat magkapareho except that, no, ang salient feature dyan ay in-incorporate dito sa Circular Number 007 ang IRM na wala na dati sa Circular Number 34, Series of 2013. Now, since Circular Number 7, 2020 is a revision of Circular Number 34, at ating napapansin na halos magkapareho lang kanilang nilalaman except that IRM has been included in the latter circular, masasabi ba nating effective pa rin ang mga provisions ng Circular Number 34, no? Na hindi naman ginalaw ng Circular Number 7, Series of 2020?
Mr. Chair, the privileges po are retained, pero again, napasama na po doon sa sa privileges, ngayon nga po is the IRM. Pero kung makikita rin po natin, sa circular po, doon sa revisions, lahat po nung italicized words and letters, lahat po yon are revisions to the circular. So katulad po nung tanong nyo, kung yung mga ibang provision ba ay effective or nararapat sa panahong ito, katulad po nung sa letter E on membership and contribution, so yan po ay nakaayon na rin doon sa mga bagong polisiya pagdating po sa membership and contribution.
In other words, Mr. Chair, yung mga special privilege under the earlier Circular Number 34 ay patuloy na ina-avail, no, ng HCI at ng ating mga health providers. And on top of that, no, dagdag pa dito ang pag-utilize sa IRM. So ang sinasabi ba natin dito ngayon na ang i-avail nilang mga privileges, no, maliban sa IRM ngayon, tuloy pa rin ang pag-enjoy ng privileges under Circular Number 34.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So mas masarap ang buhay ngayon, Mr. Chair, kasi patong-patong na ito ng mga pribilehiyo. At
Honorable Fortun? Honorable Fortun? Nawala po si Congressman Fortun. Okay, so for our next interpellator, Honorable Marcoleta.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Sino po ba yung Senior Vice President ng PhilHealth nung pong ang Perpetual Succor Hospital ay masuspindi po ng 3 months? Sino po yung Senior Vice President noon ng legal?
Ito pong panahon na to ay 2019, tama po ba to?
April 22, 2015 po nung ang arbitration office ng PhilHealth ay magdesisyon sa dalawang counts na pagkakasala. Yung pong ini-extend po yung period of confinement at saka misrepresentation and furnishing false or incorrect information. Ang perpetual succor po ay sinuspindi ng 3 buwan. Sino po ang Senior Vice President nung panahon na yun?
Attorney Asuncion, mukhang nag-excuse lang po sandali. Babalik po siya. Pero ito po ay nakapaloob from 2015 to 2019. So you may ask the current and also the past would be Attorney Asuncion when he comes back.
Mr. Chair, meron po bang sasagot o walang
Attorney
gustong
Pucalan,
sumagot?
you're recognized.
Sir, I think it's Attorney Asuncion. He mentioned earlier that he was the SVP for legal sector until 2016 po.
Okay. And your name is Attorney Pucalian o Pucalan?
Pucalian po, sir.
Attorney Pucalian, you were working under Attorney Asuncion at the time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Itong arbitration decision na ito was upheld by the PhilHealth Board. Is that correct?
On the perpetual, sir.
Perpetual succor lang tayo. Walang ibang hospital ang pinag-uusapan natin.
Yes, sir.
Tama?
Yes po, sir.
I am back, Mr. Chair.
Pagkatapos na ma-uphold ng PhilHealth, ang ginawa ng perpetual succor, nag-appeal sa Court of Appeals. Tama,
Yes
Attorney?
po, sir.
Okay. Ano nangyari sa Court of Appeals? Alam mo?
I think, sir, it was affirmed by the
The
decision of the board was affirmed.
Alam mo yun, ikaw nandun ka naman Huwag mong gamitin yung I think. What happened?
The decision of the Philhealth Board was affirmed by the Court of Appeals.
Correct. Nag-motion for recon, di ba? And the motion for reconsideration was denied by the Court of Appeals. Ibig sabihin, yung desisyon ng arbitration office ninyo at saka yung desisyon ng PhilHealth, tama. Sumangay ng korte, di ba? O di ba ang ganda sana, ang ganda ng prestigyo ninyo sapagkat sinuportahan kayo ng Court of Appeals. Sino sa inyong mga lawyers ang gumawa ng legal opinion na yung desisyon ng Court of Appeals na yon, which has become final and executory, ay mapalitan? Sino ang gumawa ng legal opinion sa inyo? Mabuti pa, mag-aminan tayo para madali tayo.
Yes, sir.
Anong yes, sir? Sino ka ako? Yes, sir.
Ako po, sir, sa internal legal
Yun,
department.
ikaw, di ba? Alam mo ang ginawa mo, you gathered certain jurisprudence. Meron akong hawak nung ginawa mong legal opinion. Nagkalap ka ng mga jurisprudence na ang sinasabi, even the principle of finality of judgment can be changed. Kasi, isip-isipin mo, Mr. Chair, ipinanalo nga ng PhilHealth, sumuporta na nga ang Court of Appeals. In-uphold na nga. Talagang tama lang na suspindihin ng 3 months ang perpetual succor. Akalain mong gagawa ng policy na palitan yung 3 months suspension. Alisin. Mr. Chair, alam nyo ba kung ano yung average na claim ng perpetual succor per month? Between 2016 to 2018, alam mo ba, Atty. Pocalian, kung ilan ang average monthly claim ng perpetual succor sa PhilHealth?
Sir, hindi po.
Ha? 30 million, di ba? Monthly.
Hindi ko alam.
30 million, Atty. Pocalian.
Ang hirap naman sa inyo, nagkakakunwa-kunwari pang hindi nyo maintindihan. 30 million ang average na kine-claim ng perpetual succor. Kaya kapag ka sinuspindi mo for 3 months, maliwanag na 90 million ang mawawala sa kanila. So gumawa kayo ng policy ngayon, ikaw ang gumawa ng legal opinion na pwedeng palitan kahit na yung desisyon upheld na ng court at naging final and executory. Ang sabi mo rin, nangalap ka ng desisyon eh. Oh, isa sa mga nakuha mong jurisprudence, pupwede ka niya napalitan yung final and executory nature ng isang kaso kapag ka ang pinag-uusapan lang ay correction of clerical errors. Ibig mo bang sabihin, yung pagkakadesisyon ng 3-month suspension, clerical error lang, Atty. Pocalian?
Hindi po, sir.
Oh, bakit nga ngayon gagamitin mo itong mga desisyon na ito? Meron pang isa, non-pro-tunc entries. As a lawyer, kabisado mo yon. Mga entrada ito na dapat nandun sa pagkakamali lang, kaya nilagay, sinupply. Parang pinsambuo din ng clerical errors. Tama?
Sir, can I explain the
Teka muna, tinatanong kita eh. Hindi ko sasabi
background of
explain
that?
ka. Okay? Ito ang mga kondisyon na pupwede lang ng isang desisyon na final na ay pwede mong baguhin. Kasi clerical lang naman eh. Halimbawa, nagkamali yung nag-type. Ang award is 10 million. Ang nailagay niya 10 pesos. Eh, hindi naman, mali naman talaga. Kailangan itama mo. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng clerical. Yun ang nunc pro tunc entries. O ang isa pang kondisyon na pwede mong palitan, kung void ang judgment. Void ba yung judgment? Nanggaling sa arbitration office, pinagtibay ng PhilHealth, inuphold ng Court of Appeals, ibig mo sabihin, void ang judgment? Void ba, Atty. Pocalian?
No,
Hindi.
sir.
Oh, gagamitin mo ba ngayon, ito ang dahilan mo para palitan mo yung suspension at i-maximize na lang daw, Mr. Chair, yung penalty na lang ng fine. Bakit? Alam mo yung ginawa mo dito sa yung ito pare-pareho. Correction of clerical errors, kinalap niya ang mga jurisprudence para palitawin niya na po pwedeng palitan ang isang decision that has become final and executory. Ang sabi niya, ang isa pa, yung technicality kanya, hindi po pwedeng manaig doon sa substantive right nung partido. Anong technicality dito, Atty. Pocalian? Anong substantive right ang nawala sa POSOCOR samantalang napatunayan nyo na nag-falsify ng entries? In-extend niya yung confinement ng mga patients. Anong sinasabi mo na mayroong technicality over substantive right? Anong substantive right ang pinoproteksyonan nitong ginawa mong legal opinion?
Sir, if you will notice, sir, sa legal opinion, when that legal opinion was presented before the board, I insisted talaga na
Pupunta ako doon, okay? Pupunta ako doon. Tinitingnan ko lang kasi naguhugas ka na naman eh. Kasi ikaw bang pinirmahan mo ito eh. Oh. Ang sabi mo rito, in view of the foregoing, yung pagkakakalap mo nitong mga balibaligtad na mga jurisprudence, in view of the foregoing, sabi mo, the higher interest of substantial justice and equity always provide a valid justification for the relaxation of rules. Anong higher interest of substantial justice kung papalitan mo yung suspension ng fines? What?
Sir, that opinion has no reference po sa perpetual succor decision because that opinion was rendered June of, I think, 2018, sir, if I'm correct. June. But the perpetual case happened January of 2019, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So, that's
Okay.
not the basis, sir, of the
Okay.
decision of the Philhealth Board.
Bakit mo ginawa ito?
It's about a different case po, sir. But if you will notice,
Teka muna. Ito ay pagpapalit ng desisyon ng PhilHealth Board. Kahit na final and executory na.
Yes, sir, but
What
Yes, sir, but-
specific? Teka muna eh. Sumasagot ka kaagad, hindi pa ako
sorry
natatapos.
po, sir.
What specific case or cases ang tinumbok ba nito? Bakit napilitan kang gumawa nito? First of all, who asked you to prepare a legal opinion such as this? What
Actually,
is
sir,
it
it
for?
was asked by the Philhealth Board at that time because
What
there was
for?
there
Why?
was a case pending before them. It's the Medina General Hospital. It's on about Medina General Hospital, wherein there was a whistleblower who appeared before the board, revealing some irregularity in the rendition of the investigation at the pro level. So the board decided to seek a legal opinion because there was already a decision by the court at the time. But the PhilHealth Board that time was really disturbed because there was a whistleblower who appeared before the board. I think the Office of the Corse can issue the minutes of the minutes or the agreements during that meeting, sir. So it has nothing to do with the perpetual succor. I don't understand why it is being linked to a perpetual succor. It happened several months after. And besides, when that legal opinion was presented, I warned the PhilHealth Board that the PhilHealth Board, I said, may be exposing themselves to perception of partiality, no? Kasi nga, di ba, may decision na nga eh. I frankly told them. That's why I insisted that the matter should be referred to the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel.
Alam mo,
The minutes,
Atty.
sir, of the meeting, sir, will, I hope the Office of the Corsi can provide the minutes of the meeting on that.
So, ibig mo sabihin, ginawa mo ito dahil sa isang specific case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Medina General...
Bakit hindi mo sinite dito yung case? It is as if that this is generally directed to all cases
Yun nga, sir, eh.
that
I mean,
might necessitate the changing of a final nature of a particular decision.
yes,
Di ba?
sir. Actually, it pertains only to one case at that time because of there was a whistleblower ngang nag-appear sa
Yun
board.
nga eh. Alam mo, yung pagsisinungaling kasi napakahirap, Atty. Pocal yan. Kahit ano pang gawin mo. Itong PhilHealth Board, number 2334, series of 2017. Tama? Hindi
Yes,
ba
sir.
ginamit ito doon sa perpetual succor?
Sir, may I refer you to our corporate secretary on that?
Hindi mo alam itong PhilHealth Board Resolution number 2334? 2017?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with that.
Oh. Hindi ba ginamit ito sa perpetual succor? Kasi ang ginawa ninyo, imbes na 10,000 pesos ang fine, ginawa ninyong 100 to 200,000. Mas importante sa inyo kanyo na i-fine na lang ninyo kasi para hindi raw ma-interrupt yung service ng institution. Ang ifa-fine na lamang ay professionals. Hindi ba tama? Hindi ba ganito yung justification nitong PhilHealth Board na ito?
Yes, sir po.
Oh. Pinalitan ninyo yung 3-month suspension ng accreditation, pinalaki na lamang ninyo yung kanyang fine. Ginamit ninyo itong PhilHealth Board resolution, ang basis niya yung ginawa mong resolution. Tama. Huwag kang tumango, sumagot ka.
Yes, sir po.
Oh. Sa makatuwid, kahit na pala, final and executory na ang isang desisyon, kayang-kaya ninyong palitan. Bakit? Mas mataas ka pa ba sa Court of Appeals at pinalitan mo? Ang sabi ng Court of Appeals, tama po kayo, Mr. Philhealth. Tama kayo, i-uphold ko kayo. In-uphold niya kayo ng Court of Appeals Bakit ninyo pinalitan ang desisyon? Mr. Chair, tingnan mo na lang ang kabalintunaan ng lahat ng ito. Bakit nyo pa kasi sinuspindi? Ganun din palang gagawin ninyo.
Sir, I think the Office of the Government Corporate Counsel has also issued a legal opinion
Wala pong
affirming that
pakialam sa legal opinion ng Office of the Corporate Government Counsel o whatever. Hindi yun ang pinag-uusapan natin. Whatever opinion that that office will render, it doesn't matter. It has no relation. Ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, in-uphold ka na nga ng Court of Appeals. Okay? In-uphold ka na Tama yung decision ninyo. Papalitan nyo pa. Ang tanong ko, ganun din pala ang kapupuntahan nito. Ba't nagrigudon pa kayo? Ba't sinuspindi mo pa kasi? Hindi ba? Wala kayong malasakit talaga. Paano kaya kanina yung tinatanong ka ni Congressman Boying, tinatanong ka niya, ano ba kang patakaran ng pagsususpinde? Natatawa lang ako sa sagot mo Wala talaga kayong masususpinde dahil sa Philhealth Board Resolution 2334 Series of 2017 sapagkat hindi na ninyo pangangatawanan ang pagsususpinde. Ito yung Philhealth Resolution. Hindi ba subsisting and enforceable pa itong resolution na ito? Di-revoke nyo na ba ito o hindi?
Sir, we have already recommended for the revocation of that.
Nirekomenda. Ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, subsisting ba or enforceable pa ngayon?
Mr. Chair, Mr.
No,
Congressman.
tinatanong ko si Attorney Pocal yan. Ano? Alam mo ito
Sir, we have already recommended.
Pag-aaralan nyo pa lang na i-revoke, di ba? Ngayon mo lang ngayon. Kasi ko, natiklo ka na Kaya mo pag-aaralan. Ganyan naman kayo Isip-isipin mong gagawa ka ng legal opinion. Itinalaga po kayong lahat para sinupin po ninyo ang PhilHealth Fund. Proteksyonan natin sapagkat hindi po nyo pera yon. Ang sabi nga po dito kung binabasa mo yung IRR ng Republic Act 7875, ito po yung PhilHealth Fund. Anong sinasabi po rito? Title 1, Section 1, Paragraph I, Fiduciary Responsibility. Anong ibig sabihin nun? The program shall provide effective stewardship, funds management, and maintenance of reserves. Naintindihan mo yun, attorney, di ba? Attorney ka naman Yun ang level ng pag-iingat na kinakailangan sa pera ng PhilHealth. Paano nyo gagawin yun? Nahuli mo na nga yung perpetual succor. Napatunayan na ng arbitration office. Napatunayan ng board. In-upheld ka ng Court of Appeals. Pagkatapos gagawa ka ng opinion, napaniwala mo naman yung board na kinakailangang palitan. Saan ka nakakita? Bakit korte ka ba? Is the PhilHealth Board is a court? Para yung decision ng Court of Appeals, papalitan nyo pa? Sasabi siguro ng Court of Appeals, pinagod nyo pa kami. Pinagod nyo pa kami. Papalitan nyo rin pala yung opinion namin Mas magaling pa pala kayo sa amin Mr. Chair, kung tagabantay ka ng isang bagay, babantayan mong mabuti. Bantay sa lakay naman pala kayo Isip-isipin mo itong pananagutan na ito, binibiro-biro lamang ninyo. May sasabihin ka. Meron kang gusto sabihin, sino yung nasa katabi mo? Did you want to say something? Attorney Mangawang, nung panahon na yon at ngayon, pinresent sa board, ikaw ang corporate secretary, tama ba?
Yes, Mr.
Did you ever say something about this? For example, nung gumawa siya ng legal opinion, sino sa mga lawyers ninyo ang nagbigay man lamang ng kahit na ang opinion, huwag po, magkakamali po tayo dyan. May finality of judgment na yun Napapalitan lang po ang hatol. Sabi nga natin, kung clerical lang. Si Congressman Barsaga, In-award sa kanya ng court 10 million, ang nalagay 10 pesos. Sabi, kailangan naman palitan. Hindi na pwede yung hindi mo papalitan. Nagkamali lang, clerical eh. Nagkamali ba yung arbitration ninyo? Nagkamali ba yung Philhealth Board? Nagkamali ba yung Court of Appeals? Hindi. Ba't mo papalitan? Ganito po kalala eh.
Honorable Marcoleta, Dr. Pargas, wala si Mr. Dimsiaco. Yung perpetual succor, binigyan nyo ng IRM yan na 78 million pesos, tama ba?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, wala lang ako data po ng...
You are the
IRM
fund
para sa-
management, ikaw ang nag-release ng pondo. You release 78 million to perpetual succor, is that correct? Under
wala lang ako
IRM?
data, Your Honor, sa IRM ng Perpetual Soccer.
Ano?
Wala lang ako data po. Check ko muna, Your Honor.
No, I have the data here. I'm telling you now. Bukod dun sa sinasabing kaso ni Honorable Marcoleta na ni-reverse ninyo yung inyong sarili, ni-rewardan nyo pa ng 78 million pesos under IRM. Honorable Marcoleta?
Niloko na kayo, natuwa pa kayo. Attorney Mangawang, sino ang ninong ng Perpetual Succor? Who spoke for Perpetual Succor in the board of directors?
Who spoke po? I'm not aware if I'm sorry. I'm not aware of any board member who has spoken with the Perpetual Succor, except that the Perpetual Succor delivered the motion for reconsideration on December 9, 2018.
Attorney Pukalan, sino nagpagawa sa iyo ng opinion para kampihan mo yung Perpetual Succor?
Sorry, sir.
Who asked you to make that opinion in favor of overturning what was already a won case in the Court of Appeals?
Sir, sorry sir, hindi ko po narinig.
Hindi. Sino ang nagsabi sa iyo na maggumawa ka ng rekomendasyon sa board matapos kayo manalo sa Court of Appeals?
Sir, the PhilHealth Board po ang nag-decide na mag-issue ng legal opinion kung po pwede po ma-modify, actually modification of the decision in Medina.
Who in particular sa board ang nag-motion?
Mr. Chair,
Attorney Mangawang.
it was the Committee on Appealed Administrative Cases which requested.
Sino yun? Particular member of the board?
I think there were 7 or 6 members of the board at that time.
Isa lang ang mag-motion sa board. Sino nag-motion?
I don't have the records.
Sino yung anim? Sino yung anim na kumampi sa Perpetual Succor? Sino yung anim na board members? Are they the appointed ones or are they the ex-officio ones? Sino ang kumampi?
Sir, in the PBR 2418, dated January 10, 2019, all board members present during the meeting when the motion of Perpetual Succor was decided favorably, all 15 members signed the PhilHealth Board resolution.
Pero sino nga nag-propose doon? Confirm, Dr. Pargas.
Mr. Chairman.
Yung pong IRM, you release 78 million to Perpetual Succor. Is that correct? Under IRM? Parang nakakalimutan ninyo eh. Ako nga hawak ko yung datos.
Mr. Chairman,
isang ano
will
lang
answer
that?
to that.
What's
Mr.
that?
Attorney Labe will answer po.
Who? Attorney Labe.
Mr. Chairman, on our record, we released 78,134,000 on April 30 for Perpetual Succor.
Kahit na under suspension pa siya. You lifted the suspension and released the IRM. Is that correct, Attorney Labe?
Hindi na siya suspended. I think he's no longer, this hospital is no longer suspended, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but that case, ito yung pagkatapos pa rin ng kaso nila and you awarded that 78 million, tama? This was 2019 January.
2020 na to.
At suspension nila was supposed to be January to April 2019, tama po ba?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Marcoleta.
ito yung jurisprudence na sinight mo, Atty. Pocalian, ha? Lagcaw versus Judge Gaco. Ang sabi mo rito, the High Court has recognized the existence of supervening event. Parang isa sa mga exceptions. I ask you, ano ang supervening event to justify the change of suspension para maging final lang? Was there a supervening event?
Sir, in that case,
Was there a supervening event? Yes or no?
in the case of Judge Gaco, sir.
Perpetual sukor tayo eh.
Sir, in the case of during the deliberation of the perpetual, I was not there. I'm not present.
Attorney Pocalian, ang binabasa ko sa iyo ay yung ginawa mong legal opinion. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Sabi ko nga sa iyo, nangalap ka ng jurisprudence para palitawin mo ng isang desisyon ay pwede pang palitan kahit final and executory na. Isa sa mga ito ay itong kay Judge Gaco, Lagcaw versus Judge Gaco, na dito yung sinabi, kung merong isang supervening event. So ang tanong ko sa iyo, ano ang supervening event sa kaso ng perpetual health o perpetual succor? Ha? Wala, di ba?
Wala, sir, kasi...
O kaya nga, hindi mo pwedeng gamitin nga itong mga ito. Pagkatapos, ginamit mo pa yung Rule 38 ng Revised Rules of Procedure na merong dapat fraud, accident, mistake, or excusable negligence. Meron bang fraud doon sa pagkakagawa ng arbitration at saka pagkaka-uphold ng Philhealth? Meron bang accident? Meron bang mistake? May excusable negligence? Wala. In-uphold ka nga ng Court of Appeals. Ito ang nakaririmarim na gawain, Mr. Chair. Nakahuli ka na nga ng isang nagkamali. Para lang maitama mo at matakot naman yung kahit papano wag na nilang ulitin sa mga susunod na araw, alang-alang man lang, sa ikapuprotekta ng pondo ng PhilHealth, iniba pa. Ito yung nakapagtataka sa inyo eh. Ang sabi mo, the conversion of the penalty of suspension or revocation of accreditation as affirmed by the courts to maximum fine against institutional health providers may be considered. Ano yung sinasabi mo rito? Was there a court order na inaffirm ng court? Ang inaffirm ng court, yung suspension, hindi yung pagbabayan ng maximum fine. Meron kang intellectual dishonesty rito eh. Ito ang binigay mo sa PhilHealth. Yung PhilHealth Board naman siguro, hindi naman binabasa siguro, pirma na ng pirma eh. Katungkulan ninyo, i-guide ninyo siya. Kaya nga nandyan kayo eh. Pero kung kayo ang nandyan para paikutin nyo ang board, talagang ganyan nga mangyayari. Ang termino nga namin, mulat mula pa,
Mr. Chairman,
gatas ang baka ang nangyayari rito.
just a clarification.
Isa na lamang po, isa na lamang para mapagbigyan ka naman na Congressman Barsaga. Attorney Pocalian o Attorney Mangawang o kung sino man ang attorney sa inyo, alam niyo itong Corporate Order number 2018-0039. Tinginan na naman kayo eh. Ito, ang sinabi niya rito, the policy under PBR, yung sinasabi ko kanina na 2334, ito yung pagpapalit ng parusa, kahit na file ng executory, merong sinasabi may exceptions. Alam mo, isa sa exception, Attorney Pocalian, Attorney Mangawang, etc., etc., cases with decisions of the arbitration office, okay? OCCOO or board, or any offense which are already on appeal with the courts. Maliwanag dun eh. Pagka nasa korte na, wag mo nang pakikialaman. Hindi na po pwede yung PhilHealth Order 2334. Katakot-takot na policy yung ginagawa ninyo, pinapalit-palitan ninyo, kasi ayaw yung protectionan, ayaw yung alagaan. Paano ang pagtitiwala ng mamamayan sa inyo? Fiduciary responsibility, Mr. Chair. Kayo na mismong nagtakda nito eh. Kaya ang tanong ko kanina kung po pwede lang sagutin bago ako matapos. Ganun pala ang pakay ninyo sa perpetual succor na kahit na napatunayan yung nagkasala, isip-isipin ninyo, 3 araw lang ang confinement ng isang pasyente. Ginawa niyo yung 30 halimbawa. At siyempre, malaki ang kikitain niya, di ba? Pinagmamali niya yung mga entries. Falsification. Ayaw nyo naman pala siyang suspindihin. Pinaikot-ikot pa ninyo pati Court of Appeals, babalik din pala kayo doon eh. Bakit po ganun? Pwede nga ba sumagot, Attorney po? Hindi nyo naman pala sususpin. Wala naman pala sa bokabularyo ninyo na suspindihin. O, di ba? Pinaikot-ikot nyo lang pati korte. Kagaya din sa Cardinal Santos. Nag-ikutan lang kayo. At palalabasin ninyo, korte ang gumawa. Mr. Chair, palagay ko napakaliwanag ng paikot-ikot na ito eh. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair.
I agree. No, before I recognize you, Attorney Pucalan, short reply. Bakit? Ano nangyari?
Sir, actually, I warned, when that legal opinion was presented to the board, I warned them that the action of the board will be susceptible to partiality. Kaya nga, I suggested that...
Attorney Pucalan, ano sana ako ihinto na sana, wag kang magsisinungaling lalo. Winarn mo. Bakit mo ginawa ito? Wawarningin mo rin pala. Dapat hindi mo ginawa ito eh.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just for the clarification of the lawyers, may mga abogado tayo galing sa PhilHealth. Just a very simple question. Can an administrative agency like the PhilHealth, even with the approval of the board of directors, can change a decision coming from the court which is already final and executory? Meron mang president yan na meron ng desisyon ang husgado, final and executory, pagkatapos papalitan nyo pa?
Yun, sinasabi ni Honorable Rebulla, hindi mo susundin to favor a party. Attorney Pucalan, kindly answer.
Sir, according to OGCC legal opinion, it can be done. The modification...
You are a lawyer. Ang sinasabi lang natin dito, decision na to ng husgado. Pwede pa ba natin palitan yan, which is already final and executory? There must be stability insofar as judicial decisions are concerned. Ang nangyayari dito, para namang iba ang batas nyo at jurisprudence, sa nalalaman namin. So, simple question. Pwede nyo bang baguhin ang final decision ng husgado?
I will recognize
recognize
Attorney Mangawang, who is the corporate secretary. You should have given legal guidance to the board.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The board was aware. It was aware at that time of the general rule that a decision that has become final and executory can no longer be altered. But it was also aware at that time that there are 5 exceptions to this general rule. And the board at that time...
Okay, balik na lang tayo. Simple na lamang. Kung i-alter ba ang decision ng husgado, sino ang mag-alter? In case of fraud, accident, mistake, or excusable negligence, shall it be the court which render the decision or the administrative body? Kaya, sinasabi ko lamang, simple lamang. Kasi may mga nanonood sa ating abogado o nakikinig. O yung mga future lawyers natin, pagkatapos maririnig nila mula sa abogado ng PhilHealth, may final decision na ang husgado, pwede nyo pang palitan. Sino ang mga member of board? Member ng board of directors at the time?
Attorney Mangawang?
The members of the board at that time, Mr. Chair.
Sino ang mga members ng board?
Sino yung present? Are you asking who was present during the meeting, Congressman Barsaga?
Ng modification or amendment or the change of the court of
Ang unang
appeals
tanong ko
decision.
dito, Honorable Barsaga, all members of the board were present nung ginawa to? Hindi, di ba?
Sir, at that time, there were 16 board members.
Present.
One was absent, sir.
Okay, so go ahead.
Only 15 were present and all 15 signed the resolution.
Sino nga yung 15?
Our chairperson, Secretary Duque, Acting PCO Dr. Ferrer, CSC Commissioner Valderosa Jr., DSWD Secretary Bautista, the alternate of DILG Secretary Anyo, Secretary Bello, SSS President Attorney Dook, the alternate of Secretary of the Finance, the NAPSI Vice Chairperson, Mr. Alerosa, OFW Sector Representative, Dr. De La Serna.
Secretary of the board, did you ever tell them or advise them, sir, huwag niyong pipirmahan yan, delikado po tayo. Did you do that? Did you do that?
Sir, we presented to the board the
Hindi ko sinabi kung pinresent mo. Pinresent mo talaga yan. Sinasabi ko lang, did you ever advise them? Kahit na halimbawa personal, sir, pag-aralan muna nating mabuti. Did you do that? Kasi sabi ni Atty. Pocal yan, o di ginawa niya ito, ano? Pero winarningan ko po sila eh. Kinusyon ko. Ganito ang ginawa mo, Atty. Pocal yan. Para kang nagluto ng isang pagkain. Niluto mo, tapos binigay mo, sir, kung huwag niyo pong kakainin yan, malalason tayo. Ba't mo niluto in the first place? Ganito lang yan eh. Alam mo, kahit na yung mamamayan natin, kung nakikinig sa atin, maintindihan niya na pinaglululoko mo kami. Attorney Mangawang, abogado ka naman, ikaw ang corporate secretary, hindi ba? Ang tinatanong ko lang naman, siyempre may kakilala ka naman sa mga board. Yung mga board natin, hindi naman sa dami ng ginagawa nila, siyempre kung ano yung inihain mo, niluto niya eh. Niluto niya. O ikaw naman, dala-dala mo. May mga pinggan ka na, pakakainin mo na. Sinabi mo, boss, wag mo munang kakainin yan, delikado po tayo. Bakit? Eh, ang nagluto po, si Atty. Pocal yan, hindi naman po talaga kusinero yan. Eh. Baka po kung anong pinaglalagay niyan. Ang totoo naman kung anong pinaglalagay na Ricardo dito eh. Mali-mali eh. Paano po natin? Ayoko na po.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Tatanungin ko lang si Atty. Pocal yan, no? Alam mo, bugbog ka na talaga dito at kung talagang ikaw ang gumawa nito, mananagot ka talaga sa batas. Now, ang tanong ko sa iyo, ginawa mo ba to on your own volition or somebody ordered you to do this? Kasi, alam mo, kanina ka pa namin tinatanong ni DS Marcoleta, no? Talagang sa iyo pumopokus na ikaw lang ang gumawa ng kasalanan. Kitang-kita namin dito sa lahat na ikaw talaga ang gumawa at ikaw ang nag-offer sa board. Now, ikaw ba talaga ang gumawa o may nag-utos sa iyo na gawin ito?
Attorney Pocalan, let me just remind you that you are under oath. At lahat po na sinasabi niyo dito, we will use in a committee report. So, pwede ho kung magsasalita na kayo dito.
This is your chance, Attorney Pocalan. This is your chance.
Another thing, just a warning, attorney. This might be a ground for your disbarment for rendering an opinion that a decision of Court of Appeals can be modified by an administrative body.
Sige, Attorney Pocal yan. Maaari mo ba sagutin ang katanungan?
Again, sir, I stand by that opinion. No?
May nag-utos ba sa iyo o wala? Yun lang ang sasagutin mo. May nag-utos ba sa iyo o wala? Yes or no?
The board, sir...
May nag-utos ba sa iyo o wala? Yes or no lang?
Wala naman po, sir.
So wala nag-utos.
Opo.
So lahat ng responsibilidad ay inaako mo.
I stand by, sir, by that opinion because that was also affirmed by the OGCC. Then, although I warned the board that there will be a possible
Remember, Attorney Pocal, you are under oath.
Just one
You are under oath.
Attorney Barsaga. Congressman Barsaga, I'm sorry.
Right now, do you think that you can change or modify the decision of the Court of Appeals, which is already final and executory?
Based, sir, on the exception, sir...
What exceptions?
There's an exception on the substantive...
No, pag sinabi natin
substantive
exceptions,
justice.
ang mag-change will be the court which rendered the decision, but not another agency. Yung ba sinasabi mong exceptions, Philhealth ang magde-determine kung pwedeng palitan o hindi?
Sir, because under RA 7875...
Hindi nga, tinatanong ko na lamang, yung sinasabi mong exceptions. na pwedeng palitan o i-modify ang decision ng Court of Appeals. Ang magmo-modify ba o magpapalit ay ang board ng PhilHealth o opisyalis ng PhilHealth.
Yes,
Is
sir, because the
that the-
quasi-judicial power is vested in the
Hindi nga,
PhilHealth
pag
board.
sinabi natin judicial powers, does PhilHealth have judicial powers?
Quasi-judicial power, sir.
Oh, ang judicial power, ako
penalize,
tatanungin mo, very clear sa Constitution. Judicial power shall be vested in the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Executive, sa Executive Department, legislation sa amin. Kaya ang tinatanong ko sa iyo, as a lawyer, right now, sinasabi mo ba sa amin, kayong mga congressman, dapat nyong malaman na ang decision ng Korte Suprema, ang decision ng Court of Appeals, kahit na final and executory, pwede naming palitan sa PhilHealth. Is that what you are saying right now?
Since the PhilHealth board, sir, has the quasi-judicial authority to
Oo nga,
penalize.
balik na naman tayo sa judicial.
Anyway, Honorable Barsaga,
Naglolokohan
Mr.
na lang
Chairman.
tayo rito. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, Honorable
Alam mo,
Fernandez.
kasi be cited in contempt.
I second the motion, Mr. Chairman. I was about to say that. Mr. Chairman,
Session suspended. Hearing resumed. Honorable Barsaga.
Yes, I would like to make this motion. I most respectfully move, Mr. Chairman, that we cite Attorney Jonathan Bucalian for contempt for misleading the lawyers as well as the public that an administrative agency like the PhilHealth can change or modify the decision of the Court of Appeals, which is already final and executory. And that would actually constitute a disrespectful conduct or behavior in our proceedings. And that I base on my knowledge as a lawyer. And I think most lawyers, if not all, would agree with me that there must be finality insofar as judicial decisions are concerned.
There
Because
is a
this is
motion.
a very dangerous precedent. Even if there is already a decision coming from the Supreme Court, based on this precedent, they can modify and change the decision of the Supreme Court, all the final and executory.
I second
There
the
is
motion.
a motion duly seconded.
Second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any objections from Zoom? Are there any objections? There being none, motion is carried. My next question, in a declaration of contempt, sa ating pong pagdeklara ng contempt, ano pong parusa ang ipapataw, Honorable Barsaga?
Well, I move that he be detained before the House up to Monday.
Okay, meron pong motion hanggang Lunes. But let me just read the particular section as provided by the COMSEC. Section 11, Contempt. Rules of procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. The committee may punish any person for contempt by a vote of 2/3 of the members present, there being a quorum. The following shall be grounds for citing any person in contempt: refusal without legal excuse to obey summons, refusal to be sworn or placed under affirmation, refusal to answer any relevant inquiry, refusal to produce any books, papers, documents, or records that are relevant to the inquiry and are in the possession of the concerned person, acting in a disrespectful manner towards any member of the committee or any misbehavior in the presence of the committee or undue interference in the conduct of proceedings. Contempt of the committee shall be deemed contempt of the House. The person cited in this section may, upon order of the committee, be detained in such a place as the chairperson or acting chairperson may designate. Section 12, penalty. By a vote of 2/3 of the members present, there being a quorum, those cited under Section 11, paragraphs E and F, shall be detained for a period not exceeding 10 days in a place designated by the chairperson or acting chairperson under the custody of the sergeant at arms. Ang motion ni Honorable Barsaga, there's a motion for contempt. The motion is to declaring contempt and to detain him for 3 days. Are there any objections from plenary, from Zoom? There being none, the motion and the penalty is hereby carried. Attorney Pucalan, you are declaring contempt. Dito ka po sa Kongreso hanggang Lunes. I will ask the Sergeant at Arms to designate an area given that we are in a COVID pandemic. So with that, I will suspend session so that the Sergeant at Arms can accompany Attorney Pucalan to the designated area. Session suspended.
Sergeant at Arms, let's make sure that the place where he will be detained is a comfortable and convenient place, Mr. Chairman.
Meron yan. For sure.
Hindi na natin matatanong si Attorney Pucalan.
Congressman Fortun, andito po si Attorney Mangawang. Pwede niyo pantungan but we have declared him in contempt already.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are you ready to interject?
Mr. Chair,
no, I will resume the hearing. Hearing resumed. Congressman Fortun?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Babalik sana ako sa mga earlier kong tanong, Mr. Chair, but I wanted to interject sana doon kay Attorney Pucalan. Doon kasi sa mga manifestations na Mr. Chair, it appears that what the Deputy Speaker Fernandez was saying, that there's a possibility that he was ordered to render that opinion to suit the wishes of the board. There's truth to the, I think there's truth to the suspicion of the Honorable Deputy Speaker Fernandez, Mr. Chair. Kasi doon sa manifestation, sabi niya, he warned the board. Sabi niya, doon sa gagawin ninyo, magkakaroon ng impression that you are trying to favor perpetual soccer. Sa ganung kasi manifestation, Mr. Chair, it appears that he was told to render an opinion to suit the wishes of the board. And after rendering that opinion, sinabihan niya na baka mamaya pagdudahan kayo niyan. No? Kasi the Deputy Speaker Marcoleta was right all along when he said that it was to the best interest of PhilHealth to have followed the decision of the Court of Appeals. After all, inumpisahan sa arbitration, pinursu yung kaso, upheld na nga ng Court of Appeals, then suddenly you will have this turnaround. And so it appears, Mr. Chair, no, that there was an order. Now, of course, this is not official. There was an order for him to render an opinion to suit the wishes of the board. Then after rendering that opinion, sinabihan niya, oh, mamaya ha, talagang pagdududahan kayo na ano. Kasi yung statements, Mr. Chair, no, only reflect, no, that there was a prior order that he rendered an opinion consistent with the wishes of the board to spare perpetual soccer from suspension for 3 months. At any rate, Mr. Chair, I would like to go back to my earlier questions, Mr. Chair, tungkol dito sa IRM. I was trying to demonstrate, Mr. Chair, that yung mga earlier circulars ng IRM, nag-evolve siya papunta dito sa pinaka-recent na circular. At merong pattern na pinapadali ang mga requirements. No? Siguro over time, tinitingnan nila, this is a magandang paraan nito na mabigyan ng pabor ang mga HCIs at yung mga transaksyon ay para mas maging madali, kailangan mas maging madali din ang mga requirements later on. So, ang notice natin, Mr. Chair, no, maliban doon sa naging blanket ito ngayon, the earlier circulars were very specific kung anong calamity, anong fortuitous event, anong areas of coverage. Itong recent circular covers practically all, no? At kinover na lahat at napakalaki ng pineg na amount at 27 billion. And it would appear, Mr. Chair, that the requirements have been relaxed. For example, Mr. Chair, in the case of application, in circular number 4, series of 2014, the following are enumerated as the requirements for application for IRM. Number 1, you should submit a letter of intent, and the applicant will have to provide to PhilHealth survey team the following. Number 1, there must be a list of functional and non-functional equipment. Number 2, healthcare service capability. Number 3, current human resource complement. Number 4, rehabilitation plan. And number 5, post-audited financial statement. In the later circular, circular number 24, series of 2014, the same requirements are listed. In another circular, this time for IRM for HCIs of Marawi, number 26, series of 2017, the same requirements, no, are listed. In the current circular, Mr. Chair, number 7, series of 2020, those requirements are nowhere to be found in the current circular. So, lumawak na nga masyado yung coverage. Lahat ng klaseng fortuitous event, wala na specific na in-enumerate. At saka, doble-doble na ang privileges na makiklaim mo. Meron ka pang privileges under circular number 34, series of 2013. At patong pa dito ang IRM at nawala pa yung medyo mahigpit na requirements na hinihingi mula doon sa circular number 4, series of 2014, circular number 24, series of 2014, at circular number 26, series of 2017. So there's a pattern, Mr. Chair, na maging mas madali ang pag-avail ng IRM. Now, if I may ask for details, Mr. Chair, Ilan bang HCIs ang nag-apply for the IRM under Circular Number 7, Series of 2020?
Dr. Pargas.
Mr. Chair, I would like to refer this to our fund management who has the records on the applications and the MOA and all those releases.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the total number of HCI submitted the MOA is 2,048, Your Honor.
2,048. How many were approved and how many were denied?
Your Honor, the total MOA approved ay 790 and 711 po ang mayroon release po, Your Honor.
What are the basis for approval and what are the basis for denial of application?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the Office of the President and CEO, Your Honor, the one approves the memorandum of agreement, Your Honor, submitting with the following document, Your Honor, the letter of intent, the MOA, the recommendation coming from the regional offices signed by the area, and sa DIRAR po ay papasa siya sa HCPS, and then on the part of the FMS, verification if the amount is not exceeding the computed amount of IRM, and then papasok na po siya sa Office of the President, Your Honor.
Kaya nga po, you're telling me the procedure for the approval or denial. But what I'm asking is, ano po yung mga basihan para i-deny ang isang application? You said there are 2,048 that applied, 700 plus were approved. What are the basis for denial of certain applications?
With your respect, Your Honor, may I refer to Doc Is, Your Honor, for the basis for the approval, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, as far as I know, wala pong na-deny, only pero meron pong mga ibinabalik, especially kung katulad po nung sa MOA, kung hindi po kompleto yung pong mga information. And again, yun pong mga MOA ay either in the several areas of processing. However, meron pong time na nagkaroon ng reprioritization ng pagbibigay ng IRM. Initially, noon pong wala pang pattern or dahil nagsisimula po yung national pandemic na yon, ay lahat po ay na-cover, pero nung pong nakikita na yung pockets of areas na kung saan merong pong COVID, doon po nagkaroon ng reprioritization. Pero as far as I cannot confirm on this, Mr. Chair, kung merong mga na-deny.
Honorable Fortun, last question.
Mr. Chair, kung mapagbibigyan ako, may mga dagdag pa sana ako itatanong, Mr. Chair. Naputol lang kasi kanina. Ang pagkakaroon ba ng pending fraudulent claims or fraudulent cases, alleged, no? Basis ba ito for denial of an application for IRM?
Tony Labe, Dr. Pargas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Chair, it was not a basis for denial because there was a subsequent Philhealth Circular release 0013-2020, which is the provisional accreditation, because the intent of that, Mr. Chair, is for a wider access for all the Filipino people, especially that we are under pandemic. But that is a limited only that when the pandemic subside, and it is also without prejudice to the cases filed against these HCIs, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if that is sound policy, Mr. Chair. No, Pero kung sinasabi nilang hindi basis for denial of application, ang meron kang pending fraudulent cases, no, alleged fraudulent claims, why is it, Mr. Chair, that there are hospitals around the country na merong pending fraudulent case na hindi rin binigyan ng IRM? And we don't really know exactly what are the basis, no, for the denial. If the pendency of certain alleged fraudulent claims, no, is not a basis for denying the IRM, since you're saying that we are concerned about a greater access, no, to healthcare, especially in this time of pandemic. I know of certain hospitals that have been denied IRM. Tapos meron pang cases na sila pa yung pinakamaraming COVID cases sa kanilang lugar than those that have enjoyed IRM. Why is this so?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned by Dr. Pargas, in the first week of May, there was already a determination of the areas where COVID-19 were heavily affected. So the management at that time has already prioritized areas heavily affected. But so far as we are concerned, Mr. Chair, prior to May 2, 2020, all complete applications were approved by the Office of the President, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, hindi ko na lang babanggitin dito, but I would like I will give the honorable chair a list of hospitals that have been denied IRM without particular basis, Mr. Chair. It appears that this has become something that is more of discretionary rather than there are sufficient basis on the part of PhilHealth. Parang kung sinong malapit sa puso, silang bibigyan. Pag hindi ka malapit sa puso, i-deny sa'yo yung IRM. Kaya nga magulo yung kanilang guidelines eh. Kung hindi basis ang fraudulent claims, bakit may mga fraudulent claims na hindi binigyan, meron ding may mga fraudulent claims na binigyan. At yung mga amounts, Mr. Chair, ang variation ay walang klarong basihan din, Mr. Chair. Meron na akong ipahabol, Mr. Chair. Dito sa computation ng IRM, kasi pinag-usapan natin, we talked about Yolanda, pinag-usapan natin yung Marawi, no? May specific na formula sila sa pag-compute ng IRM fund. Pero gusto kong itanong, Mr. Chair, kung anong mga basihan nito. For example, Mr. Chair, in the case of Circular Number 4, Series of 2014, this is for HCIs of areas directly affected by Yolanda. Ang kanilang sinabi, ang kanilang computation, ay average reimbursement per day times number of days covered, which is under that circular 143 days, covering the period of November 9, 2013 to March 31, 2014. Dito naman sa sumunod na IRM number 24 series of 2014, dahil ito naman ay dagdag lang doon sa IRM para sa Yolanda, the same pa rin yung formula. No? Ang ginamit, Mr. Chair, is still average reimbursement per day times number of days covered, which is 143 days. In the case of Marawi, Mr. Chair, this is Circular Number 6, Series of 2017. The IRM fund is computed average reimbursement per day times number of days covered as determined by a survey team. Dito naman sa pinaka-recent, Mr. Chair, ang sabi dito, average reimbursement per day times number of days covered at pineg ng Circular Number 7, 2020, 90 days in all cases, Mr. Chair. Ang question ko po, bakit 90 days across the board dito? Yung sa unang circular, may basihan yung 143 days. Kasi yun talaga ang days covered. Ganon din sa pangalawang circular. In the case of Marawi, based sa survey team, yung number of days covered. Ibig sabihin, meron pa rin klarong batayan Bakit 30 days? Bakit 40 days? Kasi yun ang re-recommenda ng survey team. Why is it that under this circular, 90 days across the board? Paano naman yung mga cases na ang recovery ay less than 90 days ang kailangan? May mga kaso naman na yung epekto sa isang HCI, ang kanyang recovery would only be for 30 days. Okay na siya. Pwedeng 40 days or even less than that. Why did we peg it at 90 days across the board? Ang masakla pa dito, Mr. Chair, itong circular number 7 does not identify a specific calamity or fortuitous event. No? Dahil hindi siya identified, bakit tayo magpipeg ng 90 days sa lahat ng cases?
Honorable Fortun, just with your indulgence, kasi po baka abutan kami ng curfew, can that be the last question? Dr. Pergas, kindly answer. Attorney Labe, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Honorable Fortun, the case, this pandemic is very unusual for all of us because this is the first time that hit with the impact of the whole country po. Kaya ang ginawa po kasi, the basis of which is, of course, nagagather din kami na information from Interagency Task Force, and with the collective wisdom of the EXICOM, nakikita po namin that hindi naman po huhupa ng ganun kabilis lang itong pandemic na to, knowing the fact na this is first time and world scale po ang kanyang impact. So with the determination of all the affecting factors and circumstances, the EXICOM deemed it necessary na 90 days po. Kasi wala po kaming prior reference to this. Kasi ang impact po lahat, unlike po dun sa mga naunang IRM, we have other regions that can help the affected regions. Ito po kasi, lahat po kami affected, nakapag skeletal workforce na po kami and among others. So, hindi pa po namin
Mr.
alam.
Chair, if I may interrupt, Mr. Chair, kasi wala na akong oras. Mr. Chair, pagbigyan niyo po ako ng isa na lang na tanong, pero sabihin ko lang ang inconsistency, Mr. Chair. Sinasabi niya ngayon, kasi mahirap ma-determine, hindi natin alam kung gaano kahaba yung pandemic. So parang lumalabas na itong circular number 7, 2020, ay para talaga sa pandemic. Pero sabi naman ni Dr. Vargas kanina, it can cover any fortuitous event that may arise. Kaya nga parang blanket authority itong circular number 7. Kaya nga sinasabi natin, bakit ilalagay natin sa 90 days? Paano naman kung ang mangyayaring calamity, ang recovery na kailangan ng HCI ay mas maiksi naman sa 90 days. No? Malulugi ang Philhealth dito, laki-laki na ibibigay yung IRM based on that computation when there are cases that could be less than 90 days. Could be 50, 40, 30, because we're not only talking about the COVID-19 pandemic here. Dr. Vargas was saying that this could cover as well other fortuitous events. Kaya nga general itong circular number 7 na to. So the 90-day period, no, na basis para sa computation ng IRM is erroneous, no? Masyadong malaki, masyadong pwedeng abusuhin siya. Last question na lang talaga ito, Mr. Chair, no? Titingnan ko lang, may nakita lang kasi ako, Mr. Chair, dito sa mismong website, no, ng ating PhilHealth, at tungkol doon sa release ng more than 1 billion pesos, supposedly IRM, para doon sa Taal volcano eruption. Babasahin ko lang po, ang sabi dito, as a quick response to the calamity in order to provide continuous healthcare services from the affected healthcare institutions brought about by the Taal volcano eruption, PhilHealth shall release funds under the interim reimbursement mechanism to provide substantial aid to affected HCIs in the aftermath of the calamity. The IRM is pursuant to PhilHealth Circular Number 34 Series of 2013 in the provision of special privilege, etc. Mr. Chair, as earlier stated, Mr. Chair, there is no IRM under PhilHealth Circular Number 34 Series of 2013. In fact, Circular Number 7 Series of 2020 is a revision of Circular Number 34 Series of 2013. And that revision, Mr. Chair, is the incorporation of IRM in the new circular. Now, how can the release of 1 billion pesos to HCIs, no, for supposedly those affected by the Taal volcano eruption, how can that release be based on PhilHealth Circular Number 34/2013 when there is no IRM under that circular? As admitted, Mr. Chair, earlier, Circular Number 7, Series of 2020, is a revision of Circular Number 34, Series of 2013. Under Circular Number 34, Series of 2013, there is no IRM. IRM came only when that was revised by Circular Number 7, Series of 2020. Paano naging basehan ang ganong circular para sa release ng IRM?
Attorney Labe.
Para sa Taal volcano eruption.
Attorney Labe is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to defer to the Corcom kasi the Honorable Congressman mentioned about it's a news article. I was not able to go through that news article pertaining to Taal, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, the one I read is from the website of PhilHealth. It's here, Mr. Chair. It's from the website of PhilHealth. It says that the release of more than 1 billion pesos is pursuant to PhilHealth Circular Number 34, Series of 2013. There's no IRM under that circular, Mr. Chair. In fact, as I said, Mr. Chair, Circular Number 7, Series of 2020 is a revision of Circular Number 34. And that revision, Mr. Chair, the salient feature of that revision is the incorporation this time of the IRM in the new circular. In other words, there's no IRM under Circular Number 34, Series of 2013. How come that there's a release of more than 1 billion pesos, IRM, and the basis is Circular Number 34, Series of 2013?
Mr. Chair, the basis for the release of the Taal, as far as we are concerned, is the PBR 2496, the fourth whereas clause, if I may be allowed to read, Mr. Chair. Whereas due to the extensive damage to life and property brought about by the eruption of Taal volcano last month, the management in its letter dated 23 January 2020 proposed to institute measures that will alleviate the burden experienced by affected PhilHealth members and healthcare providers through immediate payment of 50% of all pending good claims in the province of Batangas by reason of the said natural calamity. And this has been the reason why we paid 50% of all good claims from all HCIs in the province of Batangas, Mr. Chair. And I could not.
Thank you, Honorable Fortun. We will still have another round, Honorable Fortun. You may avail of the second round.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will avail, Mr. Chair. I am not satisfied with the answer, Mr. Chair, because the website talks about interim reimbursement mechanism as the source of funds for the release of 1 billion pesos, Mr. Chair. And in fact, the website mentioned PhilHealth Circular Number 34, Series of 2013, which does not contain any provision on IRM, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Fortun. Baka po pwede rin na ilagay ninyo sa inyong position paper. Understand you also have another paper there in the TWG report para po ma-integrate din po namin yung mga points na niraise ninyo. Maraming po salamat, Honorable Fortun. I now proceed to the Honorable Kabatbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nung nakaraang hearing, Mr. Chair, nag-present po tayo ng isang case study about the case of Dr. Mark Dennis Mingita. At dito ko po idinitalye kung paano nag-ooperate ang isang scam sa regional level. So para din po malaman to ng mga kababayan natin, kung nakikita kasi natin yung statistics we cannot appreciate the statistics unless we know the story behind those numbers. Kaya ako po ito present. Ngayon, Mr. Chair, gusto ko rin pong i-present, but not this time, the NBI will present kung gaano kahirap magsampa ng kaso laban sa isang sindikato. Isang maliit na sindikato pa lang to, Mr. Chair. Gaano kahirap mag-file ng kaso. So Mr. Chair, I would like to ask if Agent Vernon from the NBI Region 12 is here.
Okay, for the record, si Agent Vernon is here, but nandito rin kasama natin sa Zoom si Dr. Mangita. So
Okay.
I will first recognize the Agent Vernon is recognized of the National Bureau of Investigation. Nandiyan po ba kayo?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Good evening.
Agent Vernon.
Okay, good evening po, Mr. Chair. Good evening po sa lahat ng members ng committee. I am Special Investigator Vernon Joel Fermalino, currently assigned sa NBI Region 12 office at Coronadal South, Cotabato. Ipipresent ko po sa inyo yung investigation na ginawa namin regarding doon sa complaints ng private complainants na lumapit sa Bureau sometime in 2018. Kung mamarapatin po ninyo, I would like to share itong maliit na presentation lang po. I-share ko lang po sa inyo.
Mr. Chair, can we allow him to
Yes, go ahead.
to share the screen?
Okay po. Okay po. Okay. Yung investigation po namin nag-arise after mayroong dalawang private complainant of the many cases allegedly na nandito sa Region 12. Meron pong dalawang private complainant na sometime in 2018 lumapit po sa atin, lumapit po sa Bureau dito sa Region 12 office at humingi po ng tulong. This bureau started to conduct its investigation on alleged Philhealth questionable fraudulent claims after a private complainant sometime on July 2018 went to this bureau to file a case against Dr. Mark Dennis C. Mingita for alleged illegal possession of firearms, Philhealth fraud, and harassment. In his narration of facts, said complainant disclosed that nurses, doctors, patients have seen Dr. Mingita with his bodyguards carrying long firearms inside hospital premises, such as Ala Valley Medical Specialist Center Incorporated and Dr. Arthur P. Pingoy Hospital. Both hospitals are located at Coronadal South, Cotabato. According to the complainant, firearms are also left in the vehicles that Dr. Mingita uses. That's a black Ford Ranger with plate number ABQ 8682 and white Ford Everest with plate number IM8209. Said complainant also alleged that he filed a case against Dr. Mingita at Philhealth R12 office, Coronadal City, upon learning that, accordingly, on 2010 to 2013, Dr. Mark Dennis Mingita allegedly was able to claim Philhealth benefit claims amounting to 300 billion. Philhealth R12 office, however, dismissed said complaint due to alleged insufficiency of evidence. As a result, herein complainant became the subject of rape cases. One was filed at Bicol and the other one was filed at Pampanga, to which herein complainant denied because according to him, he never set foot at Bicol and Pampanga at all. Said cases were already dismissed accordingly. Herein complainant further disclosed that sometime in 2015, there was an attempt to ambush him and his family when they were at Manila. Fortunately, they were able to escape said attempt in their life. This case did not prosper, however, at this bureau after said complainant opted or refused to have his names appear in the complaint and would not execute an affidavit to this matter. They simply wanted to have this bureau investigate their complaint for fear of their life already. All of these allegations, however, did not prosper. Hence, the private complainant withhold all necessary documents needed in the furtherance of this case. And then, sometime on January 2019 also, another private complainant went to this bureau and filed a complaint against Dr. Dennis Mark Mingita. Accordingly, on December 19, 2018, he went to Dr. Arturo Pingoy Medical Center, Coronadal City, to undergo a medical checkup to Dr. Mingita due to his recurring asthma. Prior to that date, he subjected himself to a medical examination at the SPNC, Davao City, on December 7, 2018 with the following finding diagnosis. That's bronchial asthma. I am showing to you the copy of his medical certificate issued by the Southern Philippines Medical Center. And for security reason, we blocked the name of the private complainant to protect him and his safety. To continue, in his narration of facts, complainant disclosed that he wanted to have his illness, asthma, checked by Dr. Mingita. Instead, the latter diagnosed her and complainant to be suffering from stroke and recommended his admission to Ala Valley Hospital, Coronadal City, where he was admitted for 4 days from December 19 to 22, 2018. Further, complainant allegedly admitted to Dr. Mingita that at that time, he does not have enough money for his medication and admission to Ala Valley Hospital, but that Dr. Mingita told him instead that he only needs 300 pesos for all his medication and admission. When hearing complainant was discharged, however, on December 22, 2018, he was billed the amount of PHP 30,916 and 29 centavos. Of the amount, 28,000 was paid for by Philhealth, and only 2,916.29 was due to him. In a medical certificate issued by Dr. Mark Dennis Mingita, patient complainant has a final diagnosis of other lacunar syndrome in an unspecified cerebral infarction anxiety disorder. Wondered why he was diagnosed as such on December 27, 2018. Herein, complainant subjected himself to a medical checkup at San Pedro Hospital, Davao City, which resulted to the following impression. 1, primary hypertension with reactive component, and number 2, bronchial asthma in acute exacerbation, and number 3, amlodipine-induced bipedal edema. I am showing to you his medical certificate issued by San Pedro Hospital at Davao City. Those were the 2 medical cases and 2 private complainants that went to this bureau to file a complaint against Dr. Mark Dennis Mingita sometime in 2018. And to continue, this bureau also investigated 48 case folders endorsed by Philhealth Manila, and the result of which is this one. Hereunder are some of the various healthcare institutions at Region 12 who made questionable fraudulent claims to Philhealth from May to July 2018 as per evaluation of FFIED Philhealth. The following data do not speak of the entirety of said case, but were randomly selected by FFIED and was forwarded to this bureau for investigation and possible filing of criminal cases. There were 7 medical health institutions that were subjected to investigation. This is the DEPMC in Coronadal City, EVMSC Coronadal City, SEHI in General Santos City, SKMSCI, QCEHI, and SLH. These are all in Sultan Kudarat, and KMSC at Kidapawan City.
NBI Agent Fermalon.
Yes,
Apo.
Chair.
Kung maaari po, isubmit nyo sa amin itong mga reports na to na binabanggit ninyo. Pero in summary, ilang kaso po ang inyong pinag-aralan based dun sa ginagawa ni Dr. Minggita?
There were 56 case folders submitted to undersigned. Out of 56, there were a total of 48. The other case folders were consolidated considering na halos magkakapareho lang yung data. And the subject of this investigation doon sa mga na-submit dito does not only include Dr. Mark Dennis Minggita in particular. Merong ibang healthcare professionals also, just like in Kidapawan, in Sultan Kudarat, na napasama din sa investigation na ito.
Dito po sa inyong ginawang investigasyon, Agent Vernon, nagkaroon na po kayo ng filing of cases?
Ngayon pa po, sir, we are about to file the case. Nagpadala na po kami ng subpoena sa Philhealth, particular sa FFID, for the certified, kasi yung pinadala na copy sa amin sa affidavit nila are all Xerox copy or photocopy. And we asked Philhealth, especially the FFIED, to give to us the original copy of their complaint affidavit executed before way back in 2018 by Attorney Roy A. Maranan, who stand as the complainant in behalf of Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, Manila. But until right now po, hindi pa po na-endorse sa amin yung original copy ng complaint affidavit or yung kahit yung certified true photocopy from the original na lang po.
Okay, Attorney Vernon. At Attorney Mangawang, because I know may mga reports sa inyo sa board. On average, 300 million ang mga kinlaim ni Dr. Minggita a year. Tama po ba yun? May fraud analytics study kayo?
I'm not aware, sir, of the amount being claimed by Dr. Minggita, although I remember that was discussed during the time of Dr. Ferrer, right after the Senate hearing where Senator Soto
So mga magkano po yan? You don't have to be exact about it. Yung mga claims. Kasi nakalagay dito is about 300 million a year. More or less, tama po ba yung ganyang figures?
In a span of, ano yata yan, Mr. Chair? In a span of around 5 years yata, yung 300
5 years,
million.
300 million. Not necessarily. Okay. So, Honorable Kabatbat?
Yes.
May proceed?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agent Vernon, gusto ko lang itanong, nabanggit mo kasi na may mga long firearms itong doktor na to. Asan yung mga complainant? At nabanggit mo din na kinakasuhan sila ng mga fake rape cases. Nasaan na ba yung mga complainant natin, Agent Vernon?
Sir, yung isang private complainant natin, nandun na po ngayon sa Davao area, Davao Oriental. I am trying to contact them, but until right now, hindi ko na po siya makontak considering na yung area nila doon, medyo liblib masyado. Nakapunta ako once doon at wala po talagang signal doon sa area nila. Now, the other complainant bigs off to me and sabi niya, sir, we are afraid for our safety and security.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang ding i-emphasize, yung isa pala niyang complainant according to the NBI ay sinasampahan ng mga fake rape cases. Alam mo, Mr. Chair, after po ng ambush ko, na-discover ko na ako pala ay merong kidnapping case sa Caloocan. Nung makita ko after a few days, iba yung address, hindi ko kilala yung complainant, tapos pinapalabas sa kwento na ako daw ay nakikiapid sa asawa ng mga iba. Ganun eh. Medyo very, nakakatakot yung complaint dahil wala akong natatanggap na subpina. So parang ganito yung diskarte ng mga ito na magpa-file ng mga fake cases against the complainants, against the witnesses, against the lawyers.
dismiss na yung cases mo or ongoing pa?
Good thing, Mr. Chair, naagapan natin. So unfortunately, wala pang decision ang Office of the City Prosecutor ng Caloocan. Pero napakita naman namin doon, peke, pati yung complainant. Hinanap namin yung address niya, wala daw ganung address. Tapos sinabi ko naman doon, ang address ko ay sa Tandang Sora QC, hindi naman ako taga Caloocan. So Mr. Chair, you know, I'm also investigating and filing cases against other scammers aside from this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, meron tayong iniimbestigahan sa Batangas, ginagamit ang Agri para makakuha ng pera sa mga OFWs. Ganyan din ang ginagawa sa akin. Pa-file ng carnapping, qualified theft, estafa. So Mr. Chair, ang punto ko dito, napakahirap banggain nitong mga to dahil ang daming pera. They can hire the best lawyers, they can hire hitmen, they can even bribe other government officials to get them off the hook. So Mr. Chair, ito po yung in-explain ng inyong kinatawan. Kaya po natin ginawang case study itong si Dr. Mark Dennis Mengita. But if I will be allowed, Mr. Chair, I think nandyan po online si Dr. Mark Dennis Mengita. I have a few questions for him.
Yes, before I proceed with that, alam mo yung Philhealth kasi is a 200 billion company. Kaya nga yung Accenture na pinesent ni Congressman Barbers, sindikato rin yun. Napakagaling. May contact sa loob ng bangko, may contact sa Philhealth. Yung binabanggit mo na modus operandi. And there are about 10 cases to 15 cases na nakapaloob mismo ngayon sa board ng Philhealth, nire-report yung fraud analysis. May ginawa kayo niyan, Dr. Pargas, di ba, na parang pinag-aaralan because vulnerable talaga yung ating korporasyon at yan nga din yung sinasabi ni Congressman Boying na kailangan yung mga ganyang violation mas medyo matibay at matapang yung ating pag-penalize sa mga to. So with that, I will give a chance to Dr. Mengita to reply to NBI agent Firmalon and also to the Honorable Kabatbat. Dr. Mengita, you're now recognized. Dr. Mengita. Yes, Dr. Mengita. Kindly proceed. Kung pwede ho, i-unmute lang ho.
Sound.
I'm sorry, Dr. Mengita, wala pa rin pong sound dito. Pero ang sabi dito ng aming mga technical team, unmuted na daw po kayo. Baka pwede nating i-out siya sa Zoom, tapos balik? Can we do that? Dr. Mengita, i-exit lang po namin kayo, tapos ibabalik. So that we will give you a chance. Honorable Kabatbat?
Mr. Chair, I move for the suspension. Let's wait for Dr. Mengita. I want to give him a chance as well.
Okay, just before bago siya pumasok, ang hearing po natin would be on Wednesday, 9 a.m. Yes, Wednesday, 9 a.m. And doon po sa technical working group, it will involve sa amin po ni Chairman John Alvarado. I already named some of those of you who are here, but it will include us and Chairman John Alvarado to make the final TWG study to be recommended to the plenary of the House.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to move. Kung matatagalan po si Dr. Mengita, we can, I can cross-examine him or interpolate him. Ayan na pala.
Okay, Dr. Mengita, you're recognized. Unmuted na ba?
Mr. Chair, kung ganyan po, we can resume on Wednesday kahit kami na lang po mauna. If,
Dr. Mengita, can you hear us? Dr. Mengita, naririnig mo kami?
Nabigla yung sa report. Salang mayroon din ganun.
Session suspended.
Imbitahan na lang nato ito in person. Siya.
Okay, maraming salamat, Honorable Kabatbat. Dr. Mengita, we will give you a chance in the next hearing para makasagot ka rin doon sa binanggit ni NBI Director Vernon and doon sa pinesent ni Honorable Kabatbat. So we will be meeting on Monday, 9 a.m.
Monday. Ano yan?
Wednesday pala. Wednesday,
Yeah.
9 a.m. Siguro mag-coordinate na lang tayo outside of the committee hearing para dun sa technical working group recommendations. So with that, are there any more administrative concerns that have to be brought up? Kung wala na po,
I move to suspend this hearing, Mr. Chairman.
there's a motion to suspend the hearing. We'd like to thank all our guests here, sa lahat po ng mga kasama natin sa Kongreso, ang mga guests namin sa Zoom, at dyan din po sa ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso na nasa Zoom. Maraming salamat po, and this hearing is suspended until Wednesday, 9 a.m.